Chapter 001. Chapter I. King Vegeta, it has been detected, the two sons of Paragus are terrifying, and one of them, Broly, has a combat power of 10,000. A scion is tinkering with a strange machine, and behind him there is a very strange scion uncle. This person is what he calls King Vegeta. In front of him were two bottle-like things, inside which were two little furry children with long tails, and the names of Broly and Buttily were written on them. King Vegeta's face was ugly when he saw this. What is the combat effectiveness of Buttily? Back to King Vegeta. Buttily's combat power is 1000, only 200 for the prince. The boy replied. When King Vegeta heard this, he pondered. Well, immediately cast Broly into the evil star, and as for Buttily, stay. What? When these cosmic scientists heard this, they were surprised. What a situation! Put Broly, this. The monsters in the evil star are very powerful, even the high-level warriors in the scions dare not go, since Broly is powerful, but a newborn baby goes there, it is certain to die. One of the cosmic people wearing white trigrams couldn't help but persuade, King Vegeta, a rare warrior with high combat effectiveness in Broly, maybe it is possible to grow into the legendary Super Saiyan in the Saiyan, so. Yes. Before he finished speaking, he was killed by King Vegeta's move, and then King Vegeta looked at them with a sinister face and a warning in a high-pitched tone. I am the king of Vegeta Star, I have the final say, execute it immediately, and the matter of Paragus, I don't need you to talk much. When those scientists saw this, they immediately trembled with fright, and involuntarily broke out in a cold sweat behind their backs. Yes. King Vegeta. They could see that King Vegeta was worried that Broly's power threatened the people of their clan, so he did so when he encountered such a situation. Humph, the strongest can only be my son Vegeta. King Bei said and walked out proudly. After King Vegeta left the research room, he immediately contacted a scion over. You will wait next to the evil star immediately, and when Broly arrives, you will kill him. Don't worry, King Vegeta. The scion laughed and left the place and walked towards the spaceship. Super Saiyan can only be my son Vegeta. King Vegeta looked at the sky as he said, Vegeta, I wonder how you are now. When Frieza discovered Vegeta a year ago, she asked him to take Vegeta with her for the sake of the science. Prepare years of planning for him. King Vegeta had to agree, and at the same time he could use Frieza's resources to help Vegeta grow, because he knew that Frieza had been looking for the legendary Super Saiyan of the Saiyan family. So King Vegeta is very direct and calculated. Aren't you looking for a Super Saiyan? Then use your resources to cultivate Vegeta, maybe Vegeta can grow into a Super Saiyan. At that time, it will be the end of your Frieza, and King Vegeta is also an ambitious scion, otherwise he would not have risked his own son. This side of the research room. After King Shell left, several scion scientists breathed a sigh of relief and planned to dispose of the body of the scion scientist killed by King Vegeta. With a sudden bang, they looked up and found that it was the energy tank in Buttily that had exploded, and the monitor showed a huge number, and several of their scientists' eyes widened when they saw it. Looking at the display in disbelief, the value of this data reached a level that they had never heard of. How could it be? 70,000. Buttily. One of the female scion scientists immediately disguised Buttily's data with technology. Broly's data exposure has already made King Vegeta unhappy, let's not expose Buttily's data now, maybe Buttily will be able to help us scions in the future. Another male elderly scion also asked the young female scion with some concern, Mias, I understand what you mean, but I am afraid that with our technology, we will not be able to hide the Buttily data in the future. Another middle-aged uncle agreed, yes. Kaka has already been killed by King Vegeta, and it seems that he has become angry about this matter, and it is not usually difficult for us to keep Buttily. Because of this, we have to make a plan that can save Buttily. Myers said, immediately shut down the system. There is Frieza's surveillance here, it is estimated that the data of the outbreak in Butley has been discovered by Frisia, and we now have to find a way before Frisia and the others come here. The most difficult thing at this time is the way. At the same time, on the side of Frisia's headquarters, the big red man next to Frisia, Doria, was in charge of the affairs of the Scions, when suddenly a red alarm sounded and turned off. Hey! Doria frowned slightly, and then asked the operator, "What's going on?" Hey! Lord Hui, this is the monitor in the Scion Science and Technology room, and it is estimated that something has happened. Xiao Wei said to immediately operate the keyboard and play the monitored data graph. Seeing this, Doria broke out in a cold sweat. This. Even the people present were the same. What did they see in Nemo's? They saw an explosion in a Scion breeding capsule, since his data value was 70,000. This matter is important. You will contact King Vegeta immediately, and I will inform King Frisia to go. Dodolia did not talk nonsense and immediately left here with a whoosh. After Doria left, the little people here talked about it as soon as they came to their senses. 70,000 combat power. Oh my god, isn't this the so-called Super Scion in the Scion? I don't know, it doesn't look like it's not, but it's the first time I've seen such a powerful force in the Scions. You don't know, King Frisia has been looking for the so-called Super Scions in the Scion, but after so many years, there is still no whereabouts. This is not, even King Vegeta's son Vegeta. King Frisia has been with him, it has been almost a year, and he has not seen anything, and the strength is only more than 3,000. In contrast, this newly born Scion surpassed them, and in our case, only King Frisia's Special Forces Captain Kainyo can beat him. Vegeta Star. Here in the laboratory, several of their doctoral scientists discussed fruitlessly and left here one after another. The Scion female scientist Mias looked at Broly and Butley here, her lips biting, as if she had made some decision. Immediately left here, appeared here in the spaceship module, stole one of the newly built spaceships, and then took the spaceship to the research room by night. Chapter 002. Chapter 2. The laboratory is here. Mias quietly drove the UFO here, and then got off the UFO and entered Ren, looking at Broly and Butley who were still in the cultivator. Then Mias immediately turned off the Butley incubator, then released the cultivation liquid, got Butley out, and dressed him in a small Scion combat suit. Then Mias took Butley in his arms, and although Butley was breathing, Mias did not notice that Butley still showed no signs of awakening. Broly, you have been discovered, I can't take you, but I got news that your father will not give up on you, and now I will take your brother, hoping that one day, your brother will be reunited. After saying this, Mias immediately left here decisively, entered the UFO, and then started the UFO and quietly left Vegeta Star during this night. Frisia Lounge. At this time, Doria had come and informed Frisia of what he had seen before, and then asked him to decide the matter. After hearing this, Frisia had a sinister smile on his face, which gave people the feeling of being very annoying. In fact, it was almost like that, because Frisia himself was like that. King Frisia, what do you think about this? Doria dared to ask. Although they were the big red people around Frisia, they also knew Frisia's character. Angered King Frisia, no matter who you are, a gas bomb will destroy you. This is Frisia. You say, his combat power is 70,000. Frisia suddenly asked such a sentence lightly, although his face did not care, but he was still a little uneasy in his heart. Dodolia said respectfully, yes, his combat power value is 70,000 whole, you see. To open the scene at that time, although it is only 2 seconds, it can also be seen clearly. In terms of Butley's data value, it exploded to 70,000, which made Frisia's eyes show a trace of essence after seeing it, and then stood up. Oh, the Scions are really special? Good, good, in that case, Doria, you go to Vegeta Star to do this for me. It is my pleasure to serve you, Lord Frisia. Doria looked obliged. Frisia was very satisfied when he saw it. Well, you go to Vegeta Star and bring me this Scion monkey, I want to see what his limit strength is, and whether he will become a so-called Super Scion. Yes. Rest assured, King Frisia, before informing you, I have informed King Vegeta that fellow, telling me that King Frisia needs to see Buddily, so everything is ready. Boom, it's good, I'm relieved to have you guys here, let's go. Yes. Vegeta Star Palace. At this time, King Vegeta had received the news from Doria, and suddenly his anger rose. Nemas, since this guy dared to order him. Come, prepare immediately, tomorrow morning, take the newborn Buddily out of the cultivation cabin, Frisia needs to take him. The scion next to him answered when he heard this, and went down to make arrangements, and King Vegeta did not think much about it, and immediately went back to his dormitory to rest. None of them discovered that Buddily had been quietly taken away by Mias and was far away from Vegeta, and they did not know where to reach at this time. When the next day came, when the other scientists came in, they found that Buddily was missing and immediately informed King Vegeta that he had gone. What? When King Vegeta heard this, he immediately threw out the cup in his hand. What do you think? Where are the people? Several of their scientists hesitated for a moment after hearing this, and finally the old scion stood up. Return, King Vegeta, after you left, the disappeared Buddily suddenly mutated, and his combat power reached 70,000. 70,000. King Vegeta was stunned when he heard this, and he didn't know that the other cup in his hand fell, and now his mind was like a bolt of lightning striking, and he froze. At the same time, the guards beside him, one of the first to react, immediately shook King Vegeta to bring him back to his senses. This person is no one else, it is Bardock. Bardock, Kakarot's father, the future Monkey King, is also the real first Super Saiyan, but his deeds after transforming into a Super Saiyan are gone. Damn, I didn't expect, damn it, immediately exile Broly. After coming to his senses, King Vegeta couldn't help but act as soon as possible. He could have done it himself, but he was the king of the Saiyans. Taking matters into his own hands will disappoint his people, and it is not impossible to rebel against him if it is not serious, and it will not be worth the loss for him when the time comes. It's the guard on his left immediately ran down, and when the Saiyan scientists saw this, no one spoke, and whoever had a lot of trouble at this time would have to die. Also, if you know about this, why didn't you inform me immediately, or did you plan to keep it from me if it hadn't happened today? King Vegeta said, the momentum on his body exploded, and his eyes were fierce to look at them. A few of them heard this cold sweat, and at this point, if they didn't tell the truth, they were estimated to be dead, so they knelt down one after another. I'm sorry King Vegeta, it was Dr. Meta's meaning, she saw that you were going to Broly, and found out about the situation of Buddily after you left, so. Yes, we were going to inform you, but she strongly objected, and we are thinking that we will inform you today, and before notifying you, Buddily. A few of their old guys have reached a united front, and the left and right sentences that cooperate together have already pushed all the responsibility onto Mias, intending to let Mias, who did not come, bear this responsibility. But what they never expected was that Mias was no longer here, and it was they who were beaten and punished in the end, and if they didn't die, they would be offended on both sides. Hey? Listen to you say, what about her? King Vegeta also noticed that Mias was not here. I don't know, since the morning until now. I didn't see her. I guess I don't know where to go. Mess, look for it right away. King Vegeta immediately sat down. Bardock, send someone out to find the whereabouts of Buddily. Doria is almost here, you must find out Buddily. If it is a cultivator that his own strength broke, then a baby will not run far at night, search carefully. Bardock, as King Vegeta's bodyguard, nodded at the king's orders that would soon be carried out. Yes, I'll go. After Bardock went down, King Vegeta also cursed angrily at the old guys who were still kneeling, don't play missing for me until you find them. It's the scientists immediately stood up and slowly withdrew. Chapter 003. Chapter 3. On the other side, on a flying saucer of the Scion, Mia's piloted this flying saucer far away from the range of Vegeta. At the same time, in a cultivation capsule in the flying saucer, Buddly suddenly woke up, but there was something special, that is, this Buddly was not the original Buddly. In fact, when his combat power burst broke the beginning of the cultivation capsule, the soul of the real Buddly had dissipated, and now the soul of another world had replaced him. This soul is a person in the later era, his name is Shi Li, he is an office worker, but he is also an animation fan, a senior single dog. One day when he came home from work, he was accidentally bumped, and then he didn't remember anything in front of him, and when he woke up, he saw this scene. Where am I? Shi Li looked left and right, and found that he was in a place filled with water, with a breathing tube hanging from his mouth, and 2 threads connected to his forehead. But when he looked down, he realized that he had become smaller, like a newborn Sakura, and felt something in his ass. Well, why does the ass feel like an extra leg? Well, this guy takes the feeling of his tail as a leg, but it is, after all, he is a human, and suddenly he has more tail, and it feels like a leg. But he can't see the back now, so he can only give up and shake this water as hard as he can, saying that this water is really magical, in this, since he can also open his eyes. Wait, how does this feel so much like those treatment pods in Dragon Ball, Frieza? Only then did he remember that Sun Wukong was injured in the original work, and Vegeta used this method to treat Sun Wukong, and the water of this treatment is very special, and you can open your eyes inside. And these waters are still full of healing and warming effects, and the color is still green, exactly the same as now. I'm not going to come to the world of Dragon Ball, wait, I have an extra leg behind my back, shouldn't it be? Thinking of this, he immediately stretched out that feeling, and sure enough, he saw a black tail full of hair. It's really tail, which means I'm a Scion. This scene made Shi Li suddenly surprised and unable to come back to his senses, until a memory suddenly entered his head, which made him come back to his senses. This memory is the original body and soul of this person. Shi Li immediately closed his eyes and digested it, although he is the wisdom of adults, but don't forget. He is now also a little hairy Scion who has not been speaking out for a long time, and his brain thinking can't think too many things, not to mention that the Scion at this time does not have such smart wisdom at all, and he is alone. Here in the bow of the ship, Mia's heard movement in the cultivation cabin, and immediately found a lost place to land near here, and then went to the cultivation cabin to take a look. At the same time, Shi Li also digested it, and also knew what was going on. It turned out that he was Broly's younger brother, named Buddly, and he had 1,000 combat power when he was just born. And Broly, too, was born with him. However, Broly is a month faster, but Broly's strength is no different from in the original book, and he is 10,000 at birth. Then it aroused the jealousy of King Vegeta, intending to exile him to some evil star, and then Buddly's memory was gone, and it is estimated that he also came at this time. Because Buddly's soul is too weak, completely incapable of controlling the Scion body, and the fit between soul and body is not perfect. Without his appearance, it is estimated that Buddly also died at that time, and his appearance replaced Buddly, so he survived. Well, since that's the case, then from today I will go to Buddly. Shi Li is already in a past life, and this life is Buddly. At this moment, Mia's walked in, and when Buddly saw the costume she was wearing, he was immediately more sure that he had guessed correctly. This is indeed the world of Dragon Ball. Buddly, you're awake, great! Seeing that Buddly was awake, Mia's immediately closed the training cabin, and then got Buddly out and dressed him. Buddly wanted to resist, Nima's just didn't have the strength, but when he put on his pants, he was wiped by this big sister and his little brother, and suddenly he blushed. After Mia's dressed Buddly and pants, she saw that Buddly blushed, which was cute. Hey! Buddly, Why are you blushing? Ong Buddly wanted to speak, but before he could speak, his pronunciation was only like this, and he couldn't speak. But the meaning of his words is that you are a brother who is held by a woman, and it is strange that the brother does not blush, but he can't say it. But when he said this, I don't know if he thought that he was just a little furry child who had just been born not long ago, and he still called himself a brother. He held high for a long time, and as a result, he got the phrase Buddly is so cute. Then lift him up and tease him like a child, though he still is. But this annoyed Buddly. Special, brother, I am so smart, but why is it not yet time to speak? Buddly shook his head, then shook it, broke free from Mia's hand and jumped off the ground, and when he was about to walk, Nima's kick fell again, and Nima's legs had no strength. Oh my god, I don't seem to be of much use now except to know things. Thinking of this, Buddly instantly went crazy and danced, but he didn't know that his scene was particularly cute, which made Mia's couldn't help but laugh, and then picked him up. Buddly, don't worry, you can't walk or speak yet, it'll be fine after a while, let's go, I'll take you to visit here. Seeing this, Buddly stopped resisting, and let her carry herself to the control room in front. Buddly, do you know, there are bad people who want to kill you. I took you out of Vegeta Star, and now I don't know where to go, but don't be afraid, when you grow up, we can go back, so you have to grow up quickly. Mia said, sat in the seat in the control room, then put Buddly in his arms, operated the lever in his hand to start the engine, and drove the flying saucer out of here. Seeing this, Buddly quietly looked at the screen in her arms, the black universe, her eyes flashed, and disappeared again. So it is, I was brought out, and now I don't know where to go, so it's okay, bring it out, bring it out. At this moment, Buddly is adapted, but at this moment he is also planning for the future, and the Dragon Ball world can be described as a place where the Peach Blossom Pool is 1,000 feet deep. In the early stage, thousands of combat power were almost the hegemon, but in the middle of the Dragon Ball plot, Nima's thousands of points were nothing, and billions of them came out. So what he needs now is how to become stronger. Only when he becomes stronger, can he have the capital to live. Otherwise, once he encounters danger, he will only die. Chapter 004. Chapter 4. On Vegeta's side, King Vegeta's face was ugly and ugly at this time, because Dodoria had arrived, but they could not hand over people. It's not that they refuse, but people are not in Vegeta Star at all, and they also find out that Mia's has taken Buddly out of Vegeta Star. Just last night, Mia's stole the newly researched flying saucer, which is the latest technology of the Scions, plus Mia's is a technology master. She stole the flying saucer and quietly took Buddly. They arrived at this time, and it was too late to pursue, not to mention that they did not know where they had fled. The universe is vast, there are countless galaxies, there is no accurate positioning and direction here, and it is as difficult to pursue as finding a needle in a haystack, which is why they are so helpless. King Vegeta, your situation makes me unable to explain when I go back, what do you say I should do? Dodoria asked with a very upset look, and Nima's he assured Frisia that he was sure that this was the result. When the time came to go back and explain, Frisia would not let him go without scolding him, which was the last thing he wanted. King Vegeta didn't know how to answer when he saw this, but he was also very upset with Doria's tone, if it weren't for Frisia's pressure. He had already slapped Dodoria out, but I didn't know if he could do it. After all, Dodoria's strength was not much worse than him. What he is awesome is that a Scion can transform into a giant ape, and his combat power is 10 times that of the original, and he is now 320,000 combat power, and transforming into a giant ape is 320,000. Dodoria, please forgive me, you have also seen the matter, although we are responsible, but now it is not important to pursue responsibility, the important thing is to recover them, you say yes or no. King Vegeta paused. And go back, just say that they escaped, there is no time to chase, and then you take the initiative to ask for orders to pursue, as long as you take them, Frisia will remember your merits. You say yes or no. Good fellow, King Vegeta is starting to fool Dodoria. When Dodoria heard King Vegeta's words, he immediately thought about it, and then nodded. He was also carried away by this credit, and did not clear his thoughts, otherwise he would not be so easy to be fooled, and he was not a stupid pig. Well, yes, even if you can speak, but this matter can't just be settled, you scions must also look for it. I will go back to King Frisia and let him decide. In that case, thank you Mr. Doria. King Vegeta said, and immediately took a sign and handed it to him, little meaning. Humph, count you acquainted and go. Dodoria accepted it unceremoniously, then left the place, and flew out of Vegeta in his spaceship. King Vegeta's lips raised as he watched from behind, and he despised this guy in his heart. He really didn't have any brains. This is Frisia's subordinates. It's not good, King Vegeta. At this time, a scion hurriedly ran over, and before the person arrived, the voice arrived first. King Vegeta frowned slightly when he saw this, and he was a little unhappy, so he said lightly, "What's wrong with you, so careless, what happened?" When the scion heard this, he immediately knelt down. "I'm sorry, King Vegeta, my subordinates made a gaffe, but it's really bad." "What's wrong? Don't I stand here well?" "What's wrong?" King Vegeta glared and asked, "Nemas. How did this guy report the situation?" "It's not." The scion shook his head, and then took a deep breath. It was Paragus who ran. He heard that Broly was banished, Buttily was gone, and he took the second new flying saucer towards the evil star. "What?" King Vegeta was taken aback, but immediately laughed again. "The second one." "Humph, then whatever he wants, as long as he can come back, ha 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 ha." King Vegeta smiled and left here. This scene made the little man wonder, what is the situation? Paragus ran away, what is King Vegeta happy about? King Vegeta, what is the situation? A guard-level scion here saw that he didn't understand, so he came to his ear and muttered something in his ear. "The spaceship pusher is broken, and if it stops once it starts, it will never be repaired, and when it is sent back, it is driven away by him before it can be repaired." So that's the case, that is, once Paragus stops the spacecraft, then, speaking of this, he also felt afraid for a while. He could even imagine Paragus's expression after knowing it. Nemas was too terrifying. Evil Star sighed. When Paragus arrived, the men sent by King Vegeta to snipe Broly had already broken the flying saucer that had been dropped on Broly and dropped to the evil star. But that scion didn't dare to chase after him, because he was afraid, so he went home here, not to mention falling into the life of the evil star. None have managed to survive. Broly. Son. When Paragus saw this, the spaceship that immediately drove and desperately rushed in. After entering the evil star, I only saw that the environment of this planet was harsh, not suitable for survival at all, and from time to time there were violent storms, lightning and thunder. At the same time, there are many monsters, and these monsters are gathering in all directions at the spaceship that Broly dropped, and these monsters cannot describe what they are like. Broly, on the other hand, climbed out at the exit of the spaceship, but his eyes were firm and he did not have the slightest fear. He was not afraid, his father was afraid, so he took out a gun and parked the flying saucer on the top of a high hill, while he quickly flew out himself. Scions can be angry, but not as comprehensive as Earthlings. Their chi can only be attacked, flying, but they cannot hide, search and so on. When Paragath approached, he saw that there were more and more monsters, so he fired a shot, and a laser catapult pierced the body of the monster approaching Broly. Broly. Broly heard someone call him, and when he looked up, he had been picked up. This was a middle-aged uncle. He didn't know. After all, the father was not present when the scion spoke up, and in the end, it was only after the cultivator passed on some knowledge to them, so that they had a memory, and the father went to recognize his son. Between the brothers Broly and Buttily, Broly got the cultivator to transmit some knowledge, but Buddly didn't, which is why the new Buddly knows almost nothing about the science. Broly, on the other hand, has a lot of insight that Buddly does not have, and if it were not for the fact that Buddly was not the previous Buddly at this time, there would really be a big gap between the two. Broly, don't be afraid, Daddy is here to save you. Paragus said that after a few shots of the laser gun in his hand, the bullets were gone, and there were more and more monsters. It seems that it is impossible not to fight. Broly, you hide in the back. Paragus hid Broly, then glanced at these disgusting monsters that spat on them, then burst out of energy, firing energy bombs at them. Chapter 005. Chapter V. While Paragas was trying to ward off the enemy, Dodoria also brought the news back to Frisia, originally thinking that Frisia would be angry, but he did not expect that Frisia's not angry. Boom, since you escaped, then try to find it, we lack everything, just don't lack time, go. Frisia seemed to be dealing with something insignificant. Dodoria saw that Frisia did not blame, so he asked for orders to pursue. King Frisia, this time the matter was my negligence, although King Frisia will not pursue it, but I will also finish this matter. Oh! Frisami looked at Doria and asked with a sinister smile, what are you going to do? Hearing this, Dodoria was very excited and said, my subordinates implore King Frisia to let my subordinates personally pursue them, and I will definitely capture them. After Dodoria finished speaking, he looked at Frisia expectantly, but Frisia touched his bearded chin, thoughtfully not knowing what he was thinking. And Dodoria waited for a while, but Frisia still did not give him an answer, but during this period, he unconsciously had sweat on his forehead and his body was particularly tense. I don't know why, but facing King Frisia's silent weight always made him so nervous. Perhaps this is the difference between the momentum of the upper and the inferior. King Frisia. What do you think? Seeing that Frisia had not moved for a long time, he had to dare to ask again. This time Frisia finally reacted, only to see Frisia nodding, and then said, yes, Dodoria, I look forward to you being able to capture them back, be careful all the way. Seeing that Frisia agreed, Doria immediately smiled, thank you King Frisia for your trust, your subordinates will never live up to your expectations. Frisia nodded when he heard this, and then Doria went down to prepare, this time he must catch them, and he will never betray the trust of King Frisia. Day after day, 3 months have passed, and on a planet in a galaxy in the eastern part of the galaxy, Buddly and Metas have found a viable planet here. There are many cosmic monster beasts here, but they do not have more than 15 combat power, so Mia's decided to temporarily settle here and make plans. Because they don't have much food, they must stay here, and then the prey of this planet here to maintain their food, otherwise don't talk about later. During this time, Buddly also thought about the way forward, and he and Broly were targeted, that is, it was almost not far from the time of the destruction of Vegeta. It is good that he leaves Vegeta Star, so that after a few years, he can follow the path of Dragon Ball in advance and improve his strength. And when it comes to this power, he doesn't know what kind of Saiyan he is, after all, Broly is the legendary Super Saiyan. But if he is also a legendary Super Saiyan, then he really has to worry about himself, because he knows better than anyone what the legendary Super Saiyan looks like. Easy to go crazy, irritated, uncontrolled power, each of these are headaches, all he has to do now is to confirm what kind of Saiyan he really is. However, he still couldn't speak, he could only wait, and it was the technology of the Tosaians, and those cultivation cabins strengthened the bodies of their Saiyan babies. Closer to home, after Metas drove the ship into the planet, she turned off the radar system, so that Saiyan could not trace her. During these 3 months, she swayed around, leaving many signal points to prevent her pursuers from finding her, so this was 3 months. The lack of food was also because she was too hasty when she decided, did not have enough time to prepare, and was afraid of being suspected, so she only brought some. Moreover, Buddly has not been able to eat, and has been relying on the liquid of the cultivation cabin to maintain his vitality, otherwise the food has long been insufficient. You know, how big is the stomach of the scion? A person is still half full for 10 people. Buddily, we've arrived, let's go. After Myers turned off the system, he immediately picked up Buddily and walked out of the spaceship, stepping on the land of this planet, and this planet is also a good planet. There are mountain fowl and beasts, but there is no intelligent life form, and the highest combat effectiveness here is 14 points, and it is also a dinosaur. The dinosaurs here are different from those on Earth. The dinosaurs here are very evil, specializing in hunting other animals, and this is also a planet where the strong are respected. Mias was on the top of a mountain here, looking at the green grassland, and took a breath. Yes, Buddily, from now on, we will settle down here, and when you grow up, we will make the next plan. Buddily was also very satisfied with the planet, but he couldn't pronounce it. He could only nod his head, and during this time Mias also found that Buddily seemed to understand words. It's just that she is not old enough to pronounce it, and at first she was surprised, but slowly got used to it. After all, it is not surprising that scions appear talented and intelligent. Mias saw Buddily nodding, so she hugged Podala tightly, and then tiptoed. The whole person floated into the sky, and then flew towards the grassland. Ha ha ha, it's really nice here. It's just that when Mias landed, suddenly a poisonous snake approached here. It spit out letters, looked fierce, and Mias, who looked at it, seemed to provoke her. Hey? Where did this bug come from? Miyasi doesn't know snakes. After all, this low-level animal, in these fighting peoples, is not welcomed at all. When Buddily saw this, his eyes widened. Wow, what a big snake! This height is probably not comparable to the kind of python that can eat people in the previous life. This snake only shows a head and already looks more than 10 meters. If the entire body is exposed, it is estimated to be hundreds of meters. Nemas, this monster is too terrifying. He felt that the horror was because of the shadow of the snake in his previous life, and now there is, even if it is a soul change, but Mias is not afraid. They are all based on each other's combat strength, and she has a combat power detector on her left eye, which she modified herself, and there is no monitor. Therefore, seeing that this snake's combat strength was less than 15 points, she naturally would not be frightened by the appearance of this snake. And this big snake still can't understand as if it understands people's words, but at this time it attacked, and a divine dragon swung its tail and flicked out its tail to attack. Sure enough, like Buddily, hundreds of meters long, looks very terrifying. But this is okay to scare the earthlings, but the scions on the opposite side are different. I only saw Mias's lips raised. Don't measure yourself. Said hand condensation energy appears. And through the finger, emitted. Suddenly, this energy turned into a laser line attack, directly penetrating the body of this big snake. With a pop, the pierced body of the big snake suddenly burst out a large pile of blood, like rain, scattered on the ground. Chapter 006. Chapter 6. Then its huge body also fell, and from beginning to end, it did not know what was going on with itself, and it was already out of breath as soon as it was dark in front of him, which was his fate. Oh, worthy of being a scion, I almost forgot, I am a scion. How can I be frightened by this low-level animal? Buddily breathed a sigh of relief. And Mias had landed next to the snake, looking at its huge body. I don't know how it tastes when you bake it. Do you want to try it? Well, scions are like that, in this point of eating, regardless of men and women, unified and the same. This is the scion. On the other hand, Frisia has been waiting for 3 months. There is no news of Dororia of Nema, and it has been so long that he still can't find it. Damn, this Doria, if you can't find it, let him continue to look for it. Frisia said, looking at Vegetastar. There is a tall monster behind him. He is Kainu, Frisia's special forces, and this time Frisia's transfer of them back is also to do one thing. King Frisia, do you have any plans? Kainu asked. He was not afraid of Frisia, and Frisia would not be angry at him for being rude. Because Frisia is so famous, it is thanks to Team Kinnet who has made a name for him in the universe, plus Team Kinnet is very good. Frisia is arrogant, and he will not sacrifice his most proud troops at this time. Kainu, you said, for so long, the Super Scion has not been heard, even Vegeta has not been able to finish, Dororia is chasing, there is no news for 3 months, I have run out of patience, you say what should I do? When Kainu heard this, he knew that Frisia was going to make a move, so as long as King Frisia thinks that it is impossible to exist, then there is no need for scions to exist. Oh, it's worthy of being my most proud subordinate, and I want to go together. Frisia turned and looked at Kainu with a smile. Hearing this, Kainu smiled, where? King Frisia lifted me up too much. Frisia saw the smile retracted, okay. From now on, recall all the scions who are outside to Vegeta. King Frisia is ready to serve a pot. This is the most effort-saving, go. Yes. After Kainu left, Frisia's suddenly cold face exuded a frightening momentum, but unfortunately there was no one around. King Vegeta, this is also your last chance, come on, use your plan, or you won't have a chance. He had long known that King Vegeta had been trying to deal with him, and even promised his son that he had such an idea, but he was not afraid and let it go, but they did not fight themselves. The so-called what you think, you plan, I give you time, give you resources, and even help you, you can't reach it yourself, so what else to do, cold mix. He has been cultivating Vegeta for almost a year, and Nima's combat power is less than 6,000, only 5,007, how can such a force qualify as a Super Saiyan? So he gave up, but he didn't hurt Vegeta either, just let him mess around, as long as it wasn't too much. Sure enough, the other Scions heard Frisia's order and immediately returned to Vegeta together, and Bardock also sensed something was wrong on Vegeta Star. At this time, Frisia called all Scions to return, there was definitely a problem, and a sense of danger came out of his heart. When Bardock returned, he immediately asked Himuka to take him to meet Kakarot. At this time, Kakarot was still in the cultivator. And Bardock saw this and decided to send Kakarot to a planet. When Himuka heard this, he did not agree, no, why, Kakarot, he hasn't learned to speak yet, why? This is a matter of no way. Now King Vegeta has no time to pay attention to these, and when he has dealt with the matter at hand, he found that with the potential value of Kakarot, it is only the fate of being assigned. Bardock shook his head. Instead of having someone match him, it's better for me to find a better planet for him and make him feel more comfortable there. When Himuka heard this, he felt that it was also, after all, Kakarot's combat effectiveness has always been 2, and in the Scion, it belongs to the lower level warriors, so sooner or later it is the fate of being assigned. However, even so, it is too early, although Kakarot's body has been increased through the cultivator, but... What are you worried about? I know, but we may not have time now. Frisia has always been worried about the birth of Super Saiyan, and I look forward to it. Now this time to recall all Scions back, I am worried that he will do it. Bardock said, his eyes kept turning to Kakarot. Kakarot and Raditz, at the same time his son, but why Raditz does not have the same appearance as him, but Kakarot, like him, especially that unique hairstyle. Himuka heard this and stopped objecting, and then in the middle of the night, the couple went to steal an old-fashioned flying saucer, intending to send Kakarot to Earth. On the way, Gnei also thought about them escaping together, but they were all under surveillance and could not escape, so they could only send Kakarot away, so in this way, Sun Wukong was arranged to go to Earth. The flying saucer that Kakarot was sitting on by Gnei left, a little reluctant. Bardock saw this, and immediately hugged Gnei and comforted her. Don't worry, if my guess is wrong, I will go and bring him back immediately, and you are waiting to inform Raditz immediately where we sent Cockroach and give him time to take care of his brother. Gnei nodded when he heard this, but tears fell very undisputedly. After all, leaving the child, the saddest person was Gnei as a mother. And King Vegeta also took people to Frisia at this moment, intending to fight with Frisia and take back the glory of the Scions. And many Scions do not know about this matter, including Bardock, because this matter has always been carried out by him in secret, and there are people who follow, but there is no Bardock in it. Frisia base. At this time, Frisia had been waiting here for King Vegeta for a long time, and he was alone, because for him, against King Vegeta's group, one finger was enough. Frisia. As soon as King Vegeta arrived here, he saw Frisia appear here to block the way, so he was alert to the surroundings and looked for an ambush. Behind him there was also a group of Scions, all of them were very strong in combat, basically in tens of thousands. Boom, King Vegeta, you're here, I've been waiting for you here for a long time. Frisia's eyes opened, and a wicked disgust came out of him. Frozen demons are originally natural villains, and such momentum is innate to them. When King Vegeta heard this, he still did not give up his vigilance around, but on the detector, he did not find any fluctuations in combat power, indicating that there was no ambush around. This had to make King Vegeta suspect that Frisia appeared here alone. Wouldn't it be to deal with so many of them with the strength of one person? Chapter 007. Chapter 7. Frisia saw King Vegeta looking left and right and knew what he was looking at, so he sneered. King Vegeta, don't look at it, deal with you, there is no need to ambush, yell. A terrifying crimson energy bomb condensed on Frisia's finger, and it struck at them, swallowing them all in an instant. King Vegeta, you guys are verbose, in order to save time, this is the best way, sob, let's go to Vegeta Star. As soon as Frisia's words fell, a green-haired cosmic man flashed here, and then respectfully replied. Yes, Lord Frisia. Soon after, several Scions who did not return to Vegeta immediately received that Vegeta was hit by a meteorite, and the Scions were almost extinct. On Vegeta's side, there is Vegeta, Raditz, and Nappa and another one, who also received news of the destruction of Vegeta. When Vegeta heard the news, his first reaction was that he could not be king now, and the Scions were a fighting people and were very optimistic about feelings. Otherwise, in Dragon Ball, there would be no scene of Kakarot and Raditz brothers killing each other. It's good luck that we ignored Frisia's order to assemble, otherwise we would have been doomed. Raditz feels so lucky when I think about it now. Vegeta was still nibbling on a piece of his lump at this time, and when he heard this, he spit out the contents of his mouth and muttered to himself depressedly. It's really unlucky, I can't be King Vegeta now, alas, it doesn't matter. Hearing this, Nappa suddenly asked, by the way, Vegeta, I remember you should have a brother. Well, by the way, how is that guy? Although I'm not very interested. Vegeta nodded and continued to eat, surrounded by dead men next to them. Because they had just destroyed the people of this planet and killed all the people of this planet, and just after doing it, they heard the news of the destruction of Vegeta. Nappa saw that Vegeta's mouth was hard and soft-hearted, so he shook his head and looked at Raditz. By the way, Raditz, I remember you also had a younger brother, right? Hearing that he also had a younger brother, Raditz looked disdainful. Well, it's just that he's a lowest level fighter, so he's really not like talking in the cultivator at home. Yesterday I heard my mother say that he had already been sent away with a flying machine. It doesn't matter, by the way, Prince Vegeta, what should we do next? Raditz said and looked at Vegeta. When Vegeta heard this, he stood up and looked at the sky, and suddenly the wind around him rose, but they did not feel the slightest cold air, because this is how it has been fighting for many years. Go back to Frisia. On the other side, Evil Star, Paragus had already dealt with the group of monsters here, and was about to take Broly with him when he left, only to find that the spaceship was broken. He is not a repairman, so he can only wait here for help, and then he begins to prepare to live here for many years, and the distress signal has been sent. I hope that the distress signal I sent will be seen. And so it went on and on and on for 5 years, in a forest on a certain planet. It was filled with a deep atmosphere. But you can hear a few swishes, then a few thumps, as if something has fallen, and then you can see an animal resembling a wild boar flying out of the inside. But they were all dead, pierced in the neck, and thus died of breathlessness. Ha ha! Grill the pork and eat it today. A child's voice came from the forest. At the same time, another female voice also appeared. Hey, hey, don't be so fast, I can't catch up with you. They were all people before they came out. The voice had already come out. This no, immediately swooped, the surrounding air spread, and then a teenager with black ring hair appeared here. His face is straight, his eyes are sharp, and his height is almost 1 meter, and he is a very handsome teenager. Then a woman also jumped out of the woods, and stood in front of him, a woman who was much taller than him compared to him. They are none other than Mias and Buddily, and now 5 years later, Buddily has grown up, 5 years old. And Mias, too, has become more mature than before. She is a genius scion girl, and the two of them lived here 5 years ago. Although Dodoria has come to the planet several times, she has used the newly researched successful mask to avoid Dodoria's probe. After all, she is a scientist, less than 1,000 in terms of combat effectiveness, just that, she is still a woman. How much courage it takes to face these situations. After knowing that Buddily could walk and talk, she was relieved, because although Buddily was a child, his intelligence was above the level of a child. Since then, Buddily has become a concern in her heart, and then she has lived here quietly for so many years. Ha ha ha, Sister May, you are too slow. Buddily laughed on it. Seeing this, Miyasi put her hands in her waist with a huff. You are kind enough to say, I only have much combat effectiveness, 5 years, I only have 10,000 combat strength, you know very well how much you are simply a monster, and you still stand like this and talk without back pain. In fact, she was not angry and joking. After all, for 5 years, they had been like brothers and sisters, because Mias was not very old, that is, the great Buddily was 18 years old. Although she can also be a mother and son, Mias is unwilling, which makes her feel so strange, so she is called a brother and sister. Scions live a long life, and in their 20s and 30s, they are not adults at all, at most they are close, that is, the period when the potential is best developed. At the same time, scions need to be 18 years old to completely grow taller, like adults, before the age of 18 will not be more than 1 meter 2. Getting back to business, Buddily immediately stood up and apologized solemnly. I'm sorry, Sister May, I was wrong, come on, I'll cook for you, barbecue. In this way, Buddily started a fire here and began to grill, but in recent years he has used all the means of his past life, food and shelter, etc., all of which are models of his memory of his future life. It is also 24 hours a day, all year round, much like the earth. After half a day, the barbecue was finally done, and when I was full, I saw that only 8 wild boars were left with skeletons there, and the meat had been gnawed without a trace. And the belly of Buddily and Mias is not bulging at all, this can be seen. How terrifying is the scion stomach Nemas. After eating so much, my stomach is not bulging at all, especially Buddily, who is still a child, especially this can also be eaten. At night, the two of them lay on the prairie, looking at the stars in the sky. The plan in Buddily's heart at this moment is already about to move. This life has been quiet enough time. And it is time. Chapter 008. Chapter 8. I'm 5 years old, and it's time to do this plan, otherwise by the time I'm 18, I'll be in trouble if I get out of control. Buddily has already determined who he is. Broly is the legendary Super Saiyan. He is too. In addition to training, the energy in his body has been increasing over the past few years. in order for the body to be able to withstand it. He ran with stones on his back every day, starting with hundreds of caddies, then a few thousand caddies, and even this time had reached nearly 10,000 caddies. At the same time, he also used the scion pair that Miyasi gave him, and the method of controlling the energy in his body was the same as the cultivation chi of the earth, but the usage was different. In the past few years, he has also learned some things from Miyaza's mouth, and several scientists have discovered the abnormality of Buddhali's combat effectiveness value with her. When she was born with a mutation, the combat power was 70,000, and she suggested concealing it, but several other scion technologists were unwilling. Therefore, in order to save Buddhali, she can only take Buddhali out of Vegeta Star. She had no relatives in Vegeta Star, and when Buddhali was born, she felt that Buddhali was very special, different from when other scion children were born. When Buddhali was born, there was no nasty murderous aura on her body, but she had a peaceful aura that made her like Buddhali more and more. In this way, she helped when Buddhali was in difficulty, although she had to leave in the end, knowing that there would be many dangers after leaving Vegeta Star, she was not afraid. Therefore, Buddhali decided that no matter what, he would also protect Maja, and if it were not for her, it is estimated that he would not know whether he would be here today. Buddhali, now that 5 years have passed, do you have any plans? Mayas did not treat Buddhali as a child, because from the time when Buddhali could speak, she found that Buddhali was very intelligent, like a teacher, and did not need to be taught how to speak. Even many times, she learned a lot from Buddhali, and even her combat effectiveness can be increased to 10,000, which is also Buddhali's guidance. Sister May, do you know where that May nemesis is? When Buddhali heard Miyaza's words, he said the first step in his heart. He is very familiar with these Dragon Balls, but when they were TV series in their previous lives, now it is not TV, but he has come in person, so the universe is vast, he naturally does not know how to find it. When Miyaz heard this, she thought about it. I remember that it seems that during a Scion mission, I saw the root of Namex, but it was only a low-level planet. What are you doing there? And I remember that it was far away. Hee, Sister May, you don't know this, although the strength of the people of that Mizing is not very good, they are very powerful, especially their great elder, who has the ability to develop the potential for others. Buddhali smiled mysteriously. What? Miyaz was taken aback when she heard this, and then frowned and asked seriously, develop potential. And the existence of this ability? Developing potential is equivalent to improving combat effectiveness, and as a fighting nation, they are in charge of this kind of thing, but now they can. That's right. So, Sister May, you look for it, go to the root of the May nemesis, I will go to cultivate. And the enemies I will encounter in the future are very powerful. Buddhali said, and left here with a whoosh. Seeing this, Miyaz shook her head, this little guy is becoming more and more mysterious, obviously he doesn't hear anything outside the window, but he can know everything, it's too strange. However, Miyaz did not break the pot and asked the end, and then got up and went to the place where the flying saucer was hidden, which she had hidden under the ground since the last time the people of Doria found it. Where Buddhali practiced, he only saw a large stone running on his back, and he was tired and panting, and at the same time, the muscles on his body soared sharply, and the whole person was about a circle bigger because of the skyrocketing muscles. Buddhali carried it for a while before he stopped to let go of the stone and sat down to drink. Hey? Full moon night? Buddhali glanced at the moon, and at the same time said secretly in his heart, suffered. Sure enough, at this time, his heart suddenly beat hard, and the tail behind his back also jumped fiercely, and the breath on his body began to skyrocket. In the flying saucer, Miyasi suddenly found that an aura close to 1,000,000 combat power was detected on the detector and suddenly appeared around. It's not good, full moon night, forgot about this. Myers saw the night of tonight's full moon through detection, and the moonlight reflection on the screen was isolated. Therefore, the moon she looks at on the screen will not be stimulated and transformed, but for 5 years, there has been no full moon night in this world, how can it have this night? No, you can't let Buddily transform, otherwise it's over here, we're all finished. Myers immediately took a pair of glasses and ran out. Here in Buddily, his eyes were red, his muscles began to burst, and when he was about to burst into hair, a voice appeared here, allowing him to recover his sanity. Buddily, no, don't. Ah. Sister May, no, I can't transform, otherwise Sister May is in danger, ah. After Buddily regained his senses, he heard that it was Maja, so he consciously resisted with another consciousness, and suddenly when he shouted, his eyes slowly returned from red to normal color. And the muscles on his body also recovered, and the tail behind his back was quiet. It seemed to be a victory, but I don't know what made Buddily win. Whether it is because of his care for Sister May or his own physique, because his current physique is very special and can accommodate a large number of super-energetic existences. This is why he is sure that he can maintain a normal mind until the age of 18, because before the age of 18, no matter how much the super energy automatically grows, his physique can withstand it, but it is difficult to say after the age of 18. Woohoo! How are you, how are you? When Metas came, I only saw that Buddily was already panting, and the breath on his body disappeared. It's okay, Sister May. Let's go inside, here is the night of the full moon. For us scions, not good. Buddily immediately pushed Mayas out of here. At the same time on the side of the Frisia base. Ugh! Here there was a pig's cry, oh no, it was a scream, and this sound was none other than Darius. Frisia sat on the throne, and his fingers fired several air bombs at Dodoria, causing him to scream, and this is how the screams just came from. Mr. Dodoria! Do you remember how you guaranteed me here 5 years ago? At this time, Dodoria was beaten here, beaten by Frisia. No way, this guy swore 5 years ago that he would definitely catch someone. But Nemes, 5 years later, has not been heard. This is the satisfactory answer to him. No wonder Frisia is so angry. Yes. I'm sorry. King Frisia, please. Please give me another chance, this time I. Yes. Before Dodoria could finish speaking, he was served by Frisia again. I've heard this enough. Frisia roared, and suddenly everyone around him immediately knelt down, and involuntarily cold sweat flowed on his forehead. Doria was even more frightened and trembling, and Frisia, who slowly looked up, saw Frisia's angry face, and immediately knelt down and kowtowed. I'm sorry King Frisia, this time it is my responsibility, and I ask King Frisia's forgiveness. That's right. Frisia suddenly appeared in front of him in a flash, and kicked him out, useless thing. And the face begging my forgiveness. Dodoria fell at the gate, trembling with fright, but he did not dare to resist, and now he was like a sheep to be slaughtered. Chapter 009. Chapter 9. When Frisia saw Dororia's appearance, he immediately walked over, and this clicking sound under his feet came to Dodoria. Frisia is evil, fierce, ruthless, and mood-changeable, sometimes calm, occasionally irritable. At the same time, he also has an imperial temperament, tricky, greedy and cunning, because of his ruthless behavior, murderous-like numbness, unscrupulous ambition and desire to destroy. Once the big killing ring is launched, even the subordinates around him will not let go. However, he will still give up 3 points in the face of opponents who are stronger than himself, occupy the resource-rich planet as his personal territory, and be selfish and cruel. With a treacherous and elegant demonic laugh, ambitious, mean, strange ideas, and unpredictable, his subordinates are afraid of him. Thank you, Lord Frisia. After hearing this, Doria quickly thanked him. After all, Frisia could spare him once, which was also a rare opportunity. You go to the eastern part of the galaxy again, our radar detected a huge energy riot not long ago, you go and see what is going on. Frisia said as he walked over to his seat. If this time, you are disappointing me, what are the consequences? You know very well, how? Frisia said, letting out his devilishly terrifying laughter. This laughter made Doria and everyone present so frightened that their souls were about to come out. However, Dororia couldn't care so much, and immediately thanked him. Thank you Lord Frisia, I will never this time. He saw Frisia wave to stop it, only then shut up and looked down. Frisia saw that he listened, and said lightly with a cold face. If you promise, I've heard enough, you won't guarantee this time. King Ben only looks at the results, let's go. Yes. After Doria went down, Frisia suddenly grimaced. Mr. Sob, Vegeta and the few surviving scions, how are they doing? When Sabo heard this, he immediately stood up. King Frisia, they have already gone out on a mission, but they are scions after all, do you need to? No need. Frisia immediately blocked Sabo's words. In the past few years, Vegeta has laid down a lot of places for me, keep him, although he has no hope for the Super Saiyan, but maybe there will be a place to use it in the future. Frisia says what it is. Sob didn't dare to say anything when he heard this. Yes. Okay, leave this place to your guard, my father summoned me back again, I don't know what happened this time. Frisia stood up and walked towards the door. I hope there won't be bad news here when I come back, understand? When Sabo heard this, he immediately felt that Yalai Mountain was big, and immediately clasped his fists and saluted. The subordinates will definitely do their best, and asked King Frisia to go well. Frisia walked away and did not look back when he heard this. But his terrifying magical laughter resounded again. Oh, Sob, very good, you are smarter than Doria, do what you can. It's Sob breathed a sigh of relief, and it wasn't until Frisia left the headquarters in the sub-ship that he was completely relieved, and Doria was also dispatched. On the other side, here in Buddley, by this time it has been a night, and they study the cosmic map. Oh no! It should be said that Myers researched. After all, these cosmic maps for Buddley to see, it is just like looking at the sky, and I can't understand it at all. Alas! I still can't find the root of that nemesis, it's been a long time, the record book is no longer here, I can't find it for a while and a half. When Buddley heard Sister May's words, he immediately comforted him gently. Sister May, don't be in a hurry, look for it slowly, we have time. Mia's also knew this, so she was not in a hurry, and if she couldn't find her, she continued to study the route. Hopefully, it is possible to find out the root of Namex. And Buddley went to cultivate, and he trained with stones on his back, but a crisis slowly came like here, but it was difficult to say. Whether it is the crisis of those who are coming, or the crisis of those here. About a week later, not far from the planet, Darius' spaceship was already close here, and he arrived according to the location provided by Frisia. At the same time, Frisia's father King Kurdish is here, Frisia has returned, and his brother Gula has arrived faster than him, and they are all frozen demons. The momentum froze the demon race, which was a huge race millions of years before the beginning of the Dragon Ball story. They are the only intelligent beings living on planets very far from the sun in their galaxy, and with thin air, they can transform into a variety of different forms, and like the Nemesis, they are parthenogenetic. But they are not oviparous but viviparous. The frozen demons who survive in harsh environments have evolved powerful physical abilities that do not require water and heat and can survive under vacuum for weeks. When they entered the interstellar civilization, they realized their strength and quickly dominated the universe. From generation to generation, they learned hatred, greed, technology, and fighting, and then civil war broke out among the tribes. Along civil war, the onslaught of super-powerful warriors, and the subterfuge of the lower races gradually reduced the population of frozen demons, and everyone had only one offspring. By the time only the last people remained, people thought that finally peace had been ushered in. However, they were wrong. The lifespan of the frozen demon race is as different as the appearance. For example, the theoretical lifespan of the refrigerator is 1,500 years old, now 224 years old, and his father is 840 years old, in the prime of life, so he is much stronger than his son. However, each frozen demon was born in a primitive form, but in the past few generations of frozen demons have caused trouble because of their excessive strength, because they do not know how to control power, and small movements can cause great damage, so they created the transformation of attenuating power. This transformation is good for controlling power, but for the Kurdish king, Gula, and the Frisia family, their forms are very similar, and those who do not control themselves in the end will reduce their power to a minimum. Even so, as the novel says, there are yin and yang, balancing each other, and the frozen demons are powerful, but there is the scion race to balance them. Scions are naturally the nemesis of frozen demons, but what can really be restrained is only Super Scion, not Scion, otherwise in the early stage of Dragon Ball, Scions will not be exterminated. The Kurdish king saw that Frisia had returned, so he opened his eyes and looked at Frisia. It's all here, let's start over there, this time I call you back. There is something to announce. When Frisia heard this, he put on a poker face. At this time, he did not have the imperial face just now. After all, in this frozen demon, his father was the patriarch, not to mention that he had an older brother on his head. Gura. It was the frozen devils, the eldest son of the Kurdish king, who was the first to ask questions. I don't know what. Since let my father call us back all the way. Frisia also looked at his father with some curiosity. What was the matter, since he still let the patriarch of the frozen demon clan think so deeply? That's right, when it comes to something, the Kurdish king has a pensive face and a somewhat worried look. It's a being that we can't mess with and can't mess with, he's awakened from his slumber. Chapter 010. Chapter X. On Buddely's side, Duria's spaceship finally arrived here, and at the same time Buddely on the planet immediately noticed it. Hey! This gas! Cut, only tens of thousands of combat effectiveness, since you are not afraid, come here to die? Buddely thought with disdain, though he couldn't be sure who it was. But during this time, he tried to study through energy perception, and then identify the other party's power, and it seems that the research was successful, which is similar to the perception of chi. But it's different, it's just that the effect is almost the same, but the gap between the two effects is not a little bit. But at present, Buddely only uses these means. After all, the detector is in front of the master, but it is useless. As long as they know how to hide energy or breath, then the detector cannot detect it, so the detector is useless. So Buddely studied a new method to temporarily cope with the current situation, but unexpectedly, just succeeded, this test product came. You guys came just in time, let me try the feeling of killing. He has never killed anyone, whether in his past life or now, maybe killing people in his previous life will be in prison. But here is different, he may need to kill people in the future, so from now on, find a sense of adaptation, so as not to adapt when the time comes. I can handle this matter easily, so don't notify Sister May. Buddely said and immediately ran away from here with a quick run. His strength has increased to a terrifying level, from now on, he needs to exercise his physique. Only if the physique becomes stronger, if the strength is strong, it will not be out of control, and at the same time, you must maintain a calm heart and do not get angry in the event of an accident. This may be the best way to solve the loss of control of the Super Scion, although he also thought that making a wish would be easier and more time-saving, but it was not as good as his own control, so maybe there was no leakage. After all, making a wish, that is, the wish can be dissipated, but if he controls it, then it is his own, and no one can let him dissipate, so he didn't think about using Dragon Ball to make a wish control. Not far from this unknown planet, a search for a spacecraft is already close here. This flying saucer is the unique flying saucer of the Frisia Legion. That is, Dordoria they arrived. Isn't this the last planet we found a signal radar? Doria wondered, they had returned to this planet twice, and this time it was the third time. But the location given by King Frisia is here, but they came twice and did not find an anomaly. Why did the detection of King Frisia's headquarters find an anomaly here? Lord Doria, it's really right here, maybe we didn't pay attention when we came back from the last time, now go and take a look, maybe we will find something, King Frisia explained. We can't. When this little man said about Frisia, the whole person trembled. I don't need you to say I know. After Dodoria roared, he immediately ordered, go. Not good, there is a situation. As soon as Dodoria gave the order, Nima's little house spoke again, which made Dodoria very unhappy. So Dodoria glared at him, with an angry expression on her face. What happened again? This guy kept interrupting him. Nimas, who is the supreme commander here, if not King Frisia specially sent him. Just by breaking his train of thought twice. He had already slapped him in the face, and now he had to endure it. He couldn't let King Frisia down. And when the little man saw that Dodoria's face changed greatly, a drop of sweat suddenly flowed out, and immediately sent out the signal map, and there was a red alarm point on the signal map. You see, there are energy fluctuations here. It is a person, according to the data detection, it may be a scion, because the combat power has reached 10,000 points. What they detected was Mia's combat power, because neither Buddily nor Mia's would hide their aura, and the reason why they had not found it before they came here. It was because they were both there, and Mia's also found them, so they deliberately hid and used the UFO system to interfere with the detection of combat effectiveness data values. And now that Metas didn't find it, and wasn't in the spacecraft, it was naturally detected by their detectors, and Buddily knew that they were coming. Although he couldn't hide his breath, he could suppress it, so he suppressed his breath at 10 combat power, and they wouldn't notice it when they probed it. Finally there is a whereabouts, go immediately, and get ready to see if there are any other scions in the end. Dodoria was very cautious. Yes, Xiao Xiao immediately turned on the detection system and searched the entire planet, but did not find a second data value that exceeded 30 points. Lord Kyodoria, no, only the person with 10,000 data is here. When Dodolia heard this, he still felt that something was wrong, but he remembered very well, that scion named Buddily, once he was born with 70,000 combat strength, in the past 5 years, it will not be without strengthening. But he made up his mind, if Buddily was there, Nimas he would immediately flee back to report to Frisia, and let Frisia's come by himself. After all, 70,000 combat strength is not what he can fight now with 30,000. Moreover, 5 years have passed. When Sakura was a child, it was 70,000, 5 years old, not 100,000, although it is only a guess, but it is very likely. If there are not more than 10,000, then it means that he is not here, only the female scion who escaped, and if that is the case, then there is nothing to fear. Okay, go out right away, catch that scion, or go back and report to King Frisia. This time, their flying saucer flew into this planet, and at the same time, on the top of a mountain on this planet, Buddily was here, holding hands and looking at the sky. Finally came in, it seems that they have detected the breath of beautiful sister, or not, where to practice with you guys is the same. Next to the hidden spaceship, on a grassy field, Mayas took a map of the universe, and spent the week researching for Buddily how to find a route to Namek. No, alas. Miyasi smiled bitterly, when I came out, I was in a hurry, and I didn't copy the cosmic sign map, and now it's really difficult to find a route with this original map. The Scion Research Room has the map of the cosmic symbol given by the Frisia Legion, which is also used by them to dominate the cosmic planet, and when she came out, she was in a hurry, so she did not copy it. Mia's didn't notice that a flying saucer was already flying towards her in the atmosphere of the planet. No way, their chi is only used to fight, what to observe, perceive, hide. Not at all, that's why, in the early stages, the detectors of the Frisia Legion were able to detect how much their combat power was. In the later stage, Sun Wukong learned Qi, very perfect use. These detectors only detected that Sun Wukong only has 2 points of combat power, but if it breaks out, completely surprising those wearing these detectors. In the original book, when Vegeta first arrived on Earth, when he was at war with Sun Wukong, he found this thing, and the expression was the best proof. Later, when he returned, he stopped using the detector and learned how to use Qi at a glance. Sorry everyone, I don't know what happened to these greetings, deleted, as soon as I uploaded it and reappeared, I didn't mean it, I'm really sorry. Chapter 011. Chapter 11. As Dororia and them went straight to Mia's, suddenly Buttily snorted and appeared next to their flying saucer, but they did not notice it. And when their radar was about to detect, there was already a bang, and suddenly their flying saucer fell, and Buttily also appeared on the ground, watching the spacecraft fall. The ship didn't explode after it fell, because Buttily just broke the engine, making it impossible to fly in the air, and everyone inside was fine. He also expected them to practice their hands. How could they kill them so easily, and before they practiced, they would be fine even if they fell. Well, at least Dodoria is fine, this time the main thing is Dodoria, and the rest are slag and will not be ranked at all. Ahem, that bastard, what's going on, since you let the spaceship destroy? A roaring voice appeared in Buttily's ears, and then only to see the falling UFO gate open and a group of Doria climb out of it. Because the flying saucer was broken, if it were not for the good alloy material, it fell from the atmosphere and hit the rock on the ground, and it would have already become a pile of scrap iron. Now it's okay, except for a few cracks, the rest are fine and can start, but only if the engine is repaired. Seeing that Dodoria came out, Buttily immediately flashed, and an afterimage appeared in the figure, then disappeared, and the next second appeared in front of Dodoria. When Dororia saw a person suddenly appear in front of him, he was subconsciously startled, took a step back, accidentally stepped on a stone, and sat down with his butt. Ouch! Dodoria screamed in pain, and immediately stood up, covering his butt with his hands, and when Buttery saw this, it turned out to be a sharp rock, which bloomed his ass. Ha ha ha! Buttily laughed twice. Not bad, Doria, hee hee. You, Doria gasped to say something, and when she suddenly saw the tail behind this man, her eyes widened, and she looked at Buttily with an incredulous expression. It's really a scion, it's really effortless, scion today, you are dead. As soon as Dodoria's words fell, the troops behind him had already come out of the flying saucer, and Nima's whole 50 people, each with thousands of combat strength. Yes, Dodoria, since you haven't thought about it, it may not be me who dies. Buttilimi's eyes looked at Doria, since this guy didn't figure out the situation. Lord Doria, this scion has only 30 points of combat strength, not the 110,000. The little man appeared in the back and whispered to Doria. When Dodolia heard this, he immediately turned on the detector and immediately detected Buttili's combat effectiveness. So it is, this 30 o'clock is still here. You two, clean him up, we don't have time to spend here. Dodoria said and looked at the two big sweaty people behind him. When these two big sweats heard this, they immediately clenched their fists, and the sound of the card rubbed came towards Potali, with a fierce and evil expression, but in Buttily it looked like a fool. I don't know if I'm alive or dead. Buttily faintly spit out these 4 words in his mouth, and then swooped twice, and the two big sweats flew out like this, hit the ground and vomited blood and died. What? Dodoria was taken aback, and then frowned. What's going on? In that case, let me take a look. Suddenly there was a loud bang, and Windoria attacked with a punch. It turned out that Buttily was the same, blocking it with a punch. What? When the little man saw this, he was stunned, and the detector in his hand didn't know what had fallen, and so did the people behind them. Dodoria has a combat power of 35,000, since this scion with less than 100 combat power can block Daria's attack, and the speed of the punch, since they can't see it. Doria himself was surprised, because he felt his fist hit a boulder that could not be moved, and the pain in his arm made him frown. At the same time, he also felt that something was wrong with this scion, obviously less than 100 combat power, but he had the ability to fight him with one punch. How? Isn't that surprising? Buttily immediately shook hard, shaking Doria back to the side of the small town. After Doria retreated, he immediately turned on the detector and looked at Buttily, still 30 o'clock. What the hell is going on here? When Xiao Xiao saw this, he immediately came to his senses. Not good, Lord Doria, you said that he would not be that scion. That scion. Doria didn't react for a moment when he heard this, but he reacted 2 seconds later, and his eyes widened at Buttily. Immediately combine the little Sakura and the little boy on the surveillance screen, and finally the hair matches. Are you? Buttily. Buttily was also slightly surprised to see that Dodolia knew himself. Oh? Does Mr. Doria know me too? Why don't I remember, when did you see me? What? Hearing this little boy admit, Dodolia suddenly didn't know why, since he was afraid in his heart, he didn't believe it. These 30 points were Buttily's combat effectiveness. You're not 70,000 combat power? Now how? Seeing that Doria was in charge of her own affairs, she no longer hid anything, and immediately released the suppressed breath. With a bang, a breath shot out from his body, which directly blew the surroundings, but it scared the person opposite him. What do you say? Because their detectors detected amazing data, they lost the courage to fight, especially Doria, who took the lead. Impossible. How come? The little man also stammered tremblingly. 10. 18. 180,000. 180,000, who can fight here? Even the captain of Team Kinnet can't beat it. The only one who has ever fought, I am afraid, is King Frisia. But King Frisia was not here, and they subconsciously fled. Seeing this, Buttily knew that they were frightened, so he said lightly, don't think about escaping, your spaceship engine has broken, you can't escape this planet. When Doria and the others heard this, they immediately remembered that they had just fallen because the engine of the spaceship was broken, and it seemed that it was this guy's ghost. Buttily, I know you are very powerful, but if you go against us, King Frisia will not let you go, you have to think about it. Well, since this guy cheekily moved Frisia out. Ha ha ha, Buttily laughed, this laugh had an element of disdain, don't look at him small, but he didn't do things like a child at all. Knowing that it was Buttily, and the combat effectiveness was so terrifying, Doria suddenly became a big mountain, and his back was unconsciously covered in cold sweat. What are you laughing at? These? I didn't do it, the system exposed itself, I deleted it, it came out on its own, no way. Chapter 012. Chapter 12. Since you're all here, do you think I'll be afraid of Frisia? Buttily walked over, and at the same time his momentum skyrocketed, as if he intended to understand them. Originally, he still had to practice his hands, but He Cheng thought that he had already been known, and at first he wondered how Doria knew about him, but he remembered it when he thought about it. Mia's told him that he was discovered by Frisia, so there was no way. In order to save him, Mia's quietly took him out of Vegeta Star and wandered the universe to this point. Then Frisia's people until him, this point also makes sense, otherwise he wonders, except for Mia's, he has not seen a second person in the past 5 years, how can anyone know himself? However, in this way Doria and the others were so frightened that they almost peed their pants, which made Buttily lose interest, so they had to end the battle as soon as possible. When Doria saw that Buttily was not afraid, his momentum was guaranteed to exceed 180,000 at once. How could it be? Buttily ignored his shock, only to see green energy appear on his left palm. Don't worry, in a few years, Frisia will also come, you, as his subordinate, go down to explore the way for him first. What Doria was going to say, Buddley had already appeared in front of him in a flash, and with the palm of his hand, his heart was slapped, and in an instant a powerful force broke its heart. With a poof, Dodoria's eyes suddenly fell black, his heart was destroyed, and he was certain to die, no matter who was at the mortal level. The others, seeing that Dodolia died like this, immediately scattered and ran, but will Buddley let them run? Of course, it was impossible, and at that moment, Buddley immediately shot out 5 energy waves from his fingers, and one energy wave was like having eyes, chasing them directly, and shot through 10 with one blow. 5 weighs exactly 50, and just like that, Riem burst. "Hey, Buddley, what's going on here?" At this moment, Mia's voice appeared here, and when Buddley's secret passage was bad, Mia's had already flown in. Buddley turned around and snorted, "That, beautiful sister, this is Frisia's men looking for trouble, I solved them by the way." Hearing Frisia, Mia's frowned, then looked at the pile of corpses in front of her, and suddenly found that Dodoglia was also among them. Dodoria. As one of the Scion scientists, she naturally recognized Doria. After all, Dordoria, Frisia, and Sob did not run to Vegeta. "Buddley, you killed them all, this is difficult, it is not possible that Frisia has already found us there." "Ouch, forget about that." Mia's didn't say, Buddley hadn't thought of this yet. After all, Frisid had a flying saucer, and naturally there was a tracker linked to the general surveillance. "Then what to do, Sister May, or shall we leave here?" Mia's nodded when she heard this. "This is also the only way, Frisia is not yet something we can deal with, let's go." Speaking a little on tiptoe, the whole person floated away. When Buddley saw this, he immediately went to bring the jerky he had prepared, just in case. He had hunted a lot of demon beasts before and roasted their meat into jerky, but he didn't expect it to come in handy now. In this way, Mia's and Buddley immediately hurried to deal with things, and Buddley put the food on the flying saucer, while Mia's went to their flying saucer. And then took what they could use in the flying saucer and brought it with them. It took a day to prepare, and finally their flying saucer, which had not been activated for 5 years, started up again and left this planet to go to other planets. Frisia base. Sure enough, when Doria hung up, they immediately knew about it and informed Frisia that he had gone. The red dot on the display map of the universe that Sob looked at, which was the planet where Doria went and where he signaled the alarm. "It looks like something happened, what the hell is going on, Doria, and I can't get in touch." Sob and Dororia are good partners, and now that Dodoria has an accident, he is also anxious. Inside the Frisia palace. At this time, Frisia was reminiscing about his father's summoning them back to give an explanation. "Ancient demon Bu, god of destruction Beerus, it seems that we will pay more attention in the future. My father said that we can't afford to provoke, then we really can't be underestimated." Frisia was arrogant, but not an idiot, and he listened to his father's words, although he did not like his father's virtue. That's right, the Kurdish king summoned them back to explain the enemies they should pay attention to. After all, whether it is Gula or Frisia, the power is now all over the universe. Don't remind them again, in case they encounter the god of destruction Beerus or Majin Bu one day, it will only be burp, because neither Majin Bu nor destroyer Beerus can afford to provoke them. At this moment, Frisia's intelligence officer came in and interrupted Frisia's train of thought. "What's going on with you?" Frisia's brows frowned slightly, and his tone was a little unpleasant. He hated being interrupted the most. The intelligence officer immediately knelt down when he saw this. "I'm sorry, King Frisia, something big happened this time," and Doria's flying saucer issued a first-level alarm. "What?" Frisia was shocked when he heard this. The first-level alarm represented something that was life-threatening, otherwise their people would not have issued such an alarm. "Monitoring room here." After Frisia arrived, seeing that this was indeed the case, he immediately grinned, and his face was extremely ugly. "Doria, what's going on this time, since it has disappointed me again and again?" The others did not dare to speak up when they saw this, and took a step back. they were afraid that they would be taken out by Frisia, and then they would suffer. Who knew that Frisia would say something at this time that they couldn't believe? Forget it, Sob, you prepare, inform the Kinnet team to take a look. How Dodoria said is also my person, something happened, King Ben can't leave it alone. Sob, yes, King Frisia. On the evil star side, Paragus and Broly also survived here. In fact, it is not the power of Paragus, and the power of Broly. Since Broly was 2 years old, Paragus encountered a monster that he could not fight. At this time, Broly's power awakened, and Broly killed the monster with this power, and since then, Paragus has been making Broly fight the monster here. In addition to letting Broly kill them so that he and the others can eat, he is also training Broly to revive his sleeping power. Now, 5 years later, Broly's power is getting stronger and stronger, and he is happy to be a father, but he is also worried. Because he was trapped here, unable to escape. And did not know if anyone came to the rescue. After all, the signal sent had not been responded to for 5 years. Buddily, what's wrong with you? Paragath suddenly missed another child, and when he chose Broly, he didn't know about Buddily. But he knew that Buddily had also been taken out of Vegeta by others, and he had heard it while stealing the spaceship for the reason that he had not had time to eavesdrop. So he left in a hurry, not knowing. Chapter 013. Chapter 13. More than half a year has passed, and as for the matter of Doria, Frisia also knows, although he sent a large number of experts to find it. But the universe is vast, find someone to find a needle in a haystack, and on this side of the galaxy, Buddily and Mayas have found a suitable planet to live on. Since the gravity here is 10 times that of Vegeta, it was Mayas who told him, and when he came here, Mayas was almost lying on the ground. No way, suddenly 10 times the negative gravity was added to her body, and the scions who were 10,000 combat power around her could not hold it, and as for Buddily, it was okay. Because he has been running with stones on his back, he has 10 times more gravity here, and he also adapts quickly. And there are other masters on this planet, but Buddily and others have not found it, and they have not found themselves and others. Sister May, what do you think is wrong? After coming here, Buddily hid the flying saucer to ensure the safety of the flying saucer, which was their only cosmic means of transportation. Don't worry, I'm fine, but the gravity here is very large, and it seems that it will take some time to get used to. Mia's used Scion energy to resist, no way. For a moment, she couldn't compete with herself. She is not like Buddily, who has trained in gravity for so many years, resulting in an extraordinary physique. I can feel that there is a powerful master on this planet, so we must be more careful on this trip. Buddily did not come here without a purpose. When he approached here, he found that there was an energy that was exactly the same as Qi, and although he could not master Qi, he could still do it by induction. What's more, for so many years, in addition to training, he has been studying Qi, plus he is a Dragon Ball fan, and when he watched TV series in his previous life, he remembered how to control Qi. So when he was researching, he succeeded, but he lacked a beginning how to do it, so he felt Qi and came here to see how to do it at the beginning. In this way, he can learn Qi, and then he won't have to go to Earth so early. After all, the early stage of Dragon Ball is not interesting, and he doesn't like to waste time there. Getting back to business, Mia's also nodded in agreement with what Potala meant, although she didn't know why Vali came here, but she believed that Buddily would not come here for no reason, there must be something, and it was particularly important. After staying with Buddily for many years, she is also the one who knows the most about Buddily's character, the level of a little furry child, but the wisdom, mind and maturity are beyond the abnormality. At this age, she has such a mind, wisdom and flexibility that adults do not have, and she is still the only one she has seen in her life. Ahem, pulled away. Back to the point, the two of them began to test the forces here, but found that there were indeed many masters and monsters here, thousands of combat power, and even 10,000 points, after all, this gravity is so great, it is impossible without a master. It's just that there are not many 10,000 points, and they are all hidden, and they don't come out to walk easily, so they don't see much. But none of them are exposed, and there is a three-dimensional life here. They are not human forms, just animals, such as cows and sheep, but they are all three-dimensional. The body shape is the same as a person. But the head and skin are not, so it is not a person. Here Buddily and Meshes decided to find a way to settle down first, and then later, because they found that Frisia's forces had been looking for them. So it's still quiet for a while. It's not that Buddily is afraid, but there is not enough strength, or don't measure yourself, and then what is Frisia? If he only aims to defeat Frisia, then he might as well not be a scion and still be a scion super. His only goal now is to become stronger, desperate to become stronger, so that he can protect the people around him, and Mia's is one of them. Whether there is a future or not, I don't know yet. At least not now, except for Myers. Sister May, let's find a place to settle down, and we'll talk about it later for a while. Plus the negative gravity of this planet is good, suitable for training. Hearing Buddily's words, Mia's did not object, nodded with a smile, and then the two settled in a cliff cave. Their flying saucers are located under this mountain, but they have been fully camouflaged, and there are no monsters approaching here, so they are very safe. In this way, day after day here, after several years, Buddily's cultivation here has reached its peak, and an unusual aura has occurred in him. During this time, they have had a lot of experience in this world, but these are irrelevant. I will not explain much. Anyway, they are just avoiding here. On this day, Buddily's cultivation was out of the gate, and since this cultivation was more than a year, the state of mind that Buddily cultivated this time was specially cultivated for his irritable scion state of mind. After Buddily got out of customs, he came to the flying saucer and saw that Mia's had been going to the Nemesis for himself, and he has been studying where the location is. Sister May, another 2 years have passed. I plan to leave here. It is estimated that Frisia has given up. Buddily saw this and walked over. Well, you're out of customs. By the way, didn't you say that there is a good strong man here? Didn't you come for this? When Mia saw that Buddily was out of customs, she immediately asked the question in her heart. Hee, I really can't hide anything from Sister May. Buddily smiled. Actually, I already met him a year ago, but he didn't find me. In him, I got what I wanted, and through more than a year of cultivation, I have succeeded. Success. Mia's was a little curious when she heard this. What are you researching? And the energy in you, how does it feel wrong? She finally noticed that the energy in Buddily was wrong. This is that she felt that the Buddily energy was not right. There was something, but it was too small, and it was not suppressed, but more like hidden. Guessed well, I learned a trick that can hide the breath, that is, the energy in our body, so that even the detector cannot detect our combat effectiveness. Buddily smiled, and then explained to Mia's what Qi is, and taught Mia's how to use Qi. In fact, Qi is very simple to learn. Buddily knew the method 2 years ago, but he was not sure of the beginning, so he didn't use it until he saw the Qi of the so-called strong people in this world, and he found the right way. Therefore, while retreating and cultivating his state of mind, he also changed the method of scion energy in his body to the method of luck, which caused his combat effectiveness to skyrocket again. And after Mia's learned Qi, the combat effectiveness also directly soared to 20,000. In fact, this is still Mia's qualification is not good. Otherwise a person who stays in the gravity ball for so long, the potential stimulated cannot be only so little. Quietly Buddily, originally close to 200,000, but now it has reached an even more terrifying level. After Meshes learned to breathe, they left here and set out on a journey to find Namex. Sorry, it's been slower lately. Because newbies, really can't compare with the old fritters. A more chapter, you still need to think about it for a long time to write. If it doesn't match, I'm very sorry, the first time to write. Chapter 014. Chapter 14. Finally arrived at Namesing. Budley and Mias went to Namex on the way, but it took a lot of thought. Anyway, it took several years to figure out the route. Among them, they can figure out that the route is still on a planet, meet a space traveler, and find out from him, otherwise it is difficult to find the route and location of Namex. One day, Budley and Mias' spaceship finally reached the periphery of a green planet, and this is their destination, Namex. Oh my god, it's finally here, Nemas, looking for you when I was 7, and now I'm 10, brother, I've spent 5 years since I'm Nemas. Budley now has the urge to scold his mother for selling approvals. No way, who told him to look for so long to find it? Fortunately he has been cultivating his state of mind along the way. Otherwise, in terms of his personality, it would be strange if he didn't explode, and male scions were very impatient. Budley, we have finally arrived. Mias is now looking at the bow of the boat, and at this moment she doesn't know how to describe her mood, and after looking for so long, she finally arrived. Yes, we've finally arrived. Budley was in the same mood as Mias at the moment. They were almost the same as experiencing 9981 difficulties, and now they finally arrived. Let's go down. Suddenly, the flying saucer snorted and entered the Namex star. Namex is the fourth planet in the main galaxy 27 of the constellation Vega, with an atmosphere composition and surface gravity about the same as Earth, and 3 stars around it. The sky is green and there are no nights. Namex has only 130 days a year. And it has a lot of resources buried under the surface, especially high thermal energy and heavy metal deposits. The Nemesis mined and refined these high hardness, high strength, but lightweight, and extremely corrosion-resistant metals for the development of space navigation technology and spacecraft manufacturing. In terms of energy, a large amount of burning mud is buried about 100 meters underground, which is a combustible substance similar to coal, but the energy content is 900 times that of coal. At the same time, the orbit of Namex is elliptical, the orbital eccentricity is almost zero, and the average speed of the orbital motion is similar to that of the Earth. The average geological density is 6.85 g/cm superscript 3, which is slightly higher than that of Earth. Namex is very far from Earth, and the fastest spacecraft copied by the advanced technology of the ancient Nemesis and the Scions will fly for about a month. The distance between Namex and Earth is about 2.1 billion meters per second by 2,592,000 seconds, or 54,432 by 10 to the 11th power, or cosmic units. And from that Vegeta star, Nemas don't know how many trillions go, and Budley and others don't know its specific location, so it took so many years to wander the universe. Well, it's finally here. Budley came here for 2 purposes. First, to develop potential, and second, that is, to get the Dragon Ball, make 3 wishes. As for whether the Great Elder Council would agree, these Budley didn't have to worry at all, because he was no longer who he was before, so he would definitely believe that the Great Elder would agree. In a wooden house on a huge rock inside Namex, there is a cosmic man with green skin. He is extremely tall, but it seems that the limit is approaching. This person was none other than the Great Elder of Namesing. He is the supreme ruler of Namek, the only Namexi who survived when Namex was last on the verge of extinction, and gave birth to 108 children, restoring Namex to a state full of life. In the original book is 108, but now that the butterfly effect has appeared, it may not be. He is knowledgeable, peace-loving, possesses many superpowers, is the maker of the Great Dragon Ball of Namek, and is adept at triggering hidden potentials in the human body. He lives far away, surrounded by several combat-type Nemesis guards, and in the original book, he eventually dies at the end of his life, and before he dies, he entrusts the Dragon Ball to the third Elder Mulan to become the new Great Elder. It was still more than 30 years before the end of his lifespan, but at this time, he had a premonition of a major event that made his old and mature eyes open. Alas, Namex, still have to go through a catastrophe. Why the hell, the last time has almost made the Namex people extinct, why should I go through it once? That's right, the moment Buttery entered Namex, the Great Elder immediately had a premonition that in the next 30 years, Namex would face an unprecedented disaster. This disaster is even more terrifying than the last time. One is that the entire Namex is destroyed, then the people in the Namex cannot escape the possibility of extinction. There are 2 scions who have entered Namex. It seems that they are not here for what? Vegeta star has been destroyed, and there are very few scions who have survived. He also saw that in the future it would be a scion. Oh no, it should be a decisive battle between Super Scion and Cosmic Emperor Frisia here, and almost all of the messes were volcanic eruptions and planets collapsed. Although the strength of the Nemesis is not very good, peeping into the future is their strength. Niru Grand Elder said lightly, and then a young Nemesis appeared in front of the Great Elder. He was the Great Elder's guard, Niru. What are the orders of the Great Elder? Niru knelt down, and in front of him, and even in front of all the Nemesis, the Great Elder was always the pillar of support for their souls. Niru and Namex are the strongest fighters, and according to Frisia's detector, the maximum combat power is 42,000. Since the combat power of the first form of Frisia was 530,000, it was defeated due to the disparity in strength. In the original book, when Frisia came to Namexa to slaughter his compatriots, he was unable to go to the rescue because he had to protect the Great Elder. Later, in the name of the Great Elder, he went to help Klin and Gohan. However, due to Frisia's sudden attack, he returns halfway, and in order to delay time, Niru and Frisia start a big battle. Although in the end it was easily defeated by Frisia. But he still buys Gohan, Klin, and Dandy valuable time to make a wish using Dragon Ball. Niru, who was finally beaten by Frisia, was about to break his breath when he met Piccolo, who came to Namex. And Piccolo saw him dying, and at this time he was the only remaining fighting Nemesis on top of Namek, so Niru and Piccolo fused the only one. At the same time, Niru taught Piccolo to use the method of combining to improve his combat effectiveness, giving all his hope, trust, and strength to Piccolo. And it is precisely because of Niru's teaching, when artificial humans appear later. When Piccolo does not create people, he will think of merging with God. Returning to the truth, the Great Elder said at this moment, Niru, Namexing has welcomed 2 guests, you go and pick them up to me. It's just that there is a hint of weakness in his old voice. Just listening to the words of the Great Elder's voice, those who don't know will definitely give people the illusion that the person who spoke has reached the point where the oil lamp is exhausted. Guest. Niru's brows frowned slightly. Who came here and let the Great Elder do this? Chapter 015. Chapter 15. Niru. Yes, Niru, go and bring them here, go. After the Great Elder finished speaking, he stopped talking, and Niru couldn't say anything when he saw this. So Niru withdrew and set off. Anyway, the words of the Great Elder, for them, were the divine decree. On the other side, the UFO of Buddly and Mayas landed on the edge of a lake in Namex, and then walked out of the UFO and stepped into the land of Namex. This megastar is originally a planet full of life, and there are no invaders yet, and the scene of this megastar is its true appearance. Sure enough, as I remembered, Namexing, I finally arrived. Buddly looked at the surrounding scenery and thought, but did not say it, otherwise Mias would hear it, and he did not know how to explain it. Buddly, is this the Nemesis? It's beautiful. Mias was also attracted by the sight. They passed through many planets, but like Namex, they really never saw one. That's right, this is the Nemesis. Buddly turned around and looked at Mias. Sister May, do you have any wishes? Hey! When Miyasi heard this, she also raised her head and met her eyes, and then asked curiously, Vali, why did you suddenly ask this? He, just ask. Buddly was embarrassed, and he coped with it twice. In other words, Sister May, do you have any wishes? Seeing that Buddly kept asking, Mias didn't think much about it, and immediately calculated it. Of course there is, but you ask this. Well, there is a strong chi that is close here. Yes, before Mia's finished speaking, she found a chi approaching here. At least Mia's herself thought that she could not fight this chi, otherwise she would not be surprised. Yes, there is a breath approaching here. Budley also nodded, and then probed it. It seems that it is still here for us, go and see. Wait, come for us? No, we haven't. Before Mia's could finish, Budley reached out to stop her words. Forgot to tell you, the supreme ruler of Namek has the ability to predict the future, and the moment we entered Namek, I think he should have noticed it, so he sent someone to find us. Budley paused, and according to this chi, I think it should be his personal guard. Let's go and see. Originally I had to target the supreme ruler of this planet. Not far away, when Niru's erupted chi flew halfway, he also felt two chi flying towards him, so he stopped in this mid-air. Hey! It's such a powerful chi, it seems that the Great Elder said that he was a guest. Then it's not surprising that the Mexiers will be angry, if not, it would be strange. In the next 3 seconds, Budley and Mayas had arrived in front of Niru and saw the nemesis. Budley, that chi came from him, stronger than me. For Mayas' surprise, Budley was also expected. After all, Narud's combat power was 45,000, far from Mayas' 23,000. Yes, he is the nemesis, the strongest warrior. Budley said lightly. When Niru saw an adult and a young man, he planned to take the initiative to say hello. After all, they might be the so-called guests of the Great Elder. But at this time, he suddenly noticed the tails behind the two of them, his eyes widened, and he immediately became vigilant. It seems that for the Scions, their nemesis also knows. You are Scion. What to do here? Although Niru does not know Scions, he has heard of their image, that is, they are three-dimensional, but they have tails behind them. The tail is the image characteristic of the Scion. Alas, it seems that we Scions are really famous in the universe, and we can hear the scandal of Scions in such a remote area. Budley slapped his forehead. Evil, that's what the Scions call them. No way, who called the Scions has been invading the planets of the universe for so many years, causing them to become a famous evil force, the kind that everyone has to run away when they see it. Unexpectedly, here, the nemesis also heard of the Scions, no wonder they would show vigilance against them. Mia's also saw Narud's vigilance and hostility, and immediately gathered her anger. Although she couldn't beat it, it didn't mean that she would be afraid. How? You're going to fight, right? Say, what are you Scions doing in our nemesis? Could it be that he came to invade? If so, then I can't let you get away with it. Niru suddenly attacked with an air wave. When Mia saw this, she also burst out and blocked it, and suddenly Niru flashed behind her and kicked over. Suddenly grabbed by a hand and threw him to the ground. With a loud bang, a humanoid crater appeared on the ground, and then Budley appeared above this crater with a swoosh, and immediately after the humanoid crater, with a bang, Niru jumped out of the inside and flew into the sky. Aha! Niru did not stop, but condensed his energy, intending to give them the final blow, although Budley had just suddenly blocked it, allowing him to realize that the teenager was stronger. But for him, the Scions are not good people, and even if they can't be beaten, he won't give up. Niru bombarded with a huge energy shockwave, bringing with it a huge destructive power. Seeing this, Budley knew that this guy was going to kill them, otherwise he would not have exerted his full strength in this blow, and if it was someone else, such as Mia's, he would definitely die if he received this blow. But here Budley is, that's another story. Good. Budley suddenly burst into breath. Since you refuse to give us a chance to explain the reason, then I have to knock you down, and this will do. With a pop, a colorless airstream appeared on his left hand, which was chi, and then punched towards the Narud energy shockwave. With a loud bang, the surrounding area was blown by the shockwave generated by the collision of these two forces. After waiting for a while, only 3 thumps were heard, followed by a swish that buttily appeared next to Mia's, while Neera's swollen face retreated. Yes, this was hit by buttily, but he didn't hit hard. After all, he already asked for others, so don't make the relationship so awkward. Neeru, see? If we were invaders, do you think you would still be able to survive to this day? Hearing Buttali's words, Neeru had to stop, because he heard the words of the Great Elder, and it seemed that the guest in the mouth of the Great Elder was them. You are the guests that the Great Elder said, come with me, the Great Elder wants to see you. Nero said and jumped up and left here. His tone was light. No way, for outsiders, he was like this. Interesting, let's go. Sister May, it's time for us to go and see. Buttali's lips lifted, as if something had succeeded. And so Mia's and Buttali went to the Great Elder. I'm a newbie. The first time I wrote, the writing was poor, and I still looked at Hai Han. Thank you. Chapter 016. Chapter 16. The development potential has increased dramatically. I have to say that the place where the Great Elder lives is really a special residence, in a huge double-story building. The appearance is extremely peculiar, and it looks like the skeleton of a dragon, but from a distance, it looks like a huge dragon head lying prone on the ground with a huge mouth. This may be due to the worship of dragons by the ancient Nami Nemesis. After all, the spaceship of the Earth God in the original book is also the same style. Buttali and Mayas walked here, followed Neeru in, walked all the way into the building, came to the second floor, and entered Rhine. The old and huge body of the Great Elder leaned back on the stone chair, and because the body was too huge, it was very difficult to move the body in front of them. Is this the creator of Dragon Ball? He looked like an old man about to enter the earth, but Buttali was only there, he was trying to breed the Nemesis. He spent all his energy to create the current Namex, and after hundreds of years filled his body with vicissitudes. It is almost the end. Although Miyasi was surprised, she was also curious, but at this time she kept her composure, because she couldn't mess with Buttali, and if she had anything to say, she would talk about it later. At this time, the Great Elder suddenly spoke up and asked, "Hi? Young Scion, you came here, is there something going on? Let's see if I can help." The Great Elder was right to ask Buttali. After all, he had the ability to prophesy and knew that Buttali was the most important. There is really something. I want to trouble the Great Elder to help. It is rumored that the Great Elder will help people develop their potential special abilities. Please help the two of us, and hope that the Great Elder will succeed. Buttali saluted. When the Great Elder heard this, his eyes were half opened and half closed, and they all opened at once, and then looked at Buttali and Mia's, and found that there were no sins in the two of them, but merit. That is a must. Mia's was a scientist before, not a combatant, and Buttali was taken away as a newly born scion, and he has not killed good people in recent years, he has killed all evil people. Because he knew that if he wanted the help of the Great Elder of the Nemesis, he must let him see that he and the others were not evil, otherwise even if you were awesome, he would not help you. Because this is not a question of strength, but of camp, scions are murderous and sinful, so whichever is the same, so Buttali was careful from the beginning. Seeing this, Neeru stopped talking and continued to be his qualified bodyguard. Okay, I promise you, but there is one thing, I also want you to promise me, can you see? The Great Elder also put forward conditions. No way, this was his last chance. Buttali also knew what the Great Elder's words meant, so he pretended to think thoughtfully. Yes, as long as I can do it, I will definitely help with all my might. Well, that's good, you come first, I'll help you. The big hand that the Great Elder said stretched out, and Buttali smiled when he saw this and walked over to the Great Elder. Neeru saw this look of wanting to say nothing, because he knew that the things decided by the Great Elder could not be changed, so he could only silently watch the Great Elder from the side worriedly. After Buttali walked over, the Great Elder's big hand directly covered his head, and at the same time a flash of light flashed, and Buddily knew that it was the Great Elder probing the potential he could see. After all, his development potential did not need to pay any price, and it was different from other development potentials, so he did not resist and let the Great Elder test it. At this time, the old voice of the Great Elder sounded again, "Young scion, your potential is too terrifying, like an endless black hole, with no end in sight." What? Niru was surprised to see this. "And such people exist, the potential is endless, how is it possible?" "Don't say Niru. Even Miyasi is the same," so scared that she almost sat down. "This god and horse situation, Buddily is very good, she knows, but since the potential is endless, she really hasn't thought about it." When Buddily heard this, he immediately asked, "Then, Great Elder, my potential?" Before he finished speaking, the Great Elder interrupted him in a loud voice, "Don't worry, you can, I will do my best to see how much potential I can draw out for you." The Great Elder said, "Immediately use his magic power to develop the potential for Buddily." Ugh! One by one, a golden light suddenly rose up on the ground, and suddenly there was a strange magic force on the body of Buddily, brushing and washing. Immediately, Buddily only felt that there was a huge stream of heat gushing out of his body, which quickly spread to all parts of his body, and every cell in his body was full of vitality like a stimulant, and the refreshing power of his body was bursting. After a while, the chi on Buddily's body also began to rise, and suddenly a majestic and vast aura suddenly appeared out of nowhere, and began to burn around his body. At the same time, the invisible chi waves on his body turned into yellow-green chi waves, and his momentum increased very quickly. Even Mia's looked at it from the side, her eyes showed a hot expression, which was also incredible. She could clearly feel the level of momentum on Buddily's body. Slowly, the yellow-green aura on Buddily's body suddenly became vigorous, brushed, and directly turned grass-green, and the huge momentum came out directly. Buddily sensed that something was wrong, and immediately compressed his breath back hard, and slowly the grass-green aura that had originally erupted shrank at once. Finally disappeared. Buddily stopped roaring, and at the same time he was incredulous at his own strength, and the Great Elder also took his hand back at this time. "Young scion, I can only develop it for you to this extent." There was a hint of apology in the Great Elder's tone, because he had developed less than 1%, but even so, he had developed Buddily's power to an incredible extent. When Buddily heard this, he immediately returned to his senses, and then thanked him. "The Great Elder is serious, you have developed it for me, thank you Great Elder. If there is a danger to the Nemesis in the future, I will definitely do everything to keep the name ex-Nemesis." When the Great Elder heard this, his eyes widened, since Buddily had said what he had in mind, that is, the conditions he was going to mention, he didn't want him to speak. "Then trouble you, I predict that in about 20 years, my Nemesis will encounter a catastrophe, I hope you can remember what you said today." Hearing this, Buddily smiled and nodded and said nothing more. He knew that in fact, when the Great Elder wanted to mention the conditions at the beginning, he already knew what the conditions of the Great Elder were. Now that he is old and healthy, death is not needed or feared for him at all, but what he is afraid of is that his descendants will be extinct because of the calamity, which is what he is worried about. "Little girl, you come over, I will also help you develop your potential." After the Great Elder received a satisfactory answer, he said to Miyasi, intending to help her develop her potential. When Miyas heard this, she immediately smiled, and then ran over to improve her strength, which everyone dreamed of, at least she thought so. Chapter 017. Chapter 17. Dragon Ball Collection Summon. When Miyas passed, Buddily also checked his own state. The Great Elder was right, his potential was endless, which was a special feature of the science. Of course, endless is just a statement, the Great Elder's own statement. After all, the potential of Buddily is huge, and he can only call it that with his vision. The difference between the Super Scion and the ordinary Scion is here. I didn't see that in the original work. Broly was only a beginner in the Super Pass mode. You can easily hang, Sun Wukong, Vegeta and several other Super Saiyans in the late stage. And Broly is still in a state of madness. Returning to the truth, Broly found that his strength had increased to an unimaginable level, approaching 9 million, and if he was trained, he could break 10 million. These are all things that he has improved by passing on super energy over the years, not his cultivation. He has exercised his physique all these years, and his energy has hardly been cultivated. If the energy is cultivated together, it is estimated that it is easy to break through 10 million combat power at this time, but in this way, the physique cannot withstand it, it is not feasible, so he has not cultivated energy over the years. So even so, Broly's power was developed through the Great Elder, and it still reached 8.85 million. It is to this extent that his super energy has just been activated. The grass green is the symbol, and the yellow green is the ordinary golden symbol under the super transmission mode. But he didn't know if he had that normal golden pattern, but he knew that he already had a grass green super mode. Hey! The potential of the beautiful sister is not bad. Broly noticed the improvement of Miyaza's combat power, although not as perverted as him, but as an ordinary Saiyan, Miyaza's strength has indeed improved very well now. Under the Great Elder's mention of her development potential, Miyaza's strength increased tenfold, 230,000, which is Miyaza's current combat strength. Little girl, although your potential is not as good as him, it is not bad, but it is a pity that I can develop it for you. The Great Elder said and took his hand away. Miyasi was already very happy. She never thought that she would one day reach 200,000 combat strength. If it was placed before 200,000, my god, then the first person in Vegeta Star. Thank you Grand Elder Cheng Cheng, I am already very satisfied. Taking advantage of the fact that everyone was in a good mood now, Broly immediately walked over and looked at the basketball-sized 4 planets behind the Great Elder, which was Dragon Ball. Great Elder, I once went to a planet called Earth, and found that there are 4 planets like those behind you. This should be Dragon Ball. Hearing this, the Great Elder opened his half-closed eyes in surprise, and a surprised light flashed in his eyes. Hey? How do you know about Dragon Ball, and how can there be Dragon Ball on Earth? In the face of this matter, the Great Elder must be cautious. After all, the matter of the Dragon Ball, there is not a single bit of news leaking out in the universe. That's right, the god of the earth is also a Namek. I think the Earth's Dragon Ball should also be created by him, but the Dragon Ball on Earth is not as big as the one on Namek. Broly rolled his eyes. Can the Great Elder lend me the Dragon Ball? After listening to Broly's explanation, the Great Elder immediately remembered that when the weather changed in the Nameks, they sent the most talented disciple of the Nameks people out of here. It seemed that the so-called heavenly god of the earth should be him, and thinking of this, the Great Elder's eyes were half open and half closed again. Okay, but the Dragon Balls we have here need our language here to be able to summon. Niru, you go and accompany him to collect the Dragon Balls, and then go to the second Elder tribe and ask a young clan to help them summon Boranga. Yes, Grand Elder. After Niru answered, the right Broly said lightly, you come with me, she is just here, it will be right away. Niru flew out immediately after speaking, ignoring Podala at all, and Podala didn't care about Niru's attitude when he saw this. Anyway, the goal has been achieved, it doesn't matter what you want. Sister May, you are waiting for me here, wait for you to have a surprise, wait for me. Saying that, Broly also swooped over. Only Mia's, who was left with a demented face, she still doesn't understand, what is Dragon Ball? She wanted to ask, but Broly and Niru had already left. As for the Great Elder, since this old fellow was snoring, as if he was asleep, she was not bothered. With the Great Elder's escort Niru, Broly and the others collected the Dragon Balls very quickly, and they collected it in half a day, and then asked a young child in the second Elder tribe to come with him. Broly wants to make a wish, and he doesn't know the Nemesis language. As for finding the Nemesis to help, how to say, make a wish, that's a secret, don't need to say Broly. They also knew that, especially the Great Elder, that's why he asked the children of the Nemesis to help, so that even if it was a secret, it should not care about anything. This is only one thing, and the other is that they can monitor the process of making their wishes, and if they make any harmful or excessive wishes, they can also stop them in time. Because the Dragon Ball is in their eyes, they can't let it fall into the hands of evil, let alone fulfill evil wishes, and the Great Elder gave the Dragon Ball to Buddly for the purpose of trying it out. If Buddly really did not make an evil wish this time, then he was completely relieved. After all, Buddly was related to the survival of their nemesis. A lake far away from the Nemux tribe, where Buddly and Niru appear, and a small child named Toya, the name Xian. You make a wish here, Toya, you are here to call Boranga out for him, and I will call the female scion over. Niru said, and immediately exploded and ran the air dance technique and flew away. When Buddly saw this, he also knew that Niru did not want the matter of summoning the divine dragon to affect the people of Namesing, so he stayed away from the tribe. Toya, please. Yes. Toya is a child, nemesis, exactly the same as Dandy in the original book. When he was a child, in fact, nemesis were almost the same. Toya's pair of Dragon Ball recited the language of the nemesis, and in Buddly's estimation, it should be that sentence, come out. Dragon. It's just that the language of Namex is different from the language of Earth and his knowledge, so it sounds like chanting a mantra. When Toya finished reciting the spell in his mouth, the sky suddenly darkened, and then a dark cloud appeared above, while the Dragon Ball buzzed. Rumble. At the same time, the sound of thunder suddenly sounded in the sky. And then the thunder gradually densed, golden lightning constantly flashed in the black clouds, and the rumbling thunder sounded. Suddenly, the 7 Dragon Balls emitted a huge golden light, and then with a bang, they flew into the sky, and then a huge divine dragon floated out of the golden light. This is a green divine dragon with a huge body of thousands of meters, 2 strong arms, 4 fingers bent and clenched fists, and the tail extends above the Dragon Ball. And the green divine dragon raised its head high, like a god looking down through the clouds and mist, despising the sky. It is the divine dragon of Nami Nemesis called Polenga, which means the god of dreams in the language of Nami Nemesis. Chapter 018. Chapter 18. After Podala saw Polenga, he was also very looking forward to it, but he didn't expect that he really saw Polenga, and he used to watch TV series. At this time, Polenga glared at Toya with his scarlet eyes. Whoever summoned me out, please say your wish, whatever it is, I can fulfill it for you, but only 3. Come. Say what you want. When Toya heard this, he immediately turned to look at Buddly. Say your wish. When Buddly heard this, he looked at the back and found that Mia's was almost here, so he said to Toya, the first wish, I want to grow up and become a teenager who will not grow old and die, infinite life, and anyone who has sex with me will be like this. Toya was a child, and when he heard this, he didn't think much about it, and immediately recited Polenga's wish to Polenga in the language of Namex. Another very long bird song. After speaking, Buddly only saw a light shoot out of Polenga's eyes and merge into his eyes. Buddly sensed something was wrong, and when he was about to resist, he suddenly noticed that something was wrong. His eyes showed scarlet, and a small layer of airflow emanated from his body. In just 3 seconds, it disappeared, including the scarlet color of his eyes, and at the same time he felt the evolution in his body and became excited. Is that it? That's great. He can clearly feel that the cells in his body have mutated. This is what he wants, and when he reaches the age of 23, he will not look old and life will never die. Of course, the so-called immortal is not an immortal body. As long as he fights, he will be killed. If he does not fight, then he is an immortal. This is what he needs. As for what immortal body, forget it, these are unrealistic, not to mention his wish. In fact, to upgrade the body to a divine body, it can still be immortal. But he didn't know if he had a way to upgrade his body to a god body, so he made this wish, because in Dragon Ball, the god of Saiyan, Super Saiyan, and the like, the strength is indeed superior. But there is one thing, that is, their fatality, that is, life. They are all mortals, life is limited, even Saiyans. So the problem that Buddly wants to solve is the problem of life. As long as he does not grow old and does not die, then he will have the opportunity to have time to wait, and as for having a relationship with him, it will also become like this. After that, after all, he can't help but find a partner. After all, there was a hatred in his previous life, he didn't want to think about it, but after all, it was still hidden in his heart. The first wish has been fulfilled, say your second wish. Palunga Soprano Channel. Buddly was brought back to his senses by these words, and then continued to make a wish, give me a gravity chamber, and for a year inside and 1 day outside. The gravity chamber itself can be large or small, and as big as gravity Bolunga can make, it will be as big as it gets. Toya told Polenga about this again, which immediately caused Borunga to be embarrassed for a while. What kind of wish is Nima? So many requirements, but fortunately all within one wish. It's easy. Roar! Polenga roared, and suddenly a golden light fell from the sky, and then a golden small room appeared here. This is a dragon room, this is supposed to be the so-called gravity room, and when Buddly saw this, he reached over, and his mind was thinking about how to get smaller. Suddenly, the small room became smaller and appeared in Buddly's hand, which made Buddly wonder, what is the situation? Toya could see Buddly's doubts. Palunga has connected the switch to your spirit for you, and the size will be between your thoughts in the future. It's so powerful, so I saved a lot of effort, thank you. Buddly said, put it away immediately, and then Miya's arrived. Looking at the divine dragon, Miyasi involuntarily took a breath of cold air. Buddly, is this the divine dragon you said? Well, that's right, Sister May, what wish do you have to tell this Toya? He will ask this divine dragon to fulfill it for you. Buddly said, this is my surprise for you. Ugh! When Myers heard this, she couldn't react at once. What's the situation? There really is such a thing. Come, name your third wish, I'm about to disappear. Polenga reminded again. When Toya heard this, he immediately asked, what is your third wish? Quickly say, Polenga is going to disappear. Hearing this, Buddly immediately slapped Miyasi's hand. Hey, Sister May, say it quickly, otherwise the divine dragon disappears, and the wish will not be granted. Hey! When Myers heard this, she immediately reacted, oh! Good! Then Toya's ears underestimated 2 sentences, not knowing what to say. After Toya listened, his eyes widened, he glanced at Buddly, nodded to Miya's, and then said something to the divine dragon Polenga. Okay, this wish is easy, Polenga roared, and then a huge wave of energy shot towards Buddly and Mesh. This energy split in 2, one entered Buddly's body, while the other merged with Maya's, and at the same time Polenga disappeared, and the sky returned to its usual appearance. Sister May, what wish do you make? Why is there still a light shining on me? Buddly became curious because he checked his body and found nothing wrong, no less, nothing more. Although it is a wish, it naturally cannot be said. Miya's naughtily walked over to the flying saucer, let's prepare dinner. Because Niru chose this place, but also because Buddly and their flying saucers stayed here. Seeing that Miya's didn't say anything, Buddly shook his head, didn't say anything, and immediately sent Toya back. Great Elder here. At this time, the elder face of the Great Elder suddenly smiled, and he said something to himself that was incomprehensible. This female scion really has a heart, but I don't know if the other party is interesting, hee. Niru heard this on the side, just like the second monk couldn't touch his head and couldn't doubt any more. Great Elder, why don't you stop his desire to not grow old and die? In case he does evil, it will be too late. The Great Elder, as the creator of the Dragon Ball, the fate of the Divine Dragon is tied to his life, and he dies, and the Dragon Ball cannot be used unless the limit is given to someone else before he dies. At the same time, the Dragon Ball was created by him, he can communicate with the dragon, and if anyone makes a wish to do evil, he can make the dragon not fulfill this wish. No, he won't, because he is pure in heart, there is no evil at all, and when I just developed his potential, I quietly checked his heart, which is very pure. The great elder paused as he spoke. And that girl too, so they are destined to be the only special among the scions who are pure in mind and not evil. Nero shut up when he heard this, although the great elder had said so. What else could he say? Outside the flying saucer of Buddly and others, at this time Buddly released the gravity room, and then prepared dry food to cultivate. He needs to cultivate now, and Miyasi doesn't know what he's doing, since he is in the UFO room, he has not come out. Chapter 019. Chapter 19. Buddly did not bother her, told her that he was going to retreat for 10 days, and then entered this gravity room, the Shenlong house, which is the name he gave this room. UFO Meta's room. At this time, Miyasi couldn't help but be in a daze, and subconsciously said a word to herself. Oh, I don't know if it's right to do this, after all, he is too young and feels so evil. Xin Bullet and Dolly can't hear it here, otherwise he has to scare Buddly to death, but as for what it is, let's talk about it later, now sell it first. Day after day, 10 days passed, the door of the Shenlong house opened, and suddenly a huge chi came out of it, but suddenly disappeared again. Then a young man about 1 meter 8 meters tall, with bright black hair, a handsome face, and a slender figure walked out from inside. But he now smells of sweat, his clothes are torn, his upper body is almost covered with a few rags, his lower body is pants, only a pair of shorts remains, and most of his shoes are torn. All in all, like a beggar, but he is not a beggar, he is a Buddly, 1 day outside, 1 year inside, he has been inside for 10 whole years. 10 years later, he came out, just in line with his original age, 18 years old, and his body grew 1 meter and 7/6. Brother, I finally came out, don't care, go take a bath first, Nemas, starved to death. After taking a shower, Buddly changed his clothes and got into the flying saucer, he did not notice his change, to be precise, as for the clothes. The cosmic battle suit can be big or small, so he didn't pay attention to it, not to mention that it has only been 10 days outside, that is, a week and a half. Sister May, if you are not there, prepare me something to eat. So hungry. After Buddly came in, he directly lay on the table, and this time he entered the Shenlong house, he had good news and bad news, and his anger and happiness were also there, but he didn't have the strength to complain. Oh, okay, wait. Myers's voice appeared here, and not a moment later, Myers's large plate of things came over. But at this time, Mia suddenly became vigilant, and then burst into breath, who are you? Suddenly see an adult scion appear here, the back of the self, can you not be vigilant? At the same time, I wonder, what about Buddly? Just heard him call himself, why is it gone? Buddly suddenly smelled what he was eating, and it was very fragrant. Immediately, the roast meat in Miya's hand was already in his hand, and he gobbled it up, as if he had never eaten it in his life. When Miyasi saw this and planned to sneak attack, she suddenly heard this person eating in her mouth, and kept chanting, it's worthy of being a beautiful sister, the taste is so delicious. Or something like that. This made her stop the sneak attack, carefully went over to the person who was looking at the front, and after seeing this person's face, she was so frightened that she retreated directly to the table. Hey! When Buddly was eating, he suddenly saw Miya's expression, and then frowned slightly, looked around, is there anything wrong? Sister May, what's wrong with you? Hearing that this person called himself Meija, and the tone was exactly the same as that of Buddly, Miyasi suddenly took a deep breath and stood up, and asked cautiously. Are you a Buddly? Sister May, You are so strange. Budley stopped to eat, then looked towards Mia's. Are you meeting me for the first time? Don't recognize me? You really are Budley. After Miyasi was sure, she immediately ran over. What's going on with you? How did you grow taller? Grow taller? When Budley heard this, he immediately looked at his own arm, and immediately walked to the mirror, and the mirror reflected. A stranger appeared to show him. Is that me? I've grown taller. When Budley saw this, he suddenly figured out, the Shenlong house, 1 year inside, 1 day outside, he has been inside for 10 years, exactly 18 years old, it is impossible not to grow tall. Great, I've grown taller, great. Budley immediately danced. He was so happy that he had finally grown up, and somehow so. Since pick up Mia's and spin in circles. After a while, Mia spoke up, Hey, Potali, don't get excited, let me down. Hey. When Budley heard it, he immediately put Mia's down, and suddenly the two people were embarrassed. If it was the previous Budley, it was nothing. But now Budley, Nima's, is a full 0.2 meters tall Mia's, and Mia's is also about 1 meter 61 meters tall. Suddenly, Budley's stomach growled, breaking the embarrassing scene. Ahem, Sister May, get me something to eat, I'm starving to death, I'll tell you what's going on with me later. Mia sighed in relief, then nodded and went outside, muttering in her heart. What the hell is going on? How did Budley grow so tall all of a sudden? It's only been 10 days, a little fart before the retreat, and a handsome guy after the retreat. After eating this plate of meat, Budley sorted out his own situation, and then clearly distinguished the good and the bad. Nima's, he was punished by Polenga. Fortunately, he didn't make a wish himself. This dragon house can be inside and outside for a year, but Nima's, each person is limited to 1 time in his life. After 1 time, it is no longer effective to enter again, but the gravity of Rina is still there, and this has not changed. At the beginning of his cultivation, he almost fell down under 800 times gravity, but slowly he adapted, so here he was, with 800 times gravity, to open the attack system. Here, there is also a training sparring setting, which can shoot laser lines, although the laser line attack power is not very good, but Budley did not resist, but dodged. Dodging the laser line that shot in 3 seconds under 800 times gravity was naturally extremely difficult, but he passed a year of training and finally succeeded. Soon after, he increased the difficulty again, stayed here for 9 years, and has been training his physique, bringing the intensity of physical training to a terrifying level. But at this time, the anger in his heart, that is, in his previous life, something happened that made him almost collapse with anger, but he suppressed that thing. But who knew that at this time it erupted, making him angry and painful, and finally with a strong will, he restrained and was able to break through. This is the best benefit he got here, but the good times did not last long. The food crisis came, the things he brought with him had already been eaten, there was no way, he could only starve here, meditate and cultivate the state of mind. Cultivating under 3000 times gravity, he was not able to come out until 10 years after the maturity, because he set up at the door for 10 days, then this is 10 years. And he can't open the door in less than time. Unless it was forcibly broken, but this thing was extremely important to him, so he had to wait. He also grew taller in this year of meditation and cultivation of the state of mind, so he didn't notice. When he was ready to come out, he received the time limit comparison information of this space, and each person only had 1 time, which was what annoyed him, and after coming out, he also had that heart and no power. After thinking for a while, until he smelled the smell of meat, he came back to his senses and looked up to see that it was Mia's who was smiling at him, and he also wanted a large table of dishes here. You're welcome. Budley didn't care about 3721, he directly continued to gobble up. He was hungry for a year, and he was able to live to come out now, thanks to that immortal wish. Chapter 020 Chapter XX. After Buddily had eaten his fill, he told me as everything, including the time comparison and everything he suddenly grew up with. Miyasi was also shocked for most of the day before accepting it. It was incredible, first to develop potential to improve combat effectiveness, and then the dragon appeared to make a wish. Now it's time comparison again, 1 day outside, 1 year inside, and Buddily is inexplicable, from a little fart child suddenly jumped into a big handsome guy. So, Buddily, you're 19 now. Mia said, her eyes showed a sparkle. I didn't know what I was planning, but it was by no means harmful to Buddily. Of course, it was similar, but it just didn't mean the same. Buddily didn't think much about it, and nodded directly, it's 20 years old. It's almost the same. All of a sudden I became an adult, and it was really the best to grow taller. Mia saw that this did not interrupt Buddily's happiness. After all, she was also happy, so that she did not have to worry about it. In the end, Buddily asked Mia if he wanted to enter the Shenlong house, which was very unexpected, and since Mia's gave up, the reason was that Nima was speechless. That is, you are 20 years old now, and if I go in again, I will not be much older than you. As soon as these words came out, Buddily did not know how to answer, so he had to give up, and then prepared and left Name Seeing. He has a lot more to do in Buddily, and now the first step. Find a suitable planet to live on first, and then make the next plan. After all, at any time, one thing cannot be less, that is, the place to live, although he also wants to go to the Earth. But the Earth will be the main battlefield of Dragon Ball soon, or don't want it. If something happens beyond his reach, it will be terrible. In this way, Buddily and Maya's left Namex and once again wandered through the universe. Finally, 3 years later, not far from the Milky Way, they found the planet that teleported. And there, Buddily learned teleportation planet. There is not much information, so I had to pass it by. At the same time, after 5 years, they went to the solar system not far from the Earth and found an uninhabited star, which is very beautiful. The point is that it is only 2/3 the size of the Earth, but it is beautiful, so Buddily and Maya's settled here. After 5 years, Myers dated a lot of cosmic technology, so she developed her technology career here. And together with other collaborators they met when they wandered the universe, they researched and developed here, and because they hid their tails, none of them discovered their identity as scions. The star of Ria, which is the planet where Buddily now lives, is named after him and Maya's. Inside the Dragon House, Buddily trains here, although there is no time limit, but he has adapted to 3000 times gravity, and the ultra-super energy in his body can be used freely. Suddenly, Buddily burst out with energy in his body, and a vast aura burst out from him, and his whole body was wrapped in this green energy, and his appearance was like a green gorilla all the time. Wah! Slowly, this energy gathered in his mouth, and then launched out, towards the void room, but with this energy, once it was sent, it was estimated that the room was gone, and it was naturally impossible for Buddily to do so. I only saw him brush, and his figure flashed in front of the energy shockwave he had just launched with all his strength, and was attacked with his body. Bang, a loud sound, and then heard Buddily's own screams again, and at the same time, after the explosion here, it was immediately restored, as long as it was not broken, the space barrier, no matter how much fluctuations in the inside, the outside will not be affected. This is the same as the so-called spiritual time house on Earth. As long as you don't break the spatial barrier, you will break out the power of the Super Saiyan God inside and out, and the outside will not be affected at all. And Buddily fell to the ground at this time, as if he was about to lose consciousness. Finally trained my body to be able to take such a powerful blow without falling unconscious. For so long, he has been training his physique, and his strength has been improving all the time. This can't work, I have to go to Earth, Nimas, I hope it's still time. He is going to Earth to get some fairy beans, Nimas, and now Sun Wukong and the others have already begun to adventure. which means that the early stage of Dragon Ball has begun. This is interesting, he must go to Earth as soon as possible, otherwise Nima's fairy beans will be ruined, and it will be too late. When she had just left the Shenlong house, Mia's had been waiting here for a long time, and when she saw that Buddly was seriously injured, she immediately ran over and helped him. Buddly, why do you get hurt every time you train? Mia's asked with concern and tenderness, and there was another meaning in her tone, but Podala was a tendon, and she couldn't hear it. It's okay, I won't be right away, Buddly said in his mouth, but his body was not contending, since he was unable to fall, he had just received his strongest blow. It's strange if you don't get hurt, and when I was about to say something, I suddenly fell into a coma. It's still stubborn. After Mia's pouted, she immediately took out a bottle of healing potion, fed Buddly to drink, and then took him back to the room to rest. Mia's sat on the edge of the bed and watched Buddly, and involuntarily subconsciously said a word. Not bad, when I grow up, there is a big gap from when I was a child, and I haven't had a chance to look good, so now I can take a good look up. Although Buddly was unconscious, his consciousness was clear, so he also heard Mia's words, which made him react in shock. But fortunately, he was unconscious, and even if he had any expression, he couldn't show it, and it wasn't until half a day later that Mia's left. And at this time, Buddly slowly opened his eyes and suddenly breathed a sigh of relief. Nima's scared brother to death. Oh my god, beautiful sister, incredible, why didn't I find out? I'm still such an elm head. After Buddly froze for a moment, he immediately shook these thoughts out. Nima's, what was the brother thinking? No matter, let's go to Earth first. So Buddly used teleportation to start capturing the popularity of Sion on Earth, but to his disappointment, he felt nothing. He feels the Earth, but without chi, he can't move if he can't catch the chi. This is the disadvantage of teleportation, the farther the distance, the greater the chi needed. At this moment, although the early stage of Dragon Ball has begun for a year, Sun Wukong is still a little furry child, his combat power is only dozens of points. And the breath of the Scions has not yet awakened. Naturally, Buddly could not feel his chi either. See this? Buddly had to give up and gave up the idea of teleportation. Nima's, you have to take a spaceship, I'll do it. This place is not close to the Earth, it takes about half a month to take a spaceship, no wonder Buddly is like this, after all, with teleportation, it is still very unusable. But it was useless to complain, he still got up and went to the spaceship warehouse. Chapter 021 Chapter XXI Earth Garen Immortal Tower, which is the sacred place of martial arts development on the Earth, so it is also known as the Kailan Holy Land, located on the Great Plain on the other side of the Earth. And the most important thing is that the Kailan Holy Land and the Heavenly God Temple are united up and down, and the Kailan Holy Land below is the Heavenly God Temple above. As the birthplace of the Earth's martial arts, the foot of the tower has long been guarded by the Indian people. For a long time, whether now or in ancient times, there were many warriors who went to the Kailan Holy Land to challenge one after another, all wanting to become strong. Until the last few hundred years, the Earth has entered the era of thermal weapons, which has led to the abandonment of martial arts, stagnation, and masters are already rare, not to mention 300 years ago, it suffered a catastrophe. The first great demon, the Vic Great Devil, tried to rule the catastrophe of the Earth, causing the life of the Earth to be destroyed, while thermal weapons had no effect. When this catastrophe entered the final stage, the first martial artist of the Earth stood up to fight the Vic Great Demon King, but he was not the opponent of the Vic Great Demon King, so he decided to sacrifice himself and use his own chi to send out a demon to seal the Vic Great Devil. Although he sacrificed, after this time, the Earth martial artists saw the importance of martial arts, so the motivation of the martial artists has never been extinguished, and every few years someone will always come to challenge the Kailan Pagoda. Among them, two of Yu's disciples are very powerful, that is, Turtle immortal Liu Yushan teacher and Crane immortal Liu He immortal, and their master Wudao number 1 is Wu Taidu. Besides, because of the fact that Nahu Taidu saved the earth, plus his martial arts, people called him the number 1 master. Even if he died, this title also exists. At this moment, with a brush, Budley appeared here, and after more than half a month, he finally arrived on Earth. I'm finally here, hey. As soon as Budley landed, he felt that Sun Wukong and the others were already halfway up the tower. And there is a person on his back who climbs up. This person is the fat man who swallowed the fairy beans and ate them. Passerby, I won't go into details. I'm sorry, Nemas, it's good that my brother came early, otherwise it would be late. Budley's figure flashed, and immediately appeared on the Kailan Holy Land. Using his speed, he appeared here in a flash, and even the Kailan immortals did not discover his existence. It is still using its hook to open the magic, transmitting the picture of Sun Wukong and the fat man here, not noticing that the 10 wine jars behind him are missing. There was only 1 jar left, and there were less than a third of the fairy beans in it, which was also deliberately left for them by Budley. Kailan-san underground. Budley was holding a bag in his hand, and the bag contained dozens of fairy beans, and the rest had just been sent back to the planet where he lived, the Star of Leah. He has already left an aura between the two, so he can already teleport back and forth here, and it is much easier to come to the earth now. Is this fairy bean? Let me taste one first. Budley looked at the dry beans in his hand, immediately stuffed them into his mouth, chewed them twice, and swallowed them. Although there was no good taste, but there was no bad taste. In a second, Budley suddenly felt a huge stream of heat, that is, energy, pure healing energy spread from the fairy bean and fused into each of his cells. The fatigue on the body also disappeared, and the whole person recovered to his peak state and was full of energy. This fairy bean is a magical food in Dragon Ball, originally cultivated by the cat immortals who live on the Karan Tower, and is specially provided for hungry warriors who come to challenge the Kailan Holy Land. Eating 1 grain for 10 days without hunger, Xian Bean can recover physical strength in extreme fatigue and readjust the body to the best state, which is really not worth much in the early stage. Similarly, fairy beans are not effective against diseases. The only thing Sendu can restore is physical strength, and in the original book, Goku and Vegeta quickly recover their physical strength and improve their combat effectiveness after taking food on the way to Namekus's and during the battle, thanks to the cat immortals. Now after tasting a fairy bean, Budley immediately felt very good, worthy of being the healing holy medicine of Dragon Ball, what elixir and the like, lone healing cannot be compared with it. I'm here to Earth, do I want to play here? Budley is now wondering whether to play or not. After all, the food of this earth is good. It just so happened that his RIA star also needed some food from the earth, so Budley went to the streets, but he didn't expect to meet him the first time to send him money. The gangsters rob the bank, and Nima's police are threatened by the gangsters as hostages, so there is nothing to do, but this kind of thing has nothing to do with him. Gangsters in Reen, you listen, you are already surrounded, let go of the hostages. Otherwise, before the policeman could finish speaking, he immediately hid, because he heard it, and the clicking sound shot at them. Fart, let me go away. A roaring voice appeared here, and then saw 3 gangsters come out, a woman with a bulging bag on his back, a woman who took the right one, and there were also 2 people behind him, around the AK-47 pair. You took it. The gangster who grabbed the hostage immediately handed the bag to a person behind him, so he caught the bag with one hand. Thank you. A voice appeared here, and the gangster sensed that something was wrong, immediately looked back, and was immediately startled. Because the 2 people behind him didn't know when they were unconscious, foaming at the mouth, and it was a young teenager who caught the bag. Boy, what are you? Since you dare to sneak up on us, go and die. The gangster immediately shot him, but the next moment he was dumbfounded. I only saw that the man caught his bullet with his bare hands and threw it on the ground. Your power is too small, no. Look at mine. I only saw this person swing his fist, punch over, directly knock him away, fall next to the police car and pass out. So unbeaten, I haven't hit this yet, it's just a fist, this is down. The speech of this station does not hurt the back, there is no one except Buddily, you have so much powerful combat effectiveness, not to mention bullets, even nuclear weapons, it is useless to him. He didn't use 1% of his strength in a fist, but it was already thankful that he hit a scumbag with less than 5 combat powers. Just now after he saw the money taken by the gangster, he appeared there in a flash, and just knocked the gangster behind unconscious with a flick, but he didn't expect that the person in front would send him money, so he thanked him. Before the people around him could react, Buddily immediately stood up on tiptoe and flew away in the air, and when they came back to their senses, Buddily was no longer here. In a food court that can be called a food street, Buddily eats all over the food here, and then buys back some meat and other usable spices. He also bought a lot of snacks in the same way, and at the same time the money was not enough, he went to clean up the robbery gangsters, took away the money they robbed, and used it to buy things, and they were naturally embarrassed, there was no money, and people went to jail. This Dragon Ball is really special, there are so many robbers of banks, he has already done 5 votes to see the gangsters who robbed banks. Chapter 022. Chapter XXII. Another period of time has passed, I don't know how long, anyway, the technology of RIA star has been settled, they can already monitor some planets, even the name X star that Buddily went to is among them. Buddily also cultivated from the training room, and during this time he has been in the training room, cultivating, and when he went to Earth, he saw the state of Sun Wukong. He knew that Sun Wukong fought with the Vic Great Demon King and defeated the Vic Great Devil King, so it is estimated that in a few years, Sun Wukong will get married. Then Sun Gohan will also be born, and in another 5 years, Raditz will definitely arrive on Earth, and then everything will have to start from scratch. But these Buddily don't care, he has been training, all the time, because the enemy he cares about will soon awaken, Nemas, and he will suffer when the time comes. Buddily, it's not good, something happened. A voice appeared here, causing Buddily to stop cultivating. At this time, Mia's voice was very anxious. So Buddily also closed the gravity room and went straight over, it seems that something should have happened. When he arrived outside, sure enough, Buddily saw something that surprised him, Sun Wukong and Raditz had already killed each other. This what's going on? Has he been in retreat for so long? Since 7 years have passed? Sun Gohan is already 5 years old. It seems that when he cultivates his state of mind, he does not count time, so he does not know that so many years have passed. However, there is one thing that surprised Buddily, that is, the matter of Mia's, who would have thought that Mia's would use the Shenlong house to set up a time ratio. She was originally in her teens when Buddily was older, but Buddha used the time of the Shenlong house to pull her age back to 10 years, so she was still 8 years old in Buddily. No, it's been 7 years, since she used the Shenlong house to set up, 6 days inside and 6 years outside, so as soon as she came out, she participated in technology. Fortunately, none of the space scientists they invited stopped working because of her 6-year meeting, and they have been doing it themselves, after all, they are entrusted by people and loyal to people. Until they put their surveillance on Earth, they saw 2 people fighting, one of them was a scion, and of course Myers mainly saw Kakarot. His influence was exactly the same as Bardock's, and I immediately remembered that when Buddily and Broly were born, Bardock's second son was also born. It just so happened that she immediately told the cultivating Buddily that because Buddily had just gone out of customs, she saw this scene. Alas, this is the sadness of our science, but Sister May, this has little to do with us, it is Bardock who did not teach children well and let them kill each other. Hearing Buddily's words, Mia's looked at the picture in disbelief. Is this Scion Bardock's eldest son, Raditz? Don't say I don't know, I'm shocked, don't really say, Nemas is really similar, Raditz also met once when she was a child, now count her 26, Buddily 24. Buddily nodded, and then me looked at the screen of Monkey King and Raditz, both of whom were dead at this time, but before Raditz died, as in the original book, he told Vegeta and Naba about the Dragon Ball on Earth. As the ambitious Scion Prince Vegeta, he immediately set out for Earth. But it would take 100 days to arrive. Sun Wukong is a person with great merit, so if he dies, he can also take his body to the prefecture to cultivate, and this god recommended him to cultivate in the realm of kings. Sister May, come with me, you should have another time to compare the columns, I will take you to training, help you improve your strength, and then it will be time for us to go to Namixing. Meyerstein twisted and pinched, and when Buttery saw this, he immediately asked what was going on, and after repeated questioning, he knew that Myers had already used it. The Shenlong house is very peculiar, there are 2 rooms in it, and there are 2 times in the column, but each person only has 1 chance. For Mias to use it like this, Buddily was also speechless. He knew that Mias was a bit of that to him, but he just treated Myers as a sister now. What's more, he has already made up his mind, what is that, the 18th he must pocket, cannot cheap that bald forest, after all, the 18th is the most beautiful in Dragon Ball. Although Bulma is also very good, it is not as good as the 18th, not to mention that in his previous life, he liked the 18th very much when he watched Dragon Ball, so this time, he wanted to fulfill that wish. Sister May, even so, there are still 3 months that may be enough, follow me. Regardless of whether Mia's agreed or not, Buddily directly pulled her into the Shenlong house, and Mia's strength has improved a lot now, but it is not enough. He must help Mia's, lest he be dragged down if he encounters a strong enemy in the future, and when the enemy turns his target on her, she has no power to fight. The other side. Now Frisia's forces have surrounded Namex, but they haven't attacked yet, and they don't know why. But none of them know about Namex, and surrounding Namex is just a pure competition for the universe. Frisia base. At this time, Frisia was sitting in his seat looking at the screen, not knowing what he was thinking, and there was only Sob behind him, and Dodoria was already hanging. 10 years ago, they had already determined the matter, but the murderer was missing, and Frisia searched for it, but to no avail, so he had to give up. Anyway, he has many subordinates under Frisia, and he is ruthless, he doesn't care about anything at all, the reason why he is looking for the murderer is just to see if he can use it for himself. After all, being able to kill Dodoria, this strength is naturally not to be underestimated, he is ruthless, but it is also a talent, but the key is to use it for him. King Frisia, Team Kinnet has been surrounded by Phoebe Star, and soon they will take this planet for King Frisia. Sob laughed. Phoebe Star is what they call for Namex. Frisia nodded ruthlessly, Frisia pondered for a moment, by the way, where did Vegeta go? It seems that I went to a low-level planet a while ago, and I heard that I went to find a scion. Sabai said respectfully. After Dodoria died, he became Frisia's right-hand man, and Frisia told him many things. Low-level planet. Frisia sensed that something was wrong, a low-level planet, what was worth Vegeta to go there, it was estimated that there was definitely something to lead him to. Check it right away, with Vegeta's personality, I don't believe that he will just go to Earth to find someone. Yes. The ages of Buddily and Mias are confused by the time ratio. Don't mind, anyway, from this number there will be no age ratio, the protagonist Buddily 24, Mias, 26, just like that, people with opinions, I can't help, I'm here to say, sorry, at the same time I can't answer you in the comment area, because my number just applied so I didn't open VIP and binding numbers, so I can't reply in the comment area, this game I haven't said for the first time, but the last time. Chapter 023. Chapter XXIII. 3 months passed slowly, but Buddily and the others were a month late to get out of the customs, and on this day, after Buddily and Mia's got out of the cultivation room, Buddily went directly to Namixing. As for Mia's staying here, her strength is enough anyway, and it is okay to stay here. Originally, she planned to go with Buddily, but now she changed temporarily, because she heard that Frisia would also go, so she did not go, lest she meet at that time. Once the confrontation and Frisia turned his sights on her, Buddily could not take care of it, but became a burden. She thought so, but Buddily didn't think so, but since Mia's didn't want to go, he didn't force it, so he set off alone. Namexin. Buddily came here again, although he promised to keep the people of Namesing, naturally he would not break his word. But looking at it like this, the nemesis is full of smoke. It is estimated that Frisia has already sent troops in, and Vegeta has also arrived here early. And there are also Klin, Sun Gohan, Bulma have all arrived here, and even Sun Wukong has come from the earth and has already set off. It's interesting, it's all here, right, then just get here and get to know each other together. Not long after, Buddily arrived at the Great Elder. Great Elder, after so many years, you are still okay. The Great Elder half opened his eyes and smiled at the end. Young Scion, you are worried about you, now my limit has almost arrived, you have come at the right time, help me take all my clansmen away. Hearing this, Buddily nodded, and then proposed, this time Frisia's target is the Dragon Ball, Grand Elder. You can put things like this away, and if you can give them to me, I'll play with them here with Dragon Balls. Neru saw on the side and didn't say anything, now they have a request for others, so it's better not to be arrogant. Now the Nemesis have encountered alien siege, and now they are almost the same, and their targets are all Dragon Ball. The Great Elder nodded slowly when he heard this, and immediately handed the Dragon Ball on his head to Buddily. Please, said looking at Neru. Neru, send out the people gathered here, young Scion, and trouble you to keep them safe from here. Buddily nodded slowly, he knew that the Great Elder was unwilling to leave here and planned to coexist and die here, so he didn't say anything. After all, it was a matter of people. He didn't say, it doesn't mean that no one asked. No, Neru immediately asked, Great Elder. What about you? I don't leave, not to mention that my limit is already coming, and I will coexist with here. When the Great Elder saw Neru, he disagreed, and immediately put on a face. Neru, the safety of the Nemesis is up to you, you must preserve the bloodline for our Nemesis family, let's go. Neru involuntarily shed a tear. Great Elder, you wait, I will come back, then Mizing, without me, it is still possible. Said went out. Buddily immediately followed, because most of the Nemesis had already gathered here, and a small number were still in the ministry. This is the plot, he will not stop it, anyway, he will also deal with the Dragon Ball warriors on Earth in the future. Neru, I sense that someone in your tribe is dead, probably those who have not escaped yet, I will take them away and go to the planet you have prepared, and you will come to support. Hearing this, Neru nodded, and then saluted. Please. And left here with a whoosh. When Buddily saw this, he immediately moved instantly, and more than 100 or so Nemesis people left here, and there were not many Nemesis at all. He took away more than 100, and there were nearly 100 people who had not had time to escape, and due to the butterfly effect, there were many more Nemesis, otherwise there were only 108 in the original work. On the other hand, Frisia also personally arrived at the scene, and brought Sob with him to capture the Dragon Ball in the various tribes of Namex. At this moment, Neru appeared, and then Frisia, who was watching, and the clansmen who were killed by Frisia, suddenly became angry. Damn, even children don't let go. Neru clenched his fists, and his hands burst vigorously, his teeth grinning, and his anger was already extremely angry. The 4 Dragon Balls taken by Sob and the others were behind Frisia. Looking at Neru with an idiotic look, the Universe Emperor King Frisia is here, aren't you here to send death? You're really upset, they're all about to hand over the Dragon Balls, what are you doing here? Send to death? Who dies is not certain, it depends on the move. Nero suddenly attacked Frisia, but before he could get close to Frisia, he was suddenly slapped out by Frisia. Boom, I hate people making a mess the most, okay, let's get on. Frisia said that his men killed the elderly nemesis, and then Dandy's brother, Karu. At this moment, Son Gohan, who was hiding in the shadows, couldn't help it, and his furious temper rushed down and kicked Frisia's subordinate down, while Klin also jumped down and took Dandy to escape. In the scene just now, he and Gohan both saw it, so they knew that they couldn't beat Frisia, they could only run away, they would hide their breath, so they hid around, and Frisia's detector couldn't find it. They don't seem to be nemesis. Frisia looked at the flying away Klin and Son Gohan said lightly, but he did not block it. If these goods needed his shot, then everything went without saying, there was no one to use in Frisia's legion. And the person who was attacked immediately chased over, his combat effectiveness was no less than that of Doria, so the speed quickly caught up with a few of them. Yes, Gohan, let's fly quickly, it would be bad if we were caught. When Klin saw this, he immediately exploded, and a huge chi shield appeared on his body, accelerating. Son Gohan is the same, the two people who are explosive and fly faster, but the people who are chasing behind them are always there, and the speed is getting faster and faster, so they will be caught up. Frisia was here, while Frisia was sitting in front of his small flying machine. Sob, go and call him back, although I think it is a bit overkill to use him here, but my feelings tell me that I really need him when I still need him. Sabo's eyes widened when he heard the he in Frisia's mouth. What King Frisia said should not be his, if so, then it was really overkill. King Frisia, are you sure you want to call him here? Frisia cultivated a powerful assistant, and that assistant was also Frisia's most trusted person, which is why he asked. Frisia nodded when he heard this. Go, maybe you will need him here, and also inform the Kainud team to come, I need to summon the dragon. He also overheard Vegeta's words, after all, their detectors are equipped with trackers and eavesdroppers. After hearing the roll of Dragon Ball, he immediately came here and captured Dragon Ball. As for the process, I won't write about it, it's too much, if it's detailed, I'll go watch TV. Chapter 024. Chapter XXIV. After Buttily sent the Nemesis back, it took a little time, not mainly back and forth, but to arrange the life of the Nemesis there. The living planet of the Nemesis is Ria star, which was changed by him temporarily, because his Ria star is too unpopular, so he took them there directly and asked Mias to arrange them. And after he helped there for 2 days, he rushed back, not just outside the Namex, just saw the spaceship that Sun Wukong was sitting on here. In Namek, Vegeta temporarily defects, throws all the Dragon Balls that Frisia has worked so hard to snatch into the sea, and he also meets Klin and Son Gohan. However, he temporarily defected and had no helpers, so he could only let the two of them help himself, so he did not attack them, and as for Son Gohan and Klin, the others also increased their combat effectiveness to more than 10,000. This was also thanks to the fact that they had accidentally arrived at the Great Elder before, and later knew that they were the Earth Elder, and the Great Elder also developed their potential for them, thus ascending to this step. Besides, Na Vegeta, since surviving the First World War on Earth, has greatly increased his strength, and has also learned the art of Chi and Air Dance, and then captured the Dragon Ball in this Namek. At the same time, Vegeta also cleaned up Sob, and still led him away. After all, if in front of Frisia, he was really a little worried. Since he learned Chi, plus the Scion survived and recovered after the battle of life and death, then the strength would be greatly improved, so Vegeta's confidence was also great. But Vegeta was careless, Sob would transform, and his power was far above him, so being beaten could only be no different from running away. Hey? Interestingly, since Team Kinnett will come at this time, then it is okay, I will have fun with you. Buttily said to fly down immediately. Sure enough, when they went down, Vegeta and Sun Gohan Klin had already fought with Team Kinnet, but the strength of Team Kinnet was terrifying. And there were still 5 people, they naturally suffered losses, and they were all injured, even Vegeta. Kainu's special forces are super special forces selected by Frieza from the elite warriors of the universe, and are called the elite of the elite. The members are Captain Kainu, Likum, Bart, Guys, and Gerdo, and each of them has super strength and special abilities, and they all love dancing so much that they create the team dance. To get back to business, at this time, Sun Wukong appeared. As for Budley yet, anyway, his opportunity to appear has not yet arrived. Several people from the Kinnet team were dumbfounded here. Where was the spaceship? Suddenly the door of the spaceship opened, and Sun Wukong came out of it. Hold on, Kobayashi, Gohan, Bulma. Sun Wukong immediately sensed the chi around him, and sure enough, he found 2 chi not far away. The one on the left was very powerful, referring to Frieza. The one on the right is the Kainu of the Kinnet team, and now Sun Wukong's combat effectiveness has been greatly improved. Well, Sun Wukong's combat effectiveness has increased to nearly 300,000, it's interesting, if it wasn't too playful in the original work, it is estimated that such combat power would not have been replaced by Kainu at all. Yu Wu's lips raised on a mountain peak not far away, now he was purely watching the play. Just like Frieza now, he was also watching the play. At this moment, Sun Wukong sensed the chi of Klin and Gohan, and they were almost dying, so they accelerated and flew over, and he also knew the empty dance technique. Sun Wukong burst out and rushed directly and spun Likum around, and Guys and Bart were also startled, but at this time, Sun Wukong ignored them. He immediately fed Sun Gohan to eat. Because Sun Gohan's neck had been cut off, only a trace of breath remained, and he was the worst person present. Who the hell is that guy? It's really fast enough. You say if he will be faster than you. Guys sweated a drop and looked at the supposedly fast Bart. Don't joke, don't compare my combat power with these low-level combat power. Bart immediately turned on the detector and found that Sun Wukong's combat power was only 2, so he was relieved. Suddenly, at this time, they saw that the little ghost who almost died had recovered as usual, and they were all shocked. What happened to this Nima? Gohan, it's good if you're okay, let's go, we're going to take the fairy beans for Kobayashi to eat. Son Gohan's hand pulled by Son Goku walked towards Xiaolin, ignoring Likum and a few of them at all. And Likum, Guys, and Bart were dazed when they saw this, since this guy didn't put them in his eyes. When they were about to go crazy, they saw that the originally dying Klin was also resurrected. Ah! Likum's eyes widened, even Guys and Bart, and it took a lot of effort to beat them like this. As soon as this mysterious person appeared, he resurrected them. Well, in their opinion, it is the resurrection. Sun Wukong still didn't understand the situation, so he used his latest awakening ability to probe Klin's brain information, and read all the information at once. The Monkey King who picked up also gave the last fairy bean to Vegeta, and then cleaned up Likum, Guys, and Bart alone, and the shot was extremely fast and easy. This made Vegeta involuntarily think of the legendary Super Saiyan in the Saiyan, and he couldn't accept it all of a sudden. It seems that the strength of the Monkey King has obviously surpassed him, and in the face of so many people, so calm, he really can't figure out what else except the Super Saiyan. What Budley is watching in secret, he is really speechless to Sun Wukong. Nimas can obviously kill them, but Sun Wukong is soft-hearted, a virgin's compassion. Suddenly Budley appeared in front of Sun Wukong with a swoop, and seeing the person who suddenly appeared, Sun Wukong was secretly shocked, and he didn't have time to say anything, since he was waved by this person. Shock flew out. What? Vegeta's eyes widened when he saw this. What did he see? This person who suddenly appeared had a tail, wasn't that from a Saiyan? Budley didn't have time to pay attention to their authenticity, and immediately burst Likum with an air bomb and killed Bart with one punch, and as for Guys, who had just been let go by Sun Wukong, he didn't pay too much attention. What are you? Sun Wukong frowned slightly when he saw the person who suddenly appeared, and he didn't know if it was an enemy or a friend. Even Klin and Sun Gohan were the same. When Budley heard this, he turned around. You are Kakarot, oh, it should be called the Monkey King now. How do you know about me? Do I remember that I recognized you? Sun Wukong asked with a puzzled look. Budley, without answering the rhetorical question, Sun Wukong. Do you think you can beat Frisia? He knew that Sun Wukong was playing just now, just thinking that he could compete with Frisia when he became stronger, but that was his ignorance, and he would think so if he had never seen the horror of Frisia. But Vegeta knew that the reason why he turned against him, thinking that the Dragon Ball was in hand and wishing for an undead life, he dared to resist, otherwise he would not dare to resist if he gave him 10 dares. Chapter 025. Chapter XXV. Can't you? Sun Wukong asked very simply. He is a tendon. If it is not for a big protagonist halo on top, it is estimated that in the original work, I don't know if I can be resurrected when I die. When Vegeta heard this, he couldn't help but run up to take a few words from Sun Wukong. This guy looked compassionate, he wanted to vomit when he saw it. Of course, it was also a blessing for this guy. During the battle on Earth, he did not die thanks to Sun Wukong saying not to kill himself, otherwise he would have been killed by Klin, so he did not target the Earth after he recovered, but came here to the Nemesis. You have less fake mercy, I want to vomit when I see it, and do you think Frisia is easy to deal with? I think you probably think that if you become stronger, you can deal with Frisia, right? Humph, I tell you, just like you can't be Frisia's opponent at all, because you can't imagine the horror of Frisia, unless you get the life that will never die. When Vegeta said this, his eyelids jumped very much, and it seemed that the shadow that Frisia gave him was not small. And why do you think I took the Dragon Ball? I want to kill Frisia, but my strength is not enough, I can only live forever, so that I can do it. When Sun Wukong heard this, his brows frowned, and then he asked lightly, you have also seen that my strength has improved a lot, but I didn't overestimate my strength, but you said that this is not okay. Is Frisia so terrifying? That's right, if you face him, it's best to be mentally prepared for everything, because Frisia is far more powerful than you think. Although Vegeta is a bit of an exaggeration to say this, it is true for their current strength. Vegeta, are you exaggerating a little? You see, Goku's strength has increased so much, how can there be enemies that Goku can't clean up? Klin also felt a little exaggerated, so he gave himself a sedative, and Gohan agreed with this statement. Humph, if you don't believe it, you can try it yourself. Vegeta didn't bother to explain. I think now that Frisia has obtained 7 Dragon Balls, he will get the immortal life soon after, and the current situation has lost the opportunity for us, the chance to win, we can only pray not to touch him. Wrong, Frisia hasn't fulfilled his wish yet, you still have a chance, but let's see if you have the guts. The voice of Budley appeared here. What? How do you know? And you're also a scion, why don't I know you? Vegeta asked in surprise, and at the same time was wary of Budley. He almost forgot, and this scion who did not know whether it was an enemy or a friend was here. Since he was careless, he almost let his guard down. Sun Wukong, Klin, Sun Gohan, hearing this, his eyes lit up, and suddenly noticed the tail behind Budley. Wow! You're a scion too. No wonder I said how your chi is so the same as ours. In contrast, Sun Wukong was not vigilant, but looked like he suddenly realized. Budley heard this and nodded. If you see, I am a scion, but I am afraid that you are the only one present who knows me. Hey? Vegeta, do you know him? Monkey King asked directly towards Vegeta. When Vegeta heard this, he gritted his teeth and looked at Budley, and had no impression in his mind. What is your name? Budley suddenly put on a sinister expression and smiled. Budley. I believe that Vegeta, as a Scion Prince, should have heard of such a name, right? After all, his deeds with Broly are in Vegeta, and everyone knows it. Sure enough, hearing the words Buttily, Vegeta's original expression of gritting his teeth was immediately replaced by an expression of surprise and incredulity. Bootily, as a scion prince, naturally knew that it was a defected scion, and he did not expect to meet him here today. Are you traitor scion? Bootily. Traitor? Buttily suddenly put on a numb expression. It seems that your old son King Vegeta has not said anything to you. What? What do you mean? Vegeta asked with some stuttering. I don't know why, since he felt scared when he saw Buttily's expression. Oh? It seems that you really don't know, Knight. I'll tell you. Buttily paused, coughed twice and put on a proud look. I am a scion who was born with 70,000 combat power. Later, your father, King Vegeta, was jealous and planned to cast me, but fortunately someone rescued me from Vegeta Star and wandered the universe ever since. Vegeta, who listened, did not know how to answer. In addition to shock in his heart, he did not expect such a deed. All he knew was the Buttily traitor. There is something about Buttily's origin and so on. He didn't hear it, not to mention that at that time, he was not interested in listening to it. From birth. Only 70,000. It's even more terrifying than Broly. Vegeta couldn't help but take a step back. If it was true, then his current strength was probably far above him and Kakarot. No wonder he just felt that when Buttily appeared, the chi on his body was a little wrong, but before he could sense it, Buttily converged his breath. Even Klin and Son Gohan are the same. They open their mouths in surprise. They can stuff an egg. Only Sun Wukong is alone, touching his head without culture. I don't know what it means. The number question is always the nemesis of the Monkey King, whether it is in Dragon Ball Z, or Dragon Ball Super or Dragon Ball GT, the protagonist Monkey King is always an uncultured scion. Seeing them surprised, Buttily immediately took out the Dragon Balls of a planet. Look, you think Frieza got 7 Dragon Balls, but in fact, the 7th is in my hand. It turns out that in your hands. I said I was looking for it. How did I not find it? So it was. Vegeta also suddenly realized. Klin and Son Gohan immediately smiled when they saw this, and Son Gohan said directly, Great, we still have a chance now, that. Uncle Buttily. When Buttily heard Son Gohan call his uncle, Nemas, he immediately stopped him. Don't call me uncle, call me old, call me brother, how about it? When Klin saw this, his eyelids jumped, and he didn't know how to answer Gohan, because Gohan set his eyes on him. Vegeta saw that this was just a pretend cut and ignored them, and now he couldn't resist Frieza alone, so he still needed the help of Podalia and Kakarot. Whether it is Buttily or Kakarot's strength, he has just seen it, it is exactly what he needs, so he is also direct and has a better attitude. Gohan, call it brother, not to mention that Buttily looks younger than me. When Sun Wukong saw this, he immediately persuaded. However, Buttily shook his head, speechless, and then threw a planet to Gohan. Just joking, take it, we may have to face the next enemy, you two protect Dragon Ball. Che, it's not Kakarot's fake mercy, otherwise how would anyone know about this? Vegeta directly complained about Sun Wukong. If he hadn't let guys go, it is estimated that no one would have come to this side. Because they sensed an extremely powerful aura coming here, of course extremely powerful for them, except for Buttily. Chapter 026. Chapter XXVI. When Sun Wukong was about to say something, he really felt a huge chi approaching here, and Vegeta also felt it. Humph. The person you let go brought Kainu over. No matter how strong you are, it is impossible for a person to beat him. Vegeta splashed cool water on the side. Suddenly Vegeta noticed something and immediately widened his eyes. Wait, where did Frieza go? He got the Dragon Balls, but he still lacks one and will definitely come here, but his gas. Well, he's over there. Sun Wukong looked in the direction of the Great Elder, and immediately startled Klin and Son Gohan. and then said that maybe Frisia did not know the way to summon the divine dragon. So go and take the name X hostage. Wait, if the Great Elder dies, then the Dragon Ball will disappear, and we have to go to the rescue of the Great Elder. Sun Wuhan was in a hurry. It didn't work. If the Great Elder died, then the people of the earth would have no way to be resurrected. When Buddly heard this and looked at the sky, two bright dots suddenly appeared in their field of vision. They've arrived, and if they want to go to the rescue, someone has to drag them both. Buddly looked at Klin. Hide the Dragon Balls, don't let them know that the last one is here. Klin nodded and hid when he saw this, not to mention that he was the only one who couldn't help here. As soon as he left, Guise and Kainu fell from the air, and then Sun Wukong's vigilant face looked at Kainu, and Kainu was the same. After all, they both found that the strength of the other party was extraordinary. Ha ha ha, just thank you for taking care of you, now our captain is here, specially to clean you up. Guise looked at the Monkey King proudly. Kainu suddenly activated the detector, and then said, "What? That guy's combat power is only 5,000 points? What? 5,000 points, don't you think it's strange?" Guise asked rhetorically. Nemas, there were only 2 of them left in Team Kinnet. Wrong. Kainu frowned, and then said, "You just care too much about the data of the scout, so you have suffered losses. That guy should have retained his strength, and only when he was fighting, he suddenly improved. In my evaluation, it should be more than 60,000 combat strength at that time." Kainu is worthy of being Kainu did not guess wrong at all. Sun Wukong's current strength is not much, the so-called close to 300,000, is Sun Wukong's full strength plus the power of the Realm King Fist. Otherwise, of course, it can't be so high now, and even Buddly secretly gave Kainu a thumbs up, and his eyes are extraordinary, which is obvious. What? When Guise heard this, a cold sweat broke out. He's a scion, I've never seen that scion have such high combat power. It's not impossible, he may be like us, a super genius warrior, and there is one thing you said wrong. Kainu paused and looked at Guise. The scion not only has 60,000 points of strength, but also more than 60,000 points, but he is now missing. King Frisia has been tracking down, but there is no news. What? Guise was already shocked and couldn't be more shocked, and there was such a thing, since he had not heard of it. Kainu ignored Guise's expression, but instead said to himself with an expectant face, "Humph, it seems that I can have a good fight, enjoy the unprecedented fun of fighting. I never dreamed that I still have such an opportunity. Let me show my true strength." Guise saw this very sensible retreat. Nemas, this is all crazy, he can't afford to provoke, can't hide. When Sun Wukong heard this, he immediately said to them, "You go and find the Dragon Ball radar, find out the Dragon Ball, leave it to me here, the 2 of them are coming to me, let me deal with them." When Sun Gohan heard this, he immediately burst out and left here, and Klin also saw it and immediately chased over. However, Guise immediately saw the Dragon Balls in Klin's hand and immediately yelled, "Not good, the last Dragon Ball is here." What? Kainu looked up, and sure enough, it's really here, chase. Before he finished speaking, Sun Wukong dragged him down and attacked him with a punch. Guise wanted to chase, but as soon as he flew into the air, he was punched by Vegeta, and every time he survived death, his strength increased a lot. This is the scion. And Vegeta originally couldn't beat Guise, but after the fairy beans given by Sun Wukong were eaten and recovered, the strength has also increased a lot. After 3 rounds between Son Goku and Kainu, the 2 sides ended the round in a tie, each standing on the sidelines watching each other, as did Vegeta and Guise. As for Buddly is also here, holding hands and watching them fight, watching the game as if negotiating. This feels cool. But at this time, Nemas Vegeta ran away, so he would not be so kind to follow Sun Wukong here. He planned to go to the 2 imps to ask the method of summoning the dragon, and then kill people. The current Vegeta is not the future Vegeta, he is still an evil idea. Oh, it's a pity, in that case, let me play. As soon as Buttily finished speaking, Nima's Monkey King was beaten into a pig's head. Suddenly, Sun Wukong burst out with twice the Realm King fist, directly improving his combat effectiveness beyond Kainu, which made Kainu and Guise tremble after fighting. You a Super Saiyan? This Kainu also involuntarily asked such a sentence. After all, such a strong combat power, except for the Super Saiyan, he couldn't think of a second one. Oh? Super Saiyan? Although I heard Vegeta say it, I still didn't quite understand. Sun Wukong shook his head. Buttily shook his head when he heard this. Sun Wukong is a Saiyan is right, but to say Super Saiyan, he is not at all, at least not now. Guise was sweating profusely. Super Saiyan. Isn't that the legendary strongest warrior among the Saiyans? He is. He is. King Frieza, the most feared Super Saiyan? But Kainu thought of something. Exchange bodies with Sun Wukong, and Sun Wukong is soft-hearted. Since Nima's let them leave, Buttily twitched at the sight of this. I see, you're not a Super Saiyan, you haven't fully become a Super Saiyan yet, you're not a Super Saiyan, ha 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 ha. He had heard that Super Saiyans were the strongest bloodthirsty warriors, and Sun Wukong was soft-hearted and not a Super Saiyan at all. On the other side, Frieza also went to the Great Elder, and since he saw the nemesis who was slapped by him, he asked him how to make a wish. You go, I won't tell you such an evil person, even if I can't beat you, I won't say it. Niru came directly here after being sent flying before, so he stayed, did not leave, and stayed next to the Great Elder, knowing that Frieza was coming at this time. When Frieza heard this, her lips lifted, and the terrifying laughter was revealed again. Oh, don't you say. That's okay. Well? Suddenly there were a few beeps in his detector, and then several more combative nemesis appeared here. Oh? It turns out that you still have companions, interesting, hum. Chapter 027. Chapter XXVII. Niru had been wary of Frieza's words, but he had eaten Frieza's fist and knew how powerful Frieza was. At the same time, on the Buttily side, Sun Wukong and Ki Nu have already fought, but Sun Wukong was still seriously injured, and Ki Nu was even more seriously injured than him. But others don't know, he Buttily doesn't know yet, this guy is planning to exchange bodies with Sun Wukong. But the first condition for exchanging bodies is that he needs to be injured more seriously than the other party, otherwise he can't do it if the other party doesn't relax. However, at this time, when Sun Wukong was almost exchanged for his body, Buttily appeared and interrupted Kainu's plan. Hey? When Kainu saw Buttily, he thought that he had ignored someone, this person, so he put down and exchanged bodies with Sun Wukong. Humph, what's wrong? Kainu, you have taken a fancy to Kakarot's body, right? You can exert 180,000 combat power, since this is the case, then you might as well see how mine is. As Buttily said, the explosion came out, and suddenly a huge momentum spread around. What? Guise was below, and he was startled by the data detected by the detector, and he sat down on his butt, and Kainu saw this and immediately took out the detector to probe. Suddenly beeped twice, and Buttily's combat power value appeared on his detector. What? What the? 500,000. How can it be? Don't. You're the Super Saiyan. Sun Wukong, who was lying on the ground, was also startled. This chi is too powerful, but unfortunately he is now an almost crippled person. It is strange to say, Vegeta is stubborn, Sun Wukong is soft and virgin. No matter what enemy he fights against, he obviously has absolute overwhelming power, and in the end he has been beaten into a cripple, and if he is far away, he will say that he is close. Just like now, he came to Namixing, if he used the full strength, quadruple Realm King fist at the beginning, close to the power of 300,000, Kainu was soon seconds by minute. Now well, pretending not to be forced to be beaten into a serious injury, just like a strong person wrestling the wrist with a skinny person. The fat and strong pretend not to exert strength, and the result was smashed by the skinny breath. Obviously, he can also have that ability, and pretend to be forced, pretend to be in the end, and only put himself in, and no one else has it. Now Sun Wukong said this, if not for Buddly, he would have been exchanged bodies by now. After Buddly burst out of power, no matter how Kainu wanted to directly shock him back, and then mysteriously laughed, "Humph, what's wrong Kainu, aren't you very awesome? Before you hit you, your whole body is shaking, how? Are you afraid? Since you are afraid, then the Dragon Ball is mine." Buddly floated down and took the Monkey King to the Frisia spaceship in a flash. What? Don't even think about it. Kainu is also chasing behind, and Dragon Ball he will keep anyway. But it just so happened that Nima's son Gohan and Klin were also here, as was Vegeta, and several of Nima's people had converged. Hey? Kakarot, who can hurt you like this? After Vegeta came out, he saw Sun Wukong's miserable appearance, his brows frowned slightly. How powerful Sun Wukong's power was, he knew. So he left because he believed that Sun Wukong could clean up the two of them, and now it's okay, the two of them are fine, but Sun Wukong is dying. Dad! Goku! Klin's son Wuhan saw this and immediately ran over to see how Sun Wukong was. After all, Sun Wukong is their backbone, no matter who it is on Earth, they think that with Sun Wukong, any enemy is not a problem. Hey? Vegeta! Kainu sees that Vegeta is also there, the current form is very bad for him, and the Dragon Balls have been dug up, although it is not known how they found the Dragon Balls. But now this situation is not under his control at all, except to escape. It is estimated that he has no second way. After all, there is still a Buddly. Vegeta also saw that Kainu wanted to run, but he didn't have the strength to stop him, so he could only look at Buddly. Hey, Potali, join hands with me to take him, you must not let him run, otherwise Frisia will come back, which will be bad for us. How? Are you afraid of Frisia? Instead of answering, Vatali asked rhetorically, which made Vegeta's eyes show fear, which showed how much he feared Frisia. Seeing Vegeta's scared look, Buddly didn't pay attention to anything, and immediately took a step forward. Leave this guy to me. Swoosh! The Buddly figure disappeared here, directly pressing Kainu's head down under Vegeta's shocked expression, and then flashed behind Kainu and patted him on the neck. Whoosh! Kainu fell to the ground with a scream, but Buddly appeared behind him again, and before he could reach the ground, he put his knees on his back. Kainu flew upside down, suddenly smiling, and suddenly a golden light appeared on his body, and he flew towards Buddly. Exchange. When Buddly saw this, he suddenly found that his soul was about to be pumped out, and it was caused by the golden light of Kainu, but he was not the Monkey King. I saw that Buddly suddenly burst out of chi, and an invisible and powerful wave of chi wrapped around him, which broke the exchange of Kainu, and at the same time Buddly also threw a frog up. That's your ability to exchange, right? Exchange it with it. No, when Kainu saw this, it was too late to stop it, his soul had already been exchanged with the frog, and it was caught by the scion in his hand. As for his body, he was also controlled by the frog soul, and he jumped away with a croak. That's awesome! Uncle Klin, do you feel his anger? After Son Gohan reacted, he asked in surprise. Klin also nodded, very shocked. Well, such a powerful death, even Goku does not have such a powerful chi as him, it's incredible. That's right, they can obviously feel the huge chi in Buddly now, neither Vegeta nor Sun Wukong is so powerful, although they don't want to admit it, but this is the case. His chi, according to the analysis of combat strength, is at least around 500,000 combat power. Vegeta's eyes widened too, and he had to admit that Buddly was terrifying. It is no wonder that his father is jealous of Buddly, he now believes Potala's words. He has just been born with a combat strength of 70,000, this is not blowing. After all, among the scions, in addition to the legendary Super Scion, it was the first time he had seen the Monkey King with a combat power of nearly 100,000 that surpassed the scions. But compared with Buddley, even if he is now more than 100,000, he can't compare with him, which makes her so-called Scion Prince's self-esteem hit hard. But this is okay, after all, if Buddley was born with 70,000 combat strength, according to the Scion rank, it was more advanced than him. So he also felt a little better. But it was only a little, after all, his self-esteem as a Scion Prince was not a little big. However, Buddley did not have time to pay attention to their expressions and thoughts, only saw that he threw the frog out, and the frog ran away immediately after landing, and the heart was faster than a rabbit. Canaille! You have done a lot of sins, now you can live the life of a frog, feel it, see what it feels like to be powerless to resist, hum. Chapter 028. Chapter XXVIII. When Buddley had just finished this, he suddenly felt another chi descending on Namex, and this chi was at least about 5,000 and close to 60 million combat strength. That Mizing is really shining. This chi was very hidden, Vegeta they did not feel it, only the unfathomable Buddley felt it, but he did not have time to pay attention to them now. Vegeta, first find a way to treat Sun Wukong. If you want to fight Frieza, you must have Sun Wukong's power together, you don't need me to say that you know this. Vegeta heard this corner of his eyelid twitch fiercely, is this guy from Nema ordering him? Suddenly gritted his teeth, clenched fists, and hand meridians burst out, looking angry to the extreme. But at this time, Buddley's direct burst of aura, looking at Vegeta with a cold expression, his eyes showed murderous intent, which suddenly made Vegeta feel cold for a while, and immediately the anger dissipated. Go, Frieza, there is a way to treat Kakarot. Vegeta looked at Klin and Son Gohan, you guys bring Kakarot in, we're going to heal Kakarot before Frieza returns. Klin and Son Gohan were also called back to their senses by this sentence, just now they were frightened by Buddley's murderous aura, and then helped Sun Wukong in. When they entered, they saw a lot of corpses, which Vegeta had killed while Frieza was not breaking in, and then slowly they walked to a special iron gate. When Vegeta opened it, he saw only a few machines here, this is Frieza's machine, specially designed to increase strength and heal injuries. That's it, I'm going to use this machine to heal Kakarot and raise his power to the maximum. Buddley is right, to deal with Frieza he needs Kakarot's power, and he can also see that Kakarot's power has not been fully activated, so he wants to use this machine to heal while stimulating Kakarot's power. Vegeta said to go in and clean up, and threw the useless things on the ground, and suddenly Sun Wukong opened his eyes, saw a needle in his eyes, and suddenly his whole body trembled. His eyes widened, he yelled, and he wanted to run away from here, but if he hadn't been seriously injured and dragged by Klin, he would have really climbed out. I don't want injections, I don't. I'm most afraid of injections, Kobayashi. Let me go, I don't want treatment. Sun Wukong's biggest fear in his life is two things, the first is injections, dignified scions, afraid of injections, there is no one. The second thing is that I am afraid that Kiki will not give him food, and everyone also knows that Sun Wukong is a martial idiot who will not support his family, and the family is supported by a woman, so from time to time Kiki will not use food, and over time it will become what he is most afraid of. When Vegeta heard this, he also felt embarrassed, Nema's good villain is also a scion, and he is afraid of not even hitting a syringe, besides, here, who will treat you with this thing? Shut up for me, who would use this low-level thing like a syringe? What an idiot! Hey! When Sun Wukong heard that there was no need for injections, he suddenly became quiet, really. Vegeta immediately opened the door of the treatment hatch, helped Kakarot in. Son Gohan and Klin immediately let Son Goku in without saying a word, and Vegeta put something similar to oxygen in his mouth, and two threads were glued to his forehead. Then Vegeta closed the hatch and put in the therapeutic liquid. And outside Klin asked curiously when he saw such a treatment. Vegeta, what is this? This is called a liquid therapy machine, which is simply a kind of treatment cabin, where the injured person soaks in this special solution, and it does not take much time to recover all their physical strength. Vegeta said and looked at Buddly who was guarding outside. When I bring down Frieza, I'm dealing with you slowly, by then I'll already be a Super Saiyan. As long as I become a Super Saiyan, no matter how good you are, I can take you down. Good fellow, Vegeta is so vengeful, but it is also said, after all, the current Vegeta is still full of evil in his heart. If it were not for the last resort, he would not be able to help Sun Wukong so quietly now. Okay, Kakarot will take a little time to recover. I'll go get the battle clothes for you to wear, so that your defenses can be strengthened. So they went with Vegeta to get the so-called combat suit, and here outside, Buddly also knew that Dandy was desperately rushing here. As for Nero holding Frieza, and because he knew that the Dragon Ball would disappear if the Great Elder died, Frieza didn't have to make a move against the Great Elder and kept playing Nero. After they got dressed, Klin asked how long it would take for Monkey King to recover, and Vegeta estimated that it would take 40 or 50 minutes. After all, it was just the old liquid healing machine, and the new one had already been completely destroyed by him, but with Sun Wukong's physique, it should be fine. Suddenly Klin left here and went to the Great Elder, and Buddly did not stop it. Anyway, he had already completed the things promised to the Great Elder. The Great Elder's refusal to leave was his choice. Since that was the case, he didn't need to wait for anything, plus he was not the Great Elder's guardian. It was almost enough. No, I haven't closed my eyes since I came here, I'm already sleepy. The bald head said he would come back in 2 hours, then let Buddly watch the Dragon Ball. Little ghost, you went outside to watch the Dragon Ball with that Buddly. I never closed my eyes when I came here. I have to go to sleep for an hour, and wake me up in an hour. Hearing Vegeta's words, Son Gohan immediately ran out, and Vegeta also set the timer with the alarm clock, and then fell asleep next to the liquid therapy machine. Outside, Son Gohan ran out, and when Buddly saw this, he knew that Vegeta was asleep, and the guy was probably sleepy. Gohan, why did you come out? Vegeta said to sleep, let me come out and watch Dragon Ball with you. Son Gohan said and sat down next to Buddly. Seeing this, Buddly looked at Son Gohan, and then touched his head, and immediately felt how powerful the sleeping power in Son Gohan's body was. It's really terrifying potential. If you can practice well, maybe Sun Wukong may not be able to catch up, but everyone has their own aspirations, and I don't interfere much. It's okay to watch Dragon Ball. By the way, to tell you something, Dandy is coming here, it's almost coming. Ah! Dandy is coming! Son Gohan was just happy and immediately sank his face again, but Frieza will come back at any time. Dandy, he is here. Before he finished speaking, Buddly stood up. Ha ha ha, Mita, do you know? In fact, your strength is very strong, but you are still in a deep sleep, not awakened. If you wake up, Frieza or something, it is not your opponent at all. When Sun Wuhan heard this, his small mouth opened wide. Hey! Are you sure? Am I really that good? Of course, the premise is that you must cultivate hard, and if you give up, then you will be wasted. Chapter 029. Chapter XXIX. Buddly is now kind enough to remind him, although he knows that it may be useless, but he also reminds that as for whether Son Gohan will do it, it is not his business. 1 point, whether it is Sun Wuhan or Sun Wushan, they are the same as Sun Wukong, soft-hearted, not suitable for big things, and it is very awesome to do delays. And Sun Wukong is soft-hearted, but at least he has been cultivating and does not give up, but it is a pity that he will not support his family, otherwise he is really a standard man. The Great Elder was here. At this time Nero had fallen, and Frieza had been pressing, but Nero had sensed that Dandy had arrived at the Earthlings. Humph! don't you want to know the code words of summoning? Now to tell you is also for nothing. Dandy has arrived at the Earthlings, he has told the Earth recognition, you want to know the code, hum hum. Near lay on the ground, even though he was scarred, he was happy. When Frisia heard this, he suddenly remembered that when he came here, he met a little fart who passed by him, and this nemesis had been dragging him down, and he didn't understand that this was delaying time. What? That little ghost! Damn it! Frisia immediately burst out, you're stalling me for time. Didn't care about anything, immediately flew away and left here, hoping to catch up. Frisia turned on the detector on the way back, since Nemes had no news of Team Kinut. What's going on? Why didn't you see the news of Team Kinut? Had all 5 of them been killed? The more Frisia thought about it, the more he felt that it was possible, so his old face changed many times, but anyway, it must be related to that Earthling, or is it that Team Kinuit sent some mutation, and the Dragon Ball was taken away? It's a shame that you don't want to think, only I can fulfill your wishes, not you inferior creatures, you don't think. At this time, Frisia broke out at full speed, and the places he passed were badly damaged, but by the time he arrived, it was estimated that it was almost too late. On the Buddley side, sure enough, Clin met Dandy who could not find them halfway, and then heard Dandy's words and immediately brought him over. When they arrived, they immediately discussed not letting Vegeta know, so they quietly transferred the Dragon Ball, and then planned to summon the dragon. Son Gohan suddenly felt a powerful chi and soon approached here. You don't have to worry, summon the dragon quickly, Frisia is here, I'll hold him back and buy you time. Clin saw this and nodded, and then asked Dandy to summon the dragon, and sure enough, after Dandy said a word about the method of summoning the dragon, the sky darkened. Frisia who came back saw this stop, and looked in all directions with a stunned expression, he had never seen such a situation. What's going on? Why did the sky suddenly darken? Suddenly, not far away, a golden flash flew out from the Dragon Ball, and then a green, imposing divine dragon appeared in front of them. Both Clin and Son Gohan were taken aback, but Buddley did not, but he missed Polenga who watched it a little. Polenga, we meet again, but this time, your appearance has nothing to do with me, let's finish them well. Oh my god, it's so big, bigger than the dragon of the earth. His name is Boranga, which in our case means the god of dreams, and I am the same as you, meeting Boranga for the first time. Dandy also said in surprise. At this time, Polenga asked in a high voice, people who gather the Dragon Ball, say your wishes, any wish can be granted, you can choose 3 wishes. Polenga's tone was full of the momentum of the superior, surrounded by his echoes. At this time, Son Gohan and Clin dragged, I don't know how to grant the 3 wishes. Podala saw this and slapped his forehead, Nemes, and they dropped the chain at the critical moment. Hurry up and make a wish, Frisia will be there soon, Vegeta will wake up at any moment, don't procrastinate. Buddley slapped the bald Lin on the head and cursed angrily. Clin saw this lowered head, got it, Dandy immediately asked the dragon to revive all the earthlings killed by the Scions. When Dandy heard this, he immediately told Boranga this wish, but Polenga couldn't do it, he could only resurrect 1 person at a time, there was no way. At this time Piccolo consulted with Gohan through the body of the Realm King. Let him be resurrected, so that the gods of the earth will also be resurrected, then the 7 Dragon Balls of the earth will be the same, and when the time comes, what Polenga cannot do, the god dragon of the earth can. After Clin and they agreed, Piccolo immediately said a second wish. After I am resurrected, let me go to Namekex, I also want to fight, I want to fight in the homeland where I was born, with the guy who killed my companions, I have cultivated here to reach a stronger strength, Gohan you must send me over. Piccolo has seen the scene of Namex through the King of Realm, and believes that he is a Namex person because Namex and Demex look exactly like himself. At this time, Son Gohan replied to him, don't worry, Uncle Piccolo, I will make a wish immediately. Please, Gohan, the third wish is yours to grant." Then they made these two wishes, and at the same time, here in the realm, the aperture on Piccolo's head had disappeared, and his body had recovered. Piccolo is resurrected, the gods of earth are resurrected, and so is Dragon Ball. Namexin. Here in the treatment capsule of the Frisia spaceship, Vegeta was also awakened by Frisia's chi, and then looked at it and found that it would take a few minutes for Monkey King to wake up, and he planned to go out to block it. He suddenly found that the sky was dim, and there was a strange thing floating in the sky, which was associated with the divine dragon that Sun Wuhan said, and his face suddenly changed. That monster is what Kakarot they call the dragon in Dragon Ball. Abominable, these three bastards dare to take a step ahead of me, abominable. Vegeta immediately exploded and flew over. No, Frisia is very close, it's not easy to deal with now. At the same time, Frisia also approached here, and when he opened the detector, he found that there were 5 life forms. Very good, finally found by me, give me a look, you inferior creatures, I have arrived, it is your time to die. Here, by this time, when Palunga had already asked them for their third wish, Vegeta had already arrived, causing the 3 of them to shake their bodies so badly. Sure enough, you 4 bastards, I secretly summoned the divine dragon on my back, damn it, I can't spare you. Vegeta was furious, gathering a lot of power in his fists. When Buttily saw this, he immediately blocked Vegeta's way. How? Vegeta, you're going to have a fight, aren't you? Humph, less nonsense, you think you're awesome, damn it. You ruined the only chance to bring down Frisia, I can't spare you. Vegeta didn't care about anything. Attack with one punch. Buttily is not afraid of Frisia, and naturally he will not be afraid of Vegeta, but his not being afraid does not mean that others are not afraid, and this Son Gohan immediately said that there is still a wish to make. Vegeta heard this decisively retracted his strength, his face recovered, to be honest, he fought with Buttily, he was not sure, just tried it, there was no chance to recover. Chapter 030. Chapter XXX. Seeing that there was still a chance to redeem it, he naturally saw that the stairs would go down immediately, otherwise it would not end well. Just as Vegeta was about to make a wish, the dragon Boringa suddenly disappeared, the sky returned to its normal color, and the dragon balls turned into stone. Seeing this, Buttily shook his head and sighed, alas, the great elder has reached the limit, and the dragon ball is no longer usable. What? What about my desire for immortality? Vegeta asked excitedly, Nemas, the flesh that reached his mouth could fall off. Dandy knelt on the ground and shook his head, there is no way anymore. What? Damn, if you hadn't used Dragon Ball without permission, how could you? Before Vegeta could finish, Buttily lifted him up with one hand. Since you are still a Scion Prince, I asked you, just now you were thinking, immediately find a place to hide after making a wish, as long as you are not defeated, you will bring down Frisia. You? Vegeta was astonished by Vidali's questioning, how could he know what he was thinking? Impossible, absolutely impossible. Don't be ridiculous, didn't you treat Sun Wukong just to fight and let me join forces with him to deal with Frisia? You made your own wish to live forever and hide, when will you evolve into a Super Saiyan and come back to see, who of us is alive, you will repair whom, right? Buttily said, immediately throwing Vegeta on the ground and looking up the slope. Vegeta was just about to get angry, but when he saw that Buttily didn't look at him, but looked at the sky, he subconsciously looked up and suddenly his eyes widened. Because Frisia appeared there and looked at them with a sinister expression, it made them numb for a while. Oh, Vegeta, you really did a good deed, what you obviously got in hand, hateful, destroyed by you, I will kill you. Frisia said and immediately attacked them. In an instant they dodged immediately, but Frisia was not a vegetarian, and several air bombs strafed, and when Buttily saw this, he had to shoot. A shot broke Frisia's air bomb, then jumped up, taking Klin and Son Gohan and Dandy away from retreating a little, where only Vegeta and Frieza were left in front. He knew that Vegeta had decided to fight Frieza, and although there was no way, it was only the only way for Vegeta. "Hey, Buttily, aren't you going to help?" Seeing this, Klin asked with a slight frown, leaving Vegeta alone. "I'm afraid. I'm going to chop you into meat sauce and see where you run." An air bomb that Frieza said passed, and suddenly Vegeta raised his hand and sent Frieza's air bomb flying. "Frieza, if you think that you can take down the four of us so easily, you are very wrong." Vegeta's lips raised. If it was in the original, he was really delaying time. But now, with Buttily here, everything can be said to be another matter. "Oh, I thought you were going to say something, it turned out to be so. It seems that Vegeta you forgot my horror. Since that's the case, then I'll let you remember it again." Frieza suddenly gathered his breath. "Ah!" Suddenly, a huge chi moved the surroundings, and the stones slowly floated up from the ground because of this chi. This chi spread directly to everything around it, and at the same time two other chi came towards here, one stopped halfway, and the other came directly here. "Hey! It's King Frieza's anger, it seems that I am not too late. This is a cosmic man full of evil," he is what Frieza said, and when he first came to Namex, he ate on the spot, and then he came over. When Buttily stood here, he suddenly said lightly, "Vegeta, be careful, one of Frieza's most powerful helpers is here." "The best? Could it be?" Vegeta heard this and immediately looked at the sky, and sure enough, an aura larger than Frieza arrived here in an instant. "Hull!" Vegeta's eyes widened when he saw the person coming. This person he had heard of, in the Frieza Legion. It was rumored to be a figure who could not see the end of the dragon, and he did not expect to appear here. Hernai is a figure in Frieza's own family, although he is a frozen demon, but he cannot transform and belongs to foreign forces, but he has been cultivated by Frieza into the strongest henchman. "Hull, you made it up, just laugh, don't be real." "Oh, Hull, you're a little redundant." Seeing this, Frieza sneered. Hull was dressed like Frieza, but his head was long and looked like a dog's head, and he was only heard saluting Frieza. "King Frieza, since that's the case, let you play." Hull sat on the side and watched the play. Vegeta frowned slightly when he saw this. "I'm strange, Hell is obviously higher in combat effectiveness than you Frieza, how can he be kind and willing to work for you?" Vegeta didn't know that Frieza could transform, otherwise he wouldn't think so, but he didn't know. It didn't mean that Buttily didn't know, but Buttily didn't make a sound. "Let Vegeta play first, and when Sun Wukong recovers, he will make a move. Anyway, there is such a master as Hell, Sun Wukong still needs to transform into a Super Saiyan to be able to deal with it." As for Frieza, it was handed over to him, so since Frieza, he has not taken the initiative to come forward. Boom, see? Vegeta, you don't have to wonder why, because I'll tell you personally later, but I won't know until you've beaten you. Hearing Frieza's fishing-like tone, Vegeta sneered, "Humph, do you think I can't deal with you? Big mistake, I'm already on the verge of becoming the Super Saiyan you fear the most, ahem." Vegeta's face broke out with a drop of sweat after speaking. This sentence was just to scare Frieza. After all, after staying together for a long time, he naturally understood what Frieza was afraid of. Super Saiyan is what he fears the most. When Hell heard the Super Saiyan, his body involuntarily shook, and then he looked at Vegeta, and he didn't notice any changes in him. This guy's brain spins pretty fast, it's just that you've been a Super Saiyan for a long time. Buttily thought, Vegeta can transform into a Super Saiyan, but the key is how to change? No one in the entire Saiyan clan knows, let alone know that they can't become one, because the first condition required to transform into a Super Saiyan is 3 million combat power. In the original work, when Vegeta Star had not yet been destroyed, which Saiyan had reached more than 100,000 combat power. Not to mention astronomical figures like 3 million. And hearing the Super Saiyan, Frieza was shocked in his heart, and then the surface was silent. "Oh, Vegeta, you are also blowing too big, turning into a Super Saiyan? Vegeta gritted his teeth and smiled when he heard this. Yes, then you can try it. Frieza saw Vegeta look like this. I was really worried, so I changed my face. In that case, then I will start killing from you. A punch attack fell. Vegeta saw this and immediately punched to block, and suddenly the two people each grabbed each other's hands, gritted their teeth and replaced them, and the burst of breath blew the surrounding people upside down, flying sand and stones. Oh, this Frieza didn't use his full strength, and so did Vegeta. It seems that Vegeta has improved a lot. Buddy gave an evaluation in his heart as he looked at the back. In fact, Vegeta also felt unprecedented pressure at this time, but as a Saiyan, although he chose to face it. So I stopped fearing, so I held on. Well, this Saiyan he can block such a force as King Frieza. It seems that a great figure has appeared among the Saiyan. Hull was also thinking with his chin on the side. Suddenly, Vegeta increased his breath and burst Frieza's detector at once, thus ending the round. Chapter 031. Chapter XXXI. The two of them stepped aside and looked at each other, Vegeta panting tiredly, while Frieza looked indifferent, but also a little surprised. It turns out that you have made a lot of progress, no wonder you are so conceited. Frieza was calm, because even so, Vegeta was still an ant in his eyes. Transform quickly. Frieza, you have to transform sooner or later anyway, it's better to show your true face to everyone later. Vegeta suddenly said lightly. He knew that Frieza could transform, but he didn't think about the power of Frieza after transformation. Oh? So you know about this? Who told you that? Frieza was sure that Vegeta didn't know about his transformation, and it seemed that someone had said it. That guy from Shangbo himself said that there is a kind of person among the cosmic people who are strange races that transform according to needs, and in addition to disguise, they can also save physical exertion. Hearing Vegeta's this, Frieza shook his head. You are wrong, I am not this kind of person. I do not change my body because the power after transformation is too great and I can't control it. Is this true? Klin and the others were afraid before they saw it, but think about it, after all, they are only playing soy sauce, and it is strange that they are not afraid. Don't be afraid, he's just bluffing. Vegeta doesn't believe it. Oh mother, King Frieza, what should you do if you are underestimated? Hull asked Frieza, who was on the side. Frieza saw and looked at Vegeta and the others, then let them pay. Vegeta, since you want to see it, then I will show it to you. Open your eyes and look at it. This is not something you can see if you want to see, don't miss the opportunity. But remember the last time in Vegeta Star, I destroyed you without transforming, even your father King Vegeta, I burst with one finger. Humph, you're less proud. Although Vegeta said this, he still wanted to see Frieza's power after transformation. Buddy knew that Vegeta's conceit was too strong, thinking that he had increased his strength and was sure, but he did not stop it and let him play. Well, don't get stunned. A flash of light appeared on Frieza's body, and in an instant it transformed into a second form. Don't make people laugh and lose their teeth, just take off a layer of skin, that is, transform? No kidding, what kind of transformation is this? Vegeta gritted his teeth and looked at it. In fact, the chi on Frieza's second form was enough to surprise him. Alas, Vegeta, you disappointed me so much. I have treated you well before. If you obediently obey orders, there is no need to try the taste of fear like this. Frieza hated iron but not steel, feeling like a pity. In doing so, he gave Buddy and Vegeta the same idea, hypocrisy. Then Frieza told everything about what Vegeta's father had done, including the demise of Vegeta, and at this moment Vegeta knew what was going on. Vegeta Star was not hit by a meteorite. It seems that Frieza's legion, since what he overheard that day is true, it was Frieza's doing. Oh, if I can, I'd really like to ask you to see the beautiful fireworks. Ha 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 ha, Frisia, you still have a busy time in the end, because the scions and I survived. Vegeta added to his heart, and Kakarot, buttily. Vegeta, let's end our chat, let's continue the battle just now. Frisia said, his hand bursting. Even your dead father has never seen me in this form HH. Suddenly, Frisia directly transformed into the second form, just now it was just taking off the armor, not all of it. After Frisia came out in his second form, he was burly, very similar to the norm of his father King Kurdish, and his combat power directly reached a strength of more than 1 million. Impossible! How could there be such a thing? Vegeta also showed fear, Neema's was terrifying. After the transformation, Frisia's voice also changed, be careful, after the transformation, I won't be as gentle as before. Fart, when did you Frisia ever be gentle, who doesn't know that you Frisia is a murderous monster, and buttily came to such a contemptuous word in his heart. Frisia looked at Vegeta, Vegeta, where was your majesty just now? How? Scared? You still put so many cruel words? Frisia directly attacked with his tail, then took it back, oh, right. You have to be more careful, after the transformation, my combat power is more than 1 million. More than 1 million. How is it possible? No matter how strong it is, it can't be so strong. Vegeta was amazed, which frightened him, and he finally understood why Hull would obey Frisia. The power of Frisia after the transformation is really not to be underestimated, no wonder Hull obeys Frisia so strongly. In fact, the gas burst out by Hull was only about 600,000 combat power, and the rest was hidden, and no one else could find it except for Buttily. Suddenly, Frisia showed his hand, and the explosion of all the momentum led the water and wind here to cover the place, and the wind almost spread all over the planet. When Buttily saw this, he immediately snorted over, directly burst into flames, broke Frisia's momentum, and then rescued a few of them. After seeing this, Frisia retracted his momentum, frowned slightly, and suddenly found that this person he had almost forgotten just now. What are you? Frisia, who do you say I am? Buttily immediately showed his tail behind his back. Tail. You're a scion? Humph, I didn't expect that there would be quite a few scions alive, but, Frisia said and looked at a few of them. No matter how many of you there are, I won't let you run away this time, I'll see where to start killing first. Frisia looked at it and suddenly attacked Klin. When Buttily saw this, he immediately blocked Frisia, although he didn't want to strike so quickly, but since he wanted to fight. As a Super Scion, he also needs to fear a frozen demon. Bang! Bang! Only seeing the momentum of Buttily's outbreak and Frisia's opponent coming in place, the aura on the two people did not decrease at all, and it continued to increase. What? Vegeta and the others widened their eyes when they saw it, even Hell, they didn't expect this scion who didn't talk much, and he burst into anger, since it was so terrifying. Well, I didn't expect that there would be an existence like you among the scions. At the top of Frisia, purple aura appeared on his body, and his strength increased a lot. However, Buttily did not fall, the same explosive momentum, suddenly two forces that are more than 1 million collided. What is the surrounding situation? There is no need to say more. Ha! Only to hear the two of them laugh at the same time, purple and colorless auras erupted from their bodies, and then a large explosion was triggered, which blew out a huge deep pit on the surrounding ground. Then I saw only the two of them flying out of Rhinet together, each going to the side to look at each other. Buttily's face was calm, and Frisia did frown, his face was not good, because he had an extra mark of a person's fist on his chest, indicating that he had just been punched. Poof! Frisia suddenly spat sour, and Hell on the ground saw that he couldn't sit still, and immediately flew up and sneaked towards Buttily. When Podala saw this, he immediately grabbed his fist with one hand, clenched his fist in his hand, and then spun in a circle and threw him towards Frisia. As he approached Frisia, Hell burst to steady his body, and then greeted Frisia's concern. King Frisia. You're okay? Ahem, hey. Frisia burst out laughing, no one has ever been able to hurt me, Scion. What is your name? Chapter 032. Chapter XXXII. Potala heard this cold expression. Frisia, you recognize me. It's just that you forgot about me. Oh? I recognize you? Frisia was immediately weird, but shook his head. He didn't have the impression of this Scion. He looked like Vegeta. Looks like you forgot about Frisia. It's okay, I remind you, at whose hands Dodoria died. Vegeta saw this sneering reminder. Dodoria. When Frisia heard this, he immediately looked at Budley. His face was yin and yang, and his expression changed several times. Are you that Scion? Seeing this Budley, he did not hide it. Yes, I will go to a Scion who was born with 70,000 combat power. Budley Dodolia really died at my hands. Don't you still chase me all over the universe for several years, but martial arts. When Frisia heard it, he immediately laughed. Ha 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 ha, I'm so worried that I can't find it. I didn't expect you to appear. It's good, today's new account and old account are calculated together. Ah. Seeing that Frisia was also about to move when he came with all his strength, he also condensed a golden gas bomb in his hand, and then punched it with his left hand. He and Frisia punched each other, and suddenly after a flash of golden lightning, it immediately detonated a huge explosion, and the momentum of the wind and waves was here, and it seemed to blow all over the world. At the same time, the two of them quickly attacked each other with one punch, and the air pressure exposed when they fought was revealed in the sky, and the air pressure emitted white light, like lightning, flashed in the air and disappeared. Where it flashes, it means where they move quickly and where they fight, and in this air, I don't know if the flash pressure flashes 3 or 4 times a second here, and it is launched in different places. This shows that they hit dozens of attacks a second, and the air pressure is only generated when they hit with all their strength, which means that in 1 second, they hit 3 full force blows, which scared Vegeta. Gohan, let's hide quickly, their power is too strong for us to approach. Klin said and immediately picked up Dandy and fled here. Son Gohan saw that this also fled here, only Vegeta remained. He wanted to see the battle, otherwise he was unwilling. Planetary planet. At this time, the king of the Northern Realm also noticed that something was wrong. This Scion Chi is very powerful, and he still has reservations. Lord Realm King, can you beat Frisia then? Tianjin Fan became curious. He and Leaping were here, and Dumplings. They were all killed by Vegeta. Since it was to protect the earth, let their bodies enter the Realm King star cultivation together, including Piccolo. It's hard to say, Frisia's power is also not to be underestimated. I don't know this battle. The Realm King shook his head, he was not sure about this. After all, Frisia has been famous for a long time. The kings of the 4 realms of their east, west, south and north did not dare to provoke them, and Frisia did not come to provoke them, so the well water between them did not violate the river water. But he also knew the horrors of Frisia, so repeatedly discouraged Piccolo from passing. But Piccolo didn't listen, and he couldn't do it, so here, he could only watch. At the same time, Piccolo also arrived here, and saw that Budley and Frisia had already fought each other, and he knew everything when he was in the realm. Yo! Everyone has arrived, right? At this time, Hull stood up and looked at them with a sneer. Since they had all arrived, it was time for him to make a move. Abominable! Piccolo attacked Hull with a force, and along the way he still couldn't get angry, just at this man. Idiot, do you think you are my opponent? Hull suddenly said lightly, and then a vast and boundless momentum appeared on his body. What? Vegeta and the others were shocked back, including Piccolo, although Piccolo is now also 1,000,000 combat power, but Hell is 10,000,000 combat power. Let's go together. Suddenly, several of them self-evidently reached a united front and besieged together, but they were defeated one by one, and finally until Sun Wukong appeared. After treating for so long, he also recovered, and Sun Wukong's combat power reached 3 million, and his body became much stronger, so he fought with Hull. Hull is not Frisia, he is a killing move as soon as he strikes. The combat power directly exploded and his 60 million combat power appeared, resulting in the entire Namex being destroyed. At this moment, everything was the same as on Earth. They used the Dragon Balls of Earth to resurrect the dead people on Namek, and the Great Elder of Namex was also resurrected. The Great Elder was resurrected and the Dragon Ball was restored, so they made a wish to send people back to Earth, but Sun Wukong was unwilling to go, and so was Budley. Sun Wukong wants to compete with Hull. In the original book, Sun Wukong fought with Frisia, but now Budley is there, so Sun Wukong turned to fight with people who did not exist in the original work. But it takes time to execute these, so Sun Wukong opened a tenfold Realm King Fist and raised his combat effectiveness to a strength close to Hell, but even then he still couldn't beat Hell. Speaking of Budley, at this time, Frisia has already transformed into his final form, and has increased his strength by 50%, and it doesn't take time. In the original work, it takes time for him to transform or improve his strength, and if it weren't for Sun Wukong giving him time, in the time it took him to improve his strength, it would be enough for Sun Wukong to kill him hundreds of times. The butterfly effect. Interesting. When Budley saw Frisia like this, he became a boost of strength, and immediately exploded. A yellow-green aura appeared on his body, and his breath also increased. What's wrong? Frisia. Aren't you awesome? Come again. Budley said defiantly, although they are all scions and like to play, but he still has self-knowledge. Unlike Sun Wukong and them, Nima's unsure is still so fun-loving. Originally it was very simple to clean up, but in the end it was both defeated. You less nonsense. Seeing this, Frisia immediately fired countless air bombs over, instantly turning the place where Budley was located into a deep pit. Hull also moved. Scion Budley, no matter how powerful you are, today is your place of death, go and die. Frisia has an extra evil energy in his hand, and then expands this energy and directly attacks the past, which is Frisia's famous stunt, the planet destruction bomb. I only saw that when the destruction bomb approached the ground, it suddenly stopped. What? Frisia looked down, her eyes widening. I saw Budley dragging his bomb of destruction with one hand and throwing it at him. Damn it! Frisia gathered his strength and broke his own move with a punch, and with a loud bang, his body burst out of anger, and he rushed towards Budley. When Budley saw this, energy condensed on his left hand, and his entire hand was covered with yellow-green light, and when Frisia approached, he chose the right moment to strike out. Frisia's face punched Budley hard, spat acid, and then broke through a mountain resistance on the ground, and exploded into the ground along with the pit. Budley did not stop his attack and continued to fire gas bombs. Frisia or the power is below him, but this guy's life force is not covered, and such an attack will not kill Frisia. So Budley is now a make-up move, but I don't know if it's useful. Anyway, he just plays first to improve his fighting skills. Chapter 033. Chapter XXXIII. Impossible, how could you? After Frisia came over anyway, he burst out energy directly from the surface, rushing up with a force, directly blocking Budley's air bomb. Oh! Budley was slightly surprised when he saw this. Frisia is also a talent, and he can block my power, which is very good. Seeing Frisia like this, Budley also withdrew the energy bomb, and Frisia flashed over, and kicked it at the same time, but he pounced. Why, Frisia, is this the strength of your cosmic emperor? If yes, then I'm really going to be disappointed. Budley's voice appeared behind Frisia. Frisia frowned when he saw this, and the back of the punch still fell into the air, and at the same time Budley flashed around, and suddenly kicked him in the back. Wah! Frisia shouted, immediately steadied himself, vigilant around, and suddenly noticed that Budley's chi appeared in front of him, and suddenly a gas bomb passed. Just when the figure of Budley flashed here, at the same time, for Frisia's air bomb, he just grabbed it in his hand, and then squeezed it hard, since it was hard to pinch it. What? What? Frisia's eyelids jumped fiercely, and he retreated in fright, and at the same time his eyes were murderous. Impossible, yay! At once, hundreds of air bombs attacked Budley, and look at this look, it was really going to die. Budley also easily counterattacked with air bombs, and his air bombs and Frisia's air bombs collided and cancelled each other out. What a powerful force! Gohan, who is this Budley? Piccolo asked if he was seriously injured. Dandy had been severely injured and could not heal people, and he naturally could not recover from his injuries. Son Gohan shook his head at this. He knew who Budley was, but if he talked about the details, he really didn't know. Klin is no longer here. He ran to see how Sun Wukong was. After all, these are two battlefields. Sun Wukong broke out 10 times the Realm King Fist and hell away from here. Vegeta, you are a Scion Prince, the situation of Budley, you should know, what the hell is going on? Piccolo couldn't care so much and directly questioned Vegeta, and Vegeta also knew the current situation, so he also had to tell the truth. Budley is the strongest Scion of our Scion clan. Speaking of this, Vegeta seemed to have exhausted his strength and froze. When Piccolo saw this, he immediately asked, "What's going on? Tell me more details." "Don't order me." Vegeta also roared Piccolo, but continued what he had just said. It was 70,000 combat power at birth, and now it should be almost close to surpassing Frisia. Oh no, it may have surpassed and become the legendary Super Saiyan in the Saiyan. Super Saiyan? It wasn't the first time they had heard Vegeta say this name, but Vegeta didn't explain much about what a Super Saiyan was. I hope Dandy can get there soon, and Palunga can hold out a little longer. Here in the battlefield, Frisia had discovered the appearance of Palunga and was about to pass, but was blocked by Budley. "Frisia, if you want to go, you can beat me. Otherwise you want to go, do you think it's possible?" "Damn, well, since that's the case, I'll clean you up first. Go over again, go and die." Frisia slapped over, and suddenly the muscles in his whole body soared. A crackling sound came out of Frisia, and since the momentum on his body gradually increased, it was more powerful than before. This gas. It's really interesting. Budley couldn't help but be shocked, and Frisia's full force was like terror. According to Frisia's current strength, it has reached 250 million, and it is estimated that it is another butterfly effect. Otherwise, he would not have such a high combat effectiveness. Well, I have to be serious too. Budley's clenched fist suddenly burst into a yellow-green light on his body, and it directly erupted into a riotous arrogance, and at the same time, his eyes loomed and turned golden. Then Frisia and Budley attacked each other at the same time, only to see their two fists strike violently, and the frenzied energy rolled up a circle of powerful shockwaves visible to the naked eye. In an instant, the two of them once again burst back countless distances, and then continued to launch a powerful attack. Bang! Bang! Countless fist shadows in the sky were intertwined, and one after another whirlwind spread in all directions like sharp blades. The two fought countless more times in a second, each time they quickly separated after the attack, and then they hit again, and only their light struck in the sky. Because the two were so fast that they could not be caught with the naked eye, they could no longer be seen in the sky, and only the constant sound of fierce battles and explosions proved that the battle was continuing. After fighting for a while, the two of them quickly separated. At this time their muscles were raging, panting in their mouths, and staring at Budley on the opposite side. The strength of this Scion is really terrifying. Is he Super Saiyan? Frisia, come on, ah! Budley doesn't give him time to think about anything, and now he also bursts out with Super Saiyan power, with yellow-green aura and golden eyes, and his hair has not changed. He is using the power of Super Saiyan, not the power of the super mode, and his cultivation in the past few years has allowed him to master such power. Broly can transform into two Super Saions, one is the Super Saiyan Golden normal state, but the Super Saiyan transformation into the normal state is also above the Super Saiyan transformed into an ordinary Saiyan. The other is the Super Pass mode. The Super Saiyan Green state is the unique transformation of the Super Saiyan, and the strength is increased by 100 times. Although he can't transform, he can use such a power in a normal state, and now he is using this power against Frieza. Find death. Frieza immediately launched a huge purple shockwave past him, and then followed close behind, intending to sneak attack. When Budley saw this, he directly thudded his hand, and a huge energy appeared in his hand, and was squeezed by him in his fist, and a punch attacked into Frieza's energy shockwave. His whole body entered Reen, but within 2 seconds he immediately flew out and punched Frieza in the abdomen. Ah! How could it be? Frieza felt a pain in his abdomen, and immediately subconsciously looked down, and found that Budley's punch had broken his physical defenses. Budley's lips raised, he jumped up, punched Frieza in the face, and then squeezed his shoulders with both hands, while his knees pressed with full force on Frieza's abdomen. Ah! Frieza vomited blood again, then was thrown down by Budley with one hand, thudsed loudly, and fell to the ground, his body covered in bruises and blood from his mouth. As for Budley, except for the dirty, there is nothing at all, the skin is not dirty. How can there be clothes that are not dirty and so on? That's awesome! Sun Wuhan was surprised to see this, did not expect that this was the strength of Budley. If so, then they have a chance to win. Sure enough. That's his power, Super Saiyan. Vegeta was shocked and unwilling at the same time. Why, as a Saiyan Prince, since he could not transform into a Super Saiyan? Well, this guy has already called this Super Race Energy Stimulus in Budley a Super Saiyan. Chapter 034. Chapter XXXIV. On the other side, when Sun Wukong was fighting with Hull, Klin suddenly arrived here, but was killed by Hull, and it was in front of Sun Wukong. I want you to see how vulnerable you are in the face of my absolute strength. When Sun Wukong saw this anger coming, his murderous aura suddenly increased. Abominable! Since you killed Klin, I'm going to kill you. Sun Wukong's voice echoed here, and at the same time, a black cloud suddenly appeared in the sky here, and then lightning bolts came out here. What's going on? Hell looked left and right, and finally only set his target on Sun Wukong. Something is wrong, there is an unusual chi on him. What the hell is going on? Ha! Sun Wukong's chi is getting bigger and bigger, and in the faraway Vegeta and others also feel that Sun Wukong's chi has increased, and it is constantly increasing. Then a golden light flashed, and in addition to Sun Wukong's amazing momentum, there was a golden light that rushed to the sky. Kakarot, what the hell is going on? On the other side, when Budley was fighting with Frieza, he was also taken aback by the sudden golden light. What's going on? This feeling is... Frieza felt an overwhelming aura erupt in that golden light. Not good, Hull. As Frieza was about to rush over, Budley appeared in front of him again, blocking his way. Frieza, Sun Wukong has become the Super Saiyan you fear the most. It's useless for you to go, not to mention you haven't defeated me yet. Want to go? Do you think it's possible? What? Super Saiyan? Frieza's eyes were bloodshot at this time, and he gritted his teeth and looked at Budley, but he was extremely annoyed. Frieza's energy suddenly increased by 60%, 70%, 80%, 90%, 100%. Frieza's body burst muscles, and his aura was even bigger than before. This was all of its Frieza strength, and it seemed that he planned to end the battle as soon as possible. For the first time, you are the first to force me to use this power, ready to die. Interesting. Seeing this, Budley was not afraid, but smiled. Frieza, in order to repay you, I also let you see and see, not only Super Scions can defeat you. What? Frisia suddenly found that the energy in Buddely's body had also increased, and he was not angry, so he could only call it energy. Damn it! The bursting veins of Frisia's hand revealed its skin, and then shot a huge and terrifying beam of light towards him. Buddely was very disdainful of this, and then punched Frisia's blow, appeared behind him with a whoosh, and with both hands, flew Frisia out. When Frisia was pushed out by him, he didn't have the slightest chance for Frisia to resist, and he appeared behind Frisia in a flash, punched over, hit Frisia up, and then punched Frisia from above, and so back and forth Frisia hit. Poor Frisia was beaten like a sandbag by Buddely, and what was even more infuriating was that Buddely would be beaten. He also didn't forget to nag a few words in his mouth. I haven't found that Frisia's body is so able to resist beating, it's just a good material for sandbags. Frisia almost ran away when he heard this when he was beaten, but the key is that he has a weak heart now, and he has to have a chance to storm away. On the other hand, after Sun Wukong transformed into a Super Scion, he also directly beat hell for a while. Sun Wukong directly broke out the power of the Super Scion to the extreme, and hit this hell with one blow, because hell killed Klin, making Sun Wukong suddenly angry, thus breaking through the Super Scion. However, when hell killed Klin, they still hadn't used Earth's Dragon Ball, and now that Sun Wukong had just transformed into a Super Scion, Klin was resurrected because of the Earth Dragon Ball. And he was the last to be resurrected and quickly fled here. Besides, Nahel is not Frisia, the strongest he is only 60 million, and after Sun Wukong transformed into a Super Scion, his combat power reached 120 million. More than half of his strength. Beating him is naturally easy. No, Hull almost looks like a pig's head. Damn, it seems that the Super Scion is really terrifying. King Frisia, his subordinates may have to take a step first. Hull stood up, covered in bruises and very consuming. Is this a Super Scion? Cockroach, you've finally become a Super Scion. Vegeta was not far behind the Monkey King, watching this scene. At the same time, happy and unwilling, happy that the legendary Super Scion in the Scion really exists, and the legendary momentum, appearance, and strength of him have all appeared in Cockroach. Unwillingly, Cockroach is obviously a low-level fighter, but he surpasses his genius, and he is also the first Super Scion among Scions. His self-esteem and pride as a Scion prince were hit hard at such a moment. At this time, he had ignored the existence of Buddely. After all, he thought that no matter how powerful Buddely was, he was just an ordinary Scion, and at this time Cockroach was already a Super Scion. But he didn't know that the real legendary Super Scion was Buddely, not an ordinary Super Scion like Sun Wukong. But the Scions have a long history, and the real legendary Super Scion information is completely gone, leaving only the information of the blonde Super Scion. Is that what you call a Super Scion? Awesome indeed. Piccolo was also completely surprised at this time. He didn't expect the Super Scion in Vegeta's mouth to be so powerful. Son Gohan also nodded, very excited. Yes, Dad's chi is too huge, he will definitely be able to defeat that villain. But haven't you all noticed Buddely? His current chi seems to be better than Goku's. Klin suddenly noticed the other one, Buddely's gas. What? When Vegeta heard this, he immediately paid close attention to Buddely's chi, and then compared it with Sun Wukong's chi. It's not better than not knowing, it's a shock. Nemas, it's really like this, Cockroach is already a Super Scion, but not as strong as Buddely. According to the analysis of breath, Buddely's chi is a little stronger than Cockroach. How is this possible? Impossible, Cockroach is already a Super Scion, and Buddely is nothing. Even if he is powerful in battle, he cannot have such great power. What the hell is going on? Piccolo also suddenly frowned slightly. Well, Lao Sun's chi is weaker than him. It seems that the Scions are really quite terrifying. Planetary planet. At this time, the king of the northern realm was also having a headache about how to deal with this matter. As for the Tianjin rice behind him, Leaping, Dumpling and others had been resurrected, but they had not left here yet. Super Saiyan. I didn't expect Goku to become so strong. He has reached this step, but his opponent is not weak. Even so, he can easily win. Leaping, Tianjin rice and dumplings are also here, trying to sense. After all, they have also become stronger during this time. Chapter 035. Chapter XXXV. Namex, the divine dragon Polenga here. Dandy finally arrived here, and then made a wish to Boranga, sending the 4 people who fought here, and the rest to Earth. After listening to this, Polenga readily agreed, this wish is easy. I will fulfill you. Polenga's eyes flashed red, and suddenly all the life of the Nemesis and the Earthlings in Nameji were transferred to Earth. Here in the battlefield, Frisia saw that the divine dragon had disappeared, and the aura of Namex star was gone, only the 4 of them. Damn it! Frisia was furious to the extreme, and with his purple and blue face, he was stunned and good-looking. Just now Buttily had let him go, otherwise he might continue to be beaten now. They have already acted, Frisia, today that Messi's is your burial place. Don't worry, in order to fulfill you, I will give you a pain. Hearing Buttily's provocation, Frisia's mood at the moment is no longer how to describe. Fight and fight, this Scion is very strange, he is obviously not a Super Scion. But with such great power, he can feel that the other Scion named Sun Wukong, who has transformed into a Super Scion, is not his opponent. Speak loudly, die. Frisia condensed a terrifying energy bomb in his hand to attack the past, although he knew that Buttily might easily break it, but he had no choice now. Sure enough, Buttily burst out a yellow-green aura punch in his hand, bursting Frisia's energy bomb, and immediately the second punch knocked Frisia down. With a loud bang, wolf smoke rose on the ground, and Frisia's body was beaten all over his body, and he was brutal, then crashed through 3 huge mountains, and finally stopped in the rubble pile thousands of kilometers away. Poof! Abominable, Science! Frisia's blood-colored eyeballs were full of blood, the blood vessels on his forehead trembled suddenly, and the pain of the injuries on his body made him clench his teeth and his face was abnormally distorted. Frisia burst out again, and purple chi rushed up from his body. When Buttily saw this in mid-air, his brows frowned slightly, and then he also burst out with yellow-green chi, and then hit down. With a loud bang, suddenly the entire surrounding sky was bounded by 2 groups of yellow and green and 1 purple, and their fighting flames were divided into 2 sides, and the chaotic momentum continued to impact, forming a clear breath section. After a few moves, they each took a step back and struck at each other with all their strength, of course, full force referring to Frisia. Rumble. With a loud bang, centered on the momentum of the 2, the surrounding hurricanes spread violently in all directions, and carried a powerful shock wave. This shock wave suddenly cracked sand, rocks, grass, and trees within tens of thousands of meters, and at the same time, the area within hundreds of kilometers was turned into dust and blown away. This time, there was another huge air pressure collision, and an open area with a range of hundreds of thousands of meters appeared, and crackling fighting sounds could be heard in the clearing. And the sound of fighting kept sounding, you can hear it, the whirlwind brought by each of their encounters, and these whirlwinds are terrifying as a knife roaring by, and the crust of the Nemesis has been scraped off layer after layer by time and again. In this way, Namex is not far from destruction. And volcanoes and molten slurry have erupted on the surface. Even so, Frisia's final resistance and Buttily's fight did not stop, but fought more powerfully, only to hear bang, bang, bang. With 3 loud bangs, 2 points of light in the sky, 1 yellow, green and 1 light purple, kept flashing. It was Buttily and Frisia who were entangled together extremely fast, and in the blink of an eye, they had already exchanged hundreds of rounds back and forth. And the fists and feet they exchanged back and forth, from time to time mixed with a bundle of powerful Qigong bomb attacks, and the terrifying scenes produced by each collision between the two were as vast as opening the heavens and the earth. Frisia tried his best to resist this extent, but only that, and then heard a loud explosion, and Frisia fell from the air. Frisia lying on the ground floating in mid-air, with cold eyes, as if looking at an inconspicuous thing, made Frisia remember this look. Frisia's strength is not good now, to fight me, he really has to become stronger, but Frisia, you don't have that opportunity. Frisia immediately thought of this, and a white point of light condensed on his finger. Frisia, your time is over. Frisia lay on the ground, panting heavily. He didn't expect to be here since he was here, but he wasn't the kind of person who counted easily. Scion, Buttily, one day, I will take revenge like you. Buttily shook his head when he heard this. You don't have that chance, Frisia, although you are very strong and a good opponent, you are ambitious, leave you behind, go and die. With a brush, the white dots on his fingers were emitted, turning into a five-colored beam of light and piercing Frisia's body, and suddenly Frisia's eyes were bloodshot, and he screamed all of a sudden. But after the screams passed, he fell there without breathing, and his heart stopped beating. When Buttily saw this, he immediately flew down. It was determined that Frisia was dead, and when he was about to leave, he suddenly saw a ladybug in the place where Frisia was bleeding. If you don't look closely, you really can't see it. Seeing the ladybug, Buttily's lips raised, smiled sinisterly, and then grabbed the ladybug in his hand at lightning speed. It's really careless, Dr. Gro, I didn't expect you to steal my data, but it doesn't matter, just don't get my genes. That's right, this is the bug that Dr. Gro used to monitor Monkey King's every move in the original book, and obtained all the genes of the Dragon Ball warriors. Dr. Gro used the genes of the Dragon Ball warriors and the genes of the Super Saiyan Son Goku to create the artificial human Shiryu. Buttily immediately wiped out the bug. He had just stopped bleeding, so his genes were not absorbed by the bug, because the genes needed to be drawn from the blood. So Buttily just didn't have any injuries except for his grey body, but his Super Saiyan energy still leaked, but it didn't matter. Anyway, it's not the energy of the super mode. What if Shiryu has his super race energy at that time? Even if it is a complete body, with more of his energy, no matter how strong it is not strong. Dr. Gro, you can slowly create your artificial human, and then I will let you see my record. Buttily left the place immediately after speaking, but he did not notice that just after he left, Frisia's body appeared frozen in a layer of ice, and then sank into the lake. Frisia is a frozen demon. They have a trick to fake death transfer can deceive everyone. Buttily is this trick, after all, he is also a human, is when people are always negligent. Frisia used the freeze to protect himself, then sank to the bottom of the lake and waited until they were gone, and he came out again. Let's talk about Buttily. At this time he has already arrived at Sun Wukong's side, and it just so happens that Sun Wukong has also reached the final stage. Kakarot is really a virgin mentality, isn't it good to kill Hull earlier? Still playing, no wonder he has just been sucked into the blood by Dr. Gro and seized the gene. Buttily thinks so much about the Monkey King, and he doesn't want to think that he is qualified to think so, isn't he just playing Frisia? Chapter 036 Chapter XXXVI. But at this time, Namex was already shaking, cracks had been listed on the ground, it seemed that they were about to break, and the underground magma had fully erupted. Seeing this, Buttily frowned slightly, not good. Then looked at the sky. Monkey King was still playing with Hull, so he flashed up and burst their decisive battle with one blow. Kakarot, now is not the time to play, you are playing, you have to die here, you will not take care of yourself, you will also take care of your son and your wife, they are still waiting for you, but you are here, regardless of the position of life and death, the fun of fighting. Being so angry by Buttily, Sun Wukong was speechless, and then he was slapped down by Buttily. There is a spaceship over there, you go and leave by the spaceship. But I haven't. Ah! It hurts. Before Sun Wukong finished speaking, a large bag appeared on his forehead, and he was still in a super saiyan state. Divide a fart, high and low is important or life is important, go quickly. Buddha took advantage of his momentum and yelled at Sun Wukong. Sun Wukong was about to say something, suddenly another magma spewed out on the surface. Seeing this, Sun Wukong decisively left here and went towards the kind of their spaceship. Buddily saw this, lips raised. Sun Wukong can go to the planet Adrit this time, where he can learn to teleport, although his appearance has a lot more butterfly effect. But this Buddily still won't destroy, so he drove Sun Wukong away. Hull, go and accompany Frisia. As soon as Buddily's words fell, he appeared in front of Hell in a flash, and a grass-green energy bullet appeared in his hand, bursting Hull's body, and then teleported and left here. Outside Namek, Buddily opened the super energy shield and appeared here, just in time to see the flying saucer that Sun Wukong was riding on escape at the last moment of the explosion of Namek. Namex, from today, you have officially passed, now go to Earth, let the rest of the Namex people go to Ria star. Buddily made up his mind to let the Nemesis live on the planet Ria, which is small, but also a third the size of the Earth, which is enough. Big deal, wait until the Great Elder transfers the power to make Dragon Balls to someone else. He was using Polenga to make a wish to make the star of Ria bigger. The ability of the Namex will be more than that. He let the Namex people fight in Ria star, and let Mayas learn more about the skills of the Nemesis. For example, fit, healing, etc. There may be many special skills that did not appear in the original work, not to mention that he saved the Namex people. I believe that he has appeared on Earth, and the Great Elder will explain to the remaining Namex people. Earth. In a deep forest, suddenly brushed, and the figure of Buddily appeared here, just in time to see Vegeta, Klin, Sun Gohan, Bulma, and the living killed and resurrected name-seen people here. Hey! Great Elder, it's him, he's back. Dandy immediately recognized Buddily and ran to tell the Grand Elder. When the Great Elder heard this, he looked up, and sure enough, he saw Buddily. Thank you, young scion. Where is the Great Elder? You helped me back then, this time I should save Namexing. Buddily is not red in the face and breathless, a serious nonsense. If you really want to save Namex, you won't think about anything when you are in Namex, almost, and Namex won't be destroyed. As a result, the fate of the Nemesis is no different from the original work, and the difference is that most of the Nemesis are not dead, they are all in his Ria star, except for the difference. Of course, the others don't know what's going on. Anyway, the name of saving Namex fell to him, and as for the Monkey King and the Dragon Ball warriors who fought the enemy desperately in Namek, it had little to do with them. Who called the last two culprits was killed by Buddily, so there is nothing wrong with it. Fortunately, the Dragon Ball warriors don't care about fame and fortune, otherwise when Shailu played in the original work, Sun Wukong and others fought to the death to defeat Shailu, but they were bragged by Satan and took away the honor that should have belonged to the Dragon Ball warriors and Sun Wukong. And they don't care, so now they don't care even more. These look at Buddily, that's a word stupid. Getting back to business, Buddily came over. Great Elder, if the Mexi-scene people have no place to go, just go live on my planet, where there are only 10 of us. For Buddily's invitation, the Great Elder nodded and agreed after careful consideration, and then said, let me explain to them, my life is running out. Seeing this, Buddily nodded, and then went to the side to wait, and the Dragon Ball warriors were dumbfounded. What situation, since Buddily knew the Great Elder? When Vegeta saw this, he immediately gritted his teeth. Hey, Buddily, how can you have such great power? Kakarot turned into a Super Saiyan, and the chi is not as strong as yours, what's going on? He asked him with a princely arrogance for Vegeta, which made him very upset in Buddily, and then looked at Vegeta with a cold face. It's none of your business. What? When Vegeta heard this, he was angry, and when, since the Scions had this attitude towards him, Potali, don't forget your identity. Vegeta, you are right, don't forget your identity, this sentence is more appropriate for you. Buddily turned to look at Vegeta. What? What do you mean? When Vegeta heard this, he suddenly felt a cold swish on his body. What was going on? It's true that you are a Scion Prince, but Vegeta Star is no longer there, Scions are no longer there, what is the use of your identity? Buddily asked rhetorically. That sentence stopped Vegeta. He had always been accustomed to the identity of a Scion Prince, and when he met a Scion, she was an imposing person. You. Vegeta opened his mouth for a long time, and I didn't come up with a reason, which made him extremely annoyed. It's good to be sensible, Buddily saw that Vegeta was speechless, and you didn't say a word to where Lang was, and he was in a good mood, and you should thank me, not be unwilling. What do you mean? Vegeta couldn't understand this sentence, what it meant, how she had to thank him. Alas, you really have a serious amnesia, so quickly forgotten, your father King Vegeta once wanted to kill me, and you are King Vegeta's son, it stands to reason that I should have my father and son taste it and seek revenge on you. Buddily spoke in a pitying tone, and then said the original voice. When Vegeta heard this, he subconsciously took a few steps back. Hearing this, he reacted, the Scions are gone, what is he a Scion Prince? The whole body is. Don't worry, I'm not interested in revenge, so you don't put your worthless pride and self-esteem in front of me. Buddily said and walked forward. Just took 2 steps and thought of something, immediately stopped, and reminded Vegeta without looking back. By the way, this is the last time, next time you put on your appearance in front of me to show me, I will let you know the consequences. Chapter 037. Chapter XXXVII. Buddily left here after speaking, and Vegeta saw that this fist was clenched tightly, the muscles on his body soared, and his eyes were fierce and full of murderous and unwilling. Abominable, Buddily. Apparently he did not take Buddily's words seriously, his pride, his self-esteem could not be put down, otherwise he would not be Vegeta. Naturally, Buddily did not know about this, and even if he did, Vegeta was a small minion in his eyes, and he is now, even in the future. Even if he becomes the Super Saiyan Blue of the God of Super Saiyan, he Vegeta will become stronger, and he Buddily will not. And Klin and Son Gohan saw this and did not ask, did not interject, no way, at this time to interject, that is, to hit the muzzle. They all saw how Buddily hung Frieza in Namex, and Frieza, who was known as the Emperor of the Universe, was like a child in the hands of Buddily. At this moment, Buddily suddenly saw 7 stones falling from the sky, which was exactly the Dragon Ball of Namex. Alas, it seems that Dragon Ball also followed us to Earth, cough. The Great Elder suddenly coughed, although he was resurrected, his life expectancy was running out. Great Elder, a group of Nemesis were looking at the Great Elder worriedly. Although the Great Elder closed his eyes, he knew that his children were worried about him. It seems that the time has come to part with everyone, my life is running out, and I am willing to die like this, Mullen. Mullen, the only older one of the Nemesis, heard the Great Elder's call and immediately came up. Yes, Grand Elder. Hold out your hand. Yes. After Mullen stretched out his hand, the Great Elder shook his hand, and suddenly a golden light fused into his body, and when Buddily saw this on the side, he knew that the Great Elder gave the limit of the Dragon Ball to Mullen, and now on, he is the Great Elder. Sure enough, at this time, Great Elder 6 spoke, Mullen, from now on. You are the Great Elder, I have given you the permission, I believe that soon, the Dragon Ball will return to its original glory, and you will make good use of the Dragon Ball at that time. Mullen's tears, yes, Great Elder rest assured. Well, then I can rest assured, you take the Dragon Ball and everything away, follow the young Scions, go to Ria Star, from now on, that is your place of survival. As the Great Elder said, he coughed again, and his body turned into a looming appearance. Mullen, Everything is up to you, I hope that the nemesis can get eternal peace. After the great elder finished speaking, the whole person dissipated, and since then it has dissipated in heaven and earth, yes, dissipated. Great elder, great elder! Where will the tears shed by the nemesis cry? The people next to them can't help but show sympathy when they see this. Including Klin, Sun Gohan, and others, they are all people who have been helped by the great elder, so. Seeing this, Buddly shook his head and did not interrupt them, maybe let them cry, after all, the great elder was very important in their hearts. The great elder died, the Namex was destroyed, and if it were not for the Earth's Dragon Ball to resurrect them, the Namex people would also be extinct, and the source of everything is derived from the Dragon Ball. After a while, Mu Lin, as the new great elder, immediately collected his mood and stood up. Listen well, the great elder has passed away. And the rest of us must work together to create eternal peace. His words led all the nemesis who were still alive, after all, this was also the wish of the great elder before he died, and the last wish, they must fulfill it. By the way, where's Dad? Son Gohan suddenly noticed that Buddly is back, so what about Son Goku? Hearing this, so did the others, and only then did they notice a crucial problem, where Sun Wukong went. Don't worry, Sun Wukong is fine. Buddly appeared behind them and said lightly. It turned out to be you, and I really want to thank you in namixing. When Klin saw that it was Buddly, he was immediately relieved. Then when will Goku come back? Sun Wukong estimates that he will not be able to return for a year and a half, because he is lost, and now he should be on a planet in the universe, but you can rest assured that he will return soon. Bulma in the Buddly dynasty. Wow! How handsome! When Bulma saw Buddly, her eyes almost showed stars, because she was determined to find a handsome boyfriend. Leaping died, and this time did not match, and after seeing Buddly, she immediately looked away again. That, you Bulma's red face looked at Buddly, a little embarrassed, causing Klin and the others on the side to cool for a while. Bulma won't take a fancy to Buddly, will she? This thought involuntarily came to Klin's mind. Bulma instantly admired Bulma, but he, who was not very interested in Buddly, suddenly became interested. Because he had too many things to do, he didn't plan to take Bulma before, but now that Bulma was interested in him, he naturally no longer hesitated. You are Bulma, my name is Buddly, and I live here. Buddly handed Bulma a map of the universe. This is a map of the universe, and it marks my planet. When Bulma heard this, she immediately took it and looked at it. She was worthy of being a genius, and she immediately figured out how to see the map of the universe. Oh, it's pretty close, it's only half a month away from here. What's it called? RIA star. In this way, Buddly and Bulma chatted for a while, and for a while, since the two of them were still chatting more and more devotedly, everyone next to them was stunned. And Klin is more and more sure of his own words. Bulma really empathized and fell in love. Poor Leaping, now he lost his girlfriend. However, they also know what happened to Leaping, plus he and Bulma can't be two different things. So he wasn't very curious about it. Bulma, this is, Gohan also looked incredulous. What was the situation with this Nima? At this moment, Dragon Ball slammed and suddenly returned to its original form, which made Vegeta, who was sitting on the sidelines, intend to snatch it. Buddly and Bulma's chat was over, and then Buddly swooped closer to Dragon Ball and glared at Vegeta. Vegeta's careful thoughts, how could he not know, but at this time, he didn't bother to pay attention to Vegeta, and now he was leaving Earth and returning to RIA Star. New Grand Elder, are you ready? Okay, send a few people to pick up the Dragon Ball, and then hand in hand, I'll take you out of here. This phrase of Buddly made them wonder, what is the situation, so that they can leave? Don't need to take a spaceship? Hey, Buddly, you're not kidding, is that okay? Once Klin identified him as a friend, he became emboldened and was no longer so afraid to speak. That's right, hurry up. Budali nodded, and then looked at Sun Wuhan. Sun Wuhan, Bulma, do you want to come with me to Lea Star to have a look? Anyway, you will come to play in the future. Bulma and Sun Gohan nodded immediately when they saw this, and then held hands and looked at Budali, and at this time, the Nemesis people also held hands. Vegeta saw this mouth open and wanted to say something, but still stopped, stunned and unable to say a word. Chapter 038. Chapter XXXVIII. Budali, what are we going to do? Bulma asked curiously. After all, they were already holding hands, and they didn't see anything wrong. How will it get out of here? When Budali saw this, he immediately touched his forehead with 2 fingers, and suddenly searched for the breath of Liuxing. Bulma, Great Elder, you put your hands on my shoulders, those who hold hands, grab and don't let go. Seeing this nodding, the Nemesis involuntarily used a little strength, and when Budali saw this, he looked at Piccolo. Piccolo, Vegeta is not a safe lord. If he endangers the earth, you will trap him as much as you want, and you Vegeta, how rampant you used to be, I don't care. Budali paused. This is earth, if you mess around here, I'll let you know how heavy my fists are. Vegeta didn't dare to refute when he heard this, because he knew Budali's character, he was a more ruthless person than him, and he couldn't afford to provoke or hide. And Budali explained well, now Vegeta is 200,000 combat strength, naturally not the opponent of Piccolo with 1,000,000 combat power. Because of Budali's appearance, he avoided being killed by Frieza, but because of this, he lost the opportunity to improve his combat effectiveness to 1,000,000. Okay, guys, see you next time. Budali said, immediately cast teleportation, swoosh, the Nemesis people as well as Bulma, Son Gohan are gone. What? It was Vegeta's turn to be taken aback, especially when Vegeta had just heard Budali ask for his hand on his shoulder. He also despised Budali in his heart, who can take people out of the planet like this, you say it is to leave somewhere to the possibility. But this time they slapped their faces, and they really left the earth, because the earth could no longer feel their anger. At this moment, Vegeta couldn't help but think of one thing, everyone was sent back by the dragon, so how did Budali come back? If he remembers correctly, he also appeared suddenly with a whoosh, that is. He will have that special skill that can reach hundreds of millions of miles away in an instant. Thinking of this, Vegeta felt more and more likely, otherwise with the distance from a mix to Earth, there would also be a planet. How could Budali be, just arrived on Earth before their dragon sent away, and he healed on his back foot? It's just that the matter of Sun Wukong's transformation into a Super Saiyan just now suppressed him in his heart, making him ignore this matter. Ria Star. With a brush, the people brought by Budali arrived here, and it happened to be the tribe where the Nemesis lived, because before here, the group of Nemesis had already established a tribe here. When Grand Elder Mulan saw them, he immediately talked to them about the Nemesis, and Budali ignored it, let them deal with it themselves. Wow, is this Ria Star? It's so beautiful. When Bulma saw the scenery of the Ria Star, she was amazed, the scenery was beautiful and spotless. At this time, Mias also came out to greet Budali, but after seeing Bulma, Mias was puzzled, but still didn't care. Budali, you're back. Is everything going well? Mias said to give Budali a hug directly, and the two people are now increasingly disregarding the image. Seeing this, Budali smiled, and then separated from Mias, coughing, everything is going well, Frieza has been cleaned up by me. He is no longer a threat. That's good. Mias said and looked at Bulma and Son Gohan, who are the two of them. Budali immediately introduced them, his name is Son Gohan, just like us. It's a Saiyan, her name is Bulma, the genius girl of the earth, Gohan, Bulma, her name is Mises, and she is my sister by generation. Bulma couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief when she heard this, and then greeted her politely. The same goes for her son Gohan. Hey? Budali, this Sun Gohan looks a little familiar, wait, he is a little similar to Bardock? Miyasi just remembered, who does Sun Gohan look like? Similar to Bardock, Sun Gohan is not a scion name, is it Kakarot? It's not after so many years, Kakarot shouldn't be so young? When Bulma stopped at Kakarot, she knew that she was talking about Sun Wukong, so she smiled and said, Sister May, he is Sun Wukong's son, Sun Wuhan. Well, this Bulma has also learned the appearance of Buttali, and they all call Mia's sister. Mia's was stunned when she saw this, and immediately saw that this earth girl liked Buttali, but she was not afraid or worried, but happy. This is the scion. Because in the scions, 3 wives and 4 concubines are normal, but the scions are a fighting people, so they mainly take combat as the main thing, and none of them have 3 wives and 4 concubines in Vegeta Star, but the scions do not complain. Mia smiled meaningfully at Buttali, and then looked at Bulma and asked curiously, who is the Monkey King? It's Kakarot, Bardock's son. Have you forgotten? Buttali slapped his forehead. Sun Wukong changed his name, and it is estimated that only he can understand it among the scions. So, who is Bardock? Sun Gohan became curious, and hearing them talk about Bardock and his father at once made him involuntarily curious. Gohan, Bardock is your grandfather, your father's father. Buttali looked at Mia's as he said, Sister May, you take them around our Laya Star, I want to retreat. Seeing this, Mia's nodded, don't worry, but how long do you have to retreat? The guest is here, this is not appropriate, right? It's okay, it's only half a day, Bulma, you are shopping with the beautiful sister, if there is anything, we will talk about it tomorrow. After giving an explanation, Buttali immediately went to his retreat room. And Bulma also wandered around this planet with Mia's, although Ria Star is only 1/3 of the Earth, but with the 2 of them shopping, a day cannot be finished, not to mention Bulma is still an Earth girl who does not fight. On the other side, somewhere on the Earth, in the laboratory underground, there is an old man studying something here, and the front is filled with bottles and bottles, and the inside is full of people. This guy's data is too powerful, it's just a pity that I can't get his genes, otherwise my Shuru. It will definitely be more powerful. A video that this person watched. This is exactly the record of the fight between Buttali and Frieza in Name Seeing, and this person is Dr. Gro. In the original book, because Sun Wukong eliminated the Red Ribbon Army, Dr. Gro has been developing artificial humans who can defeat Wukong, and has sent a large number of miniature scouts to detect the traces of Sun Wukong. However, due to the consideration that Sun Wukong's age will not increase significantly, the reconnaissance operation did not continue after the decisive battle between Sun Wukong and Vegeta, and devoted himself to the research of artificial humans. He captured his twin siblings, Lazuli and Lapis, and transformed them into androids number 17 and 18, in order to make themselves strong and gain immortality. During this period, Dr. Gro created Cyborg 16 and Cyborg 19, and made Shuru from cells, which was handed over to computers because of the long cycle of making Saru. And now it's different, since he tracked to Namek. Whether he tracked Namex in the original work, I don't know, but now he has tracked. But anyway, my experiment has been successful, the power of Sun Wukong's explosion, the gene has it is enough. Chapter 039. Chapter XXXIX. On the other hand, Frieza's body floated in the universe after the explosion of Namex, and their frozen demons could breathe in the universe. At this time, he was saved by his father, the Kurdish king, because the Kurdish king heard about Frieza's presence in Namex, and immediately came over. What's going on? Frieza, the hand is broken, the foot is broken. Great king, King Frieza has a great life, although he survived, but if he does not repair his body immediately, it is harmful to his life. The Kurdish king heard this and pondered, fix it now. Yes. In this way, a group of space scientists immediately repaired Frieza's body with alloy materials, that is, Frieza, who became a mechanical body. When Frisia woke up, he immediately told his father everything about Nemesis. Super Scion. Apparently, it is interesting. King Kurdish is interested, and he, like Frisia, wants to see the power of Super Scion. But his power is above Frisia, so he is more sure than that. Frisia, let's go back first, and when you recover from your injuries, we'll go to Earth again. I'll go to see the power of the Super Scion. Frisia looked at his father with confidence and was also very happy. He believed that his father would have a way to deal with the so-called Super Scion. That guy, I must clean him up with my own hands when the time comes. Frisia's forehead was bruised, and he couldn't help but think of the moment when Buddily knocked him down. That look, that expression, and anger did not hit a place. But no matter what, he still went back with his father first. He was seriously injured and needed to cultivate, otherwise he could not take revenge, not to mention that after this time, he felt that his strength was even stronger. Buddily, I hope that when the time comes, you will not be startled by my power. Hum hum hum. On the other hand, Bulma stayed in Ria Star for 2 years, and Son Gohan left half a year ago and returned to Earth to participate in the battle to eradicate the demon realm. As for Vegeta, who has already searched the universe for the whereabouts of the Monkey King, and can't beat Buddily, can't he still see the power of the Super Saiyan? So he traveled all over the universe looking for Sun Wukong, but finally returned empty-handed, and finally met Bulma's sister Tais on Earth. I don't know if it's fate. Vegeta is destined to be involved with Brive's daughter. It was Bulma in the original book, and now there is a butterfly effect, replaced by Tais. Back to Earth, Vegetanen was divided, because he knew that the universe could not find him, so he just came back and waited, and Sun Wukong would come back anyway. One day in a gravity room in Brive's house, Vegeta was training here, which Bulma had made temporarily, and before he could take it away, there was something about Namex, and he went to Namex. Now that he had just returned to Ria Star, Tais knew Vegeta's identity, so she gave this to Vegeta and let him train in Rini, not to mention. Training here, Vegeta suddenly advanced by leaps and bounds, which made him full of confidence, and the will to fight was revived again. Come back, Kakarot, and let me see the true power of Super Saiyan. Vegeta thought while dodging attacks. Now he is cultivating under 300 times gravity, and the effect is very good. On the side of Lea Star, Buddily is going to Bod Star, and Bulma also goes with him. During which Bulma has had a deep communication with Buddily. Because a year after Bulma came to Lea Star, she was helped by Metis to give her and Buddily a chance. After all, for a year, she also determined that Bulma took a fancy to Potali. Although she also has feelings for Buddily, the Scions are not so suspicious, so she helps Bulma. Buddily also has a heart, so Mias pushes the boat along the water, and they dry firewood and fire, and all of a sudden it is something. As for Buddily going to Bod Star, he went for the spiritual fruit tree. In Dragon Ball, the spirit tree is a very magical plant, and legend has it that it is a variety planted by gods, so it is often impossible for 2 spirit trees to appear at the same time in one era. After Buddily arrived, he also went to Donk Star to look for it, but no, then it was in Bod Star, and it was also in the original work. After eating the spirit fruit, it can greatly improve the combat effectiveness, and this is what Buddily needs. Buddily, are you looking for spirit fruits? What is this? Bulma asked curiously. Her skin and appearance are brighter now than when she was a girl. Don't forget, the girl who Buddily made a wish and his one will get an immortal life, so this is not blown, and I don't know why, so does Maya's. But he didn't talk to Mia's. How could Myers's skin change overnight, and it looked the same as Bulma's? Buddily also asked, but Mia's didn't say a word. He didn't ask, anyway, he didn't know. Maja didn't want to say, then don't say it. Ahem, it's far away. I apologize before returning to the topic, because I'm a novice, the first time to write, so there is something about flirting with girls and the like, I don't understand much, so about the confusing relationship between Buddly Bubble Bulma and Maya's, I will pass it by, I can't understand it, I'm sorry to say here, I can understand, I thank you here. Getting back to business, Buddly heard this and immediately explained the role of the spiritual fruit. Sun Wukong and I are both Scion, fighting is our fun, but we need to improve our strength, this spirit fruit tree is good, I don't know, he can improve my strength. Hearing that Buddly was unsure, Bulma couldn't help but be curious, not sure? Why? Because my strength has exceeded his boundary. A short time later, Buddly's spaceship arrived, and what came into view was a star that was still in a young state, and the young star was burning, emitting endless light and heat, moisturizing an earthy yellow planet in the habitable zone in the distance. And on one side of the planet there is a tall protrusion, like an umbrella-like object, this object covers most of the place, and it is clear when viewed from a closer distance, it is a huge plant. Although it is not clear in outer space, the overall shape of the giant tree can be clearly seen, with an incomparably thick trunk in the middle, countless winding branches around it extending in all directions, and under the ground, strong roots and whiskers straight into the Earth's crust, absorbing the life essence of the entire planet. And the planet suitable for life has turned earthy yellow, and a large area has been desertified. This is the spirit fruit tree, it needs to devour the essence of life when it is ripe, and it is still the planet's. Here, once the fruit of the spirit tree is ripe, the planet will not grow for hundreds of years, and gradually turn into a Death Star. In the original work, the Scion Dars also wanted to use the earth as a cultivation ground for spiritual fruit trees, but fortunately failed. Chapter 040. Chapter 40. It's so big, is this the spirit fruit tree? The spirit fruit tree that Bulma looked at, after entering the Star of Bod, they found that the atmosphere was full of branches of the spirit fruit tree. Here, due to the growth of the spirit tree, the atmosphere here has become very thin, so it is so, but it is not important now. Buddly has already seen the spirit fruit, but it is not yet ripe, and it seems that it will take some time. Hey? These two fruits haven't ripened yet? When Bulma saw this, she was curious, after all, it was the first time she had seen the spirit fruit. When Buddly saw this, he immediately stopped the spaceship under a certain branch of the spirit fruit tree. After all, this tree is so big, it is easy to carry a flying saucer. Let's wait, Bulma, it's going to take a little time before it matures, and in the meantime, let's do something else. A smiling Bulma and Buddly. Seeing this, Bulma couldn't help but be startled. What? What's going on? Naturally, it was a year ago. Buddly immediately pounced, and then flew out one dress after another. A year ago, he and Bulma were on a relationship. There was no more after that time, for 3 days after the first passed, when Buddly was about to come for the second time, Bulma's relatives came to visit her. So Buddly endured, and then after a drinking party, Mia's somehow changed his appearance, and then he cultivated until he heard about the spirit fruit tree. And now is the second time, after all, this time Buddly is a little excessive, after opening the meat, the abstinence grows that vent is big, but Bulma doesn't mind. 3 days later, the two of them were already hanging out in the Bod Star, basically here in the spirit fruit tree, and I don't know if it was a butterfly effect. The size of the spirit fruit tree is larger than in the original work, people can go to the branches to play, flying saucers are stopped on the branches, this Nima is not scientific, so Buddly thought of 4 words, butterfly effect. The matter of the spirit fruit tree, but it is rare, someone in the Frozen Demon clan still got the news. Lord Gura, we have learned the news of the spirit fruit tree, it is in Bod Star, shall we go and take it back? A blonde cosmic man kneels with a frozen demon resembling Frisia. Gura, yes, is Frisia's older brother, he is very powerful, more than his younger brother Frisia. Like Frisia, Gula's personality is also arrogant and conceited, at the same time, calmer, and has greater prestige among his subordinates. In the original book, he appears in the strongest versus the strongest and 10 billion energy warriors. In strongest vs strongest, Frisia is killed by Sun Wukong, and he comes to Earth to deal with Sun Wukong in order to avenge Frisia. At first, he wounded the normal Goku, and when searching for the Son Goku father and son, he sent the capable Gula mech troops, and during the battle, Dre and Nez were killed by Bike. So Gula personally intervened and severely damaged Bike, and at the same time, Sun Gohan asked for Sendu from Garanta and saved Sun Wukong. Sun Wukong, who was healed by eating fairy beans, used all his strength to fight Gula, and Gula was slightly inferior, and then turned into the final form that Frisia could not transform, so that Sun Wukong could not beat him with the Realm King Fist and Turtle Sect Qigong. And he could even punch Wukong in an instant through Wukong's Turtle Sect Qigong. However, in the end, Sun Wukong turned into a Super Saiyan and punched Gula a few times. In the end, Gula uses the death bullet, and Sun Wukong can't hold it for a while. But then Sun Wukong burst out with his full strength of Turtle Pai Qigong and still pushed back, and finally Gula was swallowed by the flames after being hit by Wukong's Turtle Pai Qigong to the sun. Shaozi wanted to take the opportunity to sneak up on the dying Monkey King, but was killed by Vic's magic light killing cannon. Among the 10 billion energy warriors, after Gula was beaten into the sun, he did not actually die, but half of his head was still alive. He relied on the high-tech repair device of the Big Star to constantly regenerate and enhance his abilities, turned into a metal Gula, and merged with the Big Star, constantly devouring the planet, and later came to the new Namex. After receiving the distress signal from the Namex man, Son Goku and the Dragon Ball warriors come to Shinamai Nemesis to fight Metal Gura, and Son Goku cannot kill him even with all his strength, only breaking one arm. Later, Vegeta arrives and struggles to defeat a replicator. The two are captured at the same time and absorbed by the Big Star, but the potential energy of the Super Saiyan is too much, exceeding the upper limit of the Big Star's energy storage and causing part of the machine to be destroyed, causing a bunch of replicants to blow up. With the help of Vegeta, Son Goku successfully destroys the body of Metal Gula. But now I don't know, as soon as Gula goes to Bod Star, he faces death. Getting back to business, Gula saw this eyes open, looking at the sky, not knowing what he was thinking, and the three capable generals below him, Shaozi, Red, and Nez, did not make a sound. Get ready, go, Bod Star. On the other side, after the spirit fruit was ripe, when Budley was about to take it, he noticed that someone was coming, and his brows frowned slightly. This feeling is Frozen Demon, Frisia has been destroyed by me, then the only person who came is Frisia's brother Gura, which is interesting. Gula came here in person, which was also expected by him, but Gula came, so he just practiced for Budley, and recently he happened to have itchy hands. Bulma, you are hiding on the spaceship. Budley immediately handed the fruit to Bulma, bring them. When Budley heard this, he immediately asked, did something happen? She was clever and could see at once that something was wrong, otherwise Budley would not have been able to let her hide. That's right, Frisia's brother is here, I have to deal with it. Moreover, most of the spiritual fruit has already been collected by us, and the rest will not be taken if it cannot be taken. After Budley said the sky he looked at, Bulma saw this and said a little more careful, so she immediately ran back to the spaceship, and then turned on the system to watch the situation of Budley. Extra star backed. A search similar circle led the flying saucer here. This flying saucer is exactly the same as Frisia's, which is the symbol of the frozen demon. In the spaceship, after Shaviza saw Bod Star, his face smiled, Lord Kyogula, it has arrived, and presumably the spirit fruit has matured. He calculated the time, so he determined when the spirit fruit would ripen. Red and Nez on the side were already ready to move. If it weren't for Gula here, they would have flown down a long time ago. After all, the spirit fruit is a rare treasure. When Gula heard this, his eyes opened, he looked at the Bod Star, turned on the probe, and found no reaction from the living body. Well, no one has found out yet, let's go inside. With Gura's order, the spacecraft flew to the planet of Bod, unaware that since entering the planet of Bod, it was the beginning of the nightmare. Bod star. Budali saw this on the top of the number and disappeared with a whoosh. Chapter 041. Chapter XLI. After Gula's spaceship entered the atmosphere, they also saw the appearance of the spirit fruit tree, and the fruit tree was full of spirit fruit, red and purple fruit, pointed water chestnut fruit. It's not very friendly. This is the spirit fruit, the legendary thing, I didn't expect that since they found it. Ha ha ha. Very good, now my strength can be greatly improved, ha ha ha. Gula was happy. But they didn't know that at this moment, there was a person on their spaceship standing on it, and a small energy bomb condensed in his hand was ready to attack the spaceship. This person is Budali, he is back to his old business, he used this trick to deal with aliens for the first time, so this time he also intends to use this to eliminate Gula's retreat. The frozen demon can survive in the universe, and don't forget that he can too, although he needs to open the energy defense shield. And since the moment Gula came, Budali had no intention of letting him go. Scion and Frozen Demon were natural mortal enemies. His personality is exactly the opposite of the Monkey King's virgin mentality, although he likes to play, but he has the capital to play, unlike the Monkey King, special capital does not have, and is so desperate to play, everyone is worried about him in the end. The point is that in the end he still spared enemies, such as Vegeta and Frisia, and let Frisia go more than once. Budali is different, played and felt almost, he is one word, kill. For mercy to the enemy is cruelty to oneself, and he understood this sentence thoroughly. Gula, let me see how your strength is. Boom! Gura's spaceship exploded in mid-air, and at the same time, several gases flew out of the explosion, and it was Gura and a few of them. Without gas sensing and extremely fast speed, naturally unable to detect the teleportation of Budali approaching their spaceship, so their spaceship was inexplicably bombed. Damn, what's going on? The person has not yet appeared, the voice has appeared first, and the owner of this voice, needless to say, knows who it is, that is, Gula. Dre, Nez and Shaiza also fell to the ground with a grey face. At this time they were more depressed than Gura. What was the situation? Their spaceship exploded inexplicably. King Gula, this is not clear, it should not be. Shaiza immediately turned on the probe to detect the planet. There are life points, but they are very weak, and they will not pose a threat to them at all. Strange, how exactly our spaceship exploded? At this moment, with a whoosh, Budali appeared in front of them, startling them, and suddenly appeared and the detector could not detect it. You say scared, not scary. When Gula first reacted and wanted to say something, when he suddenly saw the tail behind this person, his eyes widened. You are Scion? What? His three subordinates were also startled, and then they all looked at Budali, and only after discovering Budali's tail did they determine it. How is that possible? King Gula, wasn't the Scions destroyed by your brother Frisia? Shaiza looked surprised. The Scion planet was destroyed 10 years ago. That's right, but I guess this Scion should be a surviving Scion who didn't return to Vegeta at that time. Gula immediately turned on the probe and found that Budali's combat strength was only 3,000 points. I thought you were so powerful, but just 3,000 combat power, dear. Leave it to you. Seeing that Budali's combat effectiveness was so weak, he was not interested, so he simply let Deer go, but unfortunately he didn't know, he underestimated the person in front of him. Yes, King Gula. After Dre answered, his gas burst appeared, and then an air bomb attacked Budali in disbelief. Budali saw this lip raised, and then the figure moved, allowing Deely's attack to pounce on the air, and burst the place where he was, but there was no one else inside. What? Dre didn't react when he saw this. Suddenly Budali appeared in front of him and punched him in the face, causing him to fly out and crash into the ground, revealing a huge deep pit. What? Shaiza, Nez was dumbfounded when he saw this. What's going on? How did Dri lose? You must know that Dri's strength is the strongest among the three of them. He Shaiza, 170,000, Nez 163,000, only Dri 185,000, are all above the two of them. How can they be vulnerable? The first move is beaten back, and like this. Gula frowned slightly when he saw this. In comparison, he was much calmer than Frisia, and at this time he couldn't help but analyze the results of the blow just now. Immediately got an answer. This scion may hide his combat power, and it is also said that he arrived here earlier than all of them, and there is no reason why he has not eaten the spirit fruit. And being able to get here, it is not possible for people with thousands of combat strength to do it. This guy now has at least more than 200,000 combat strength. This is the evaluation in Gula's heart now. Shaiza, Nez, dear, this guy's strength is at least more than 200,000, you go together. Hearing Gula's order, the three of them attacked Budali in unison and besieged it in three directions. When Budali saw this, his hand condensed energy, and then he punched Shaiza, slammed, and Shaiza. At the same time, Dri and Nez also attacked his back, originally thinking that the sneak attack was successful. Who knew when he was only 1 centimeter away from Budali. Budali suddenly disappeared, and their attack arrows were on the string, directly attacking Shaiza, and Shaiza was the same, so the three strongest of them hit each other. Boom! With 3 loud bangs, it shattered, and a larger hole appeared on the surface of the ground than before, and the three of them knelt there on one leg, bleeding from their mouths. Abominable! At this time, they have to hold their breath more, Nemas, since they can't hit each other, they are attacked by their own people, and they are like this. And Budali suddenly flashed in front of Gula, looking at Gula, his target was Gula. As for the three of them, they are not qualified to fight him at all, just now they are just playing with them, so that they can see for a long time, and know that they are not invincible. Time for us to play, right? Budali looked at Gula, and he knew that Gula was just letting his two subordinates test their own strength. Budali discovered that Gula had just been observing himself and was more attentive than Frisia, so he had just deliberately acted tough. King Gula. After Shaviza stood up a few times, he immediately flashed back behind Gura, intending to strike again. Gula saw this and reached out to stop them. You are not his opponents, let me come. Taking a step forward, the energy on his body burst out, directly touching the planet. When Budali saw this, his brows frowned, since Gula's power is so strong. Similar to Frisia's ultimate form, he has a power of 150 million. If it is the last form, then the power will exceed the so-called 450 million in the original book, Nemas, the proper butterfly effect. However, this is interesting, otherwise it is not interesting. After all, since I became stronger, I have not met a person who can make me transform and fight him. Come on, let me see how powerful you are. Budali said that the body brushed, yellow-green energy appeared, and the combat effectiveness has been rising. Just now it is simply the difference between one heaven and one earth. What? How can it be? Shaiza detected that Budali's combat effectiveness reached 70 million, and it continued to improve, and after knowing 80 million, the detector slammed and exploded. Gula also looked a lot dignified when he saw this. It seems that this scion is not simple. Chapter 042. Chapter XLII. There was a loud bang, and suddenly not far from the Bod Star Spirit Fruit Tree, a huge explosion appeared. At the same time, 2 rays can be seen colliding. They are yellow-green and lilac light, which is seen from a distance, and when you look at it up close, you only see that Budali and Gula have already fought each other. They fight hand-to-hand combat here, attacking quickly while using their strength to the extreme. Bang bang! In the sky, Budali and Gula hit each other with one punch after another, cancelling each other out, and countless after-images appeared everywhere in the sky and the ground, and then disappeared quickly. Day. Budley's yellow-green aura collided with Gula's lilac energy, and the two awe-inspiring storms squeezed each other, and even the air buzzed and emitted a piercing explosion. Budley and Gula fought and tangled together, and soon turned into two rays of light, and they sometimes collided with each other, quickly scattered and immediately attacked, and so on. Their power confrontation is still the planet, and now the entire Bod star seems to have entered the end of the world all of a sudden, because their power collision has caused various natural disasters in this world to be frequently staged everywhere. Abominable Scion, die! Wow! Gula burst out with full strength, suddenly increased his strength in battle, and directly transformed into the ultimate form, with the combat power of 600 million. When Budley was slightly distracted for a second, a punch sent Budley flying out, and at the same time condensed a huge chi turned into energy to attack the past. When Budley got up, he was taken aback when he saw this. What? Seeing that there was no time to dodge, he immediately punched his fist to block, but this huge energy shockwave directly swallowed him, and then... a boom! On the ground where Budley was located, wolf smoke exploded, and then a huge impact crater with a diameter of 1 kilometer and an unknown depth appeared. And where the shockwave of Gula just passed, all mountains and rivers were broken, and countless trees and branches were cut off and swept into the air. As for Budley, in this deep pit, his clothes have been broken several holes. Humph, that's right, Gura. Although Budley was hit, there was nothing to do, and he immediately flew up on tiptoe. It's kind of interesting, come on, Scion, let me see how strong you are. Gula looked at Budley, who had transformed into a man, and his strength was far above before. Moreover, Gula's power is above Frisia, because under normal circumstances, he can already maintain his ultimate form, and it can be said that this is already the complete body form of the frozen family. And Frisia can't, at least not before cultivating to the golden form. This is because he is too young to control the power in his body, so he compresses the complete body state, and derives 3 transformation states. And Gula is strong enough, he usually controls the complete state of complete strength. He is better than his father, King Kurd, because King Kurdish also compresses the power of the complete body. As for the 4th layer of transformation, he created it himself, and the power is not to be underestimated, but in the face of Budley, it is another matter. Budley whizzed close to Gula and looked at him. Yes, it's just that your current strength is not enough. What? When Gula heard this, he gritted his teeth and burst out, you look down on me, since that's the case, then let you know that my horror, why? In an instant, countless death beams attacked towards Budley, this kind of death beam, every frozen demon will, but the power is calculated according to personal combat power. I don't know if I'm alive or dead. After Budley said this, a yellow-green aura appeared on his body, and an aura no less than Gula emerged from him. Boom! His terrifying momentum directly scattered all of Gula's air bombs, and then swooped towards Gula, and Gula also burst into energy battle. Suddenly they fought and immediately separated, and suddenly Gula's figure flashed, and instantly appeared in front of Budley, gathering energy on his legs, and swept away towards his head. When Budley saw this, he immediately dodged over, and then flew up and kicked Gula out directly, while an energy shockwave followed closely behind. Gula saw this and immediately dodged away, and then hit Potali, who saw that he did not dodge and directly fight. Suddenly, the figures of the two of them staggered in the air from time to time, and the speed was extremely fast, so that it was very difficult to distinguish which was Budley and which was Gula, and only the powerful collision sound in the sky could be heard. Go and die! Gula saw the opportunity and immediately threw his tail and hit Budley in the chest, slamming him to the ground. At the same time, the Kigong bomb in Gula's hand frantically threw it down. Yay! Boom! Suddenly the earth cracked, the terrain had been changed here, and Budley was beaten into a huge crater in the ground. You quickly went to collect the spirit fruit, how much and how much you can harvest, I will drag him. Gula to Shaza, Dre, Nes Deo. Yes, King Gula. When the three of them heard this, they immediately went towards the spirit fruit tree. After a while, Budali's voice appeared here. Ha ha ha, Gula, you can't take the spirit fruit out. Gula saw this look with solemnity. No way, they have been fighting for so long, this scion is still so powerful, even if he transforms into the ultimate form. But this scion was still above his own power, which surprised and shocked him very much, and it was impossible for a scion to have such a powerful power. Scion, what the hell are you? How can you have such great power? Scions can't have such great power, are you speaking of which? Gula changed color and changed. Super Scion. These words, Gula bite is particularly serious, this is their frozen demon nemesis, they have been careful about it. With a sudden swoosh, Budali appeared on the opposite side of Gula. Gula, as a member of the frozen demon, do you only know that super scions can beat you? Can't a scion who isn't a super scion do it? Less kidding, wow. Gula didn't believe it, and directly punched it. Bang bang! Budali caught Gula's attack with a punch, and this time his chi was even more fierce, and Gula's arm was shattered directly. Ah! Gula screamed, but Budali would not let him go, and directly intercepted his hand and threw him to the ground. Boom! A huge crack was also revealed on the ground, and Gula lay there, holding his left hand, spitting blood from his mouth, and his body was already scarred. Go and die, wow! Budali burst out his strongest strength, and suddenly a riotous yellow-green aura burst out directly. And his aura directly increased to nearly 1 billion combat power. No, it can't be. Gura's eyes widened when he saw this breath was too terrifying. This chi is far above him, and he is even stronger than his father, this chi. Really Scion? Chapter 043. Chapter Slain. Stop, don't stop, we'll kill her. Shah captured Bulma and came here to threaten Budali, and they made a bet. Bulma gagged and shook her head to look at Budali, meaning to leave her alone. When Budali saw this, he immediately collected his energy, and his heart was anxious. How could he forget that Bulma was still in the spaceship, and he should have reacted when Shahza and the others were heading towards the spirit fruit tree just now. Humph, I didn't expect it. Scion, you also have weaknesses, it's good. Gula stood up and walked towards Shahza. Shahza did a good job. King Gula said and smiled. After Shahza laughed for a while, he was currently in Budali, pinching Bulma's neck. Let us go, or she will die. Gula said with some force, causing Bulma to show a pained expression. Bulma. When Budali saw this roar, his forehead suddenly burst into blue, and a wave of anger burned from his heart. You dare to threaten me with my woman and look for death. After Budali finished speaking, he disappeared, and Shahza and the others immediately became vigilant when they saw it, but found that Bulma, who was braked by his neck, had disappeared. Not good. Shahza looked at his chest in disbelief, and a stream of chi came out of Budali's hand and turned into a sword that directly penetrated his heart, and suddenly his eyes fell in black. Gula immediately looked up when he saw this, only to see that the woman that Budali had already held appeared on the opposite side, and he suddenly felt afraid. Fear. This speed, he can't see at all. Bulma, come, eat it. Budali placed Bulma on the ground and released a telekinetic energy that acts as a shield to protect Bulma. I'm sorry. It was my negligence, and you can rest assured that he will pay the price. Budali said and stood up, looking at Gula and the others, their eyes showing murderous aura. Gula looked into Budali's eyes, and immediately felt the breath of death calling to him again. Impossible. Impossible, why? Gula frantically shot out countless death beams, each of which was launched with full force. Seeing this, Budali directly flicked his hand and flew all the death beams of Gula, and then raised his breath, and suddenly the sky and earth changed color, the wind and clouds surged, the earth shook, and the sand and stones flew. Aha! A great anger in Budali burst out directly, and suddenly the yellow-green aura on his body suddenly changed, directly turning into a violent arrogance. The figure also suddenly skyrocketed, the breath on the body increased infinitely, and lightning possessed the body, and the hair also stood up. Brush up. Buddely's hair turned blonde and his eyes turned blue, which is the normal Super Saiyan state of the Super Mode. The legendary Super Saiyan Broly in the original work can do it, he has no reason why he can't do it, but this state is only stronger than the ordinary Super Saiyan 2. It is not the true power of the Super Mode, and this state was only activated by him not long ago. Ha! After Buddely transformed, he roared, and his momentum directly burst out, and the entire Bod star was shaken by his chi and began to crack. And the sky here is also affected by his chi, turning into purple, black, and green to return to normal color, which is what every super mode will do, which is the unique momentum of the Super Saiyan. This is. Gula saw this hand involuntarily trembling. And his whole body was too, facing Buddely's sudden transformation, since he felt unable to fight back. He's transformed, blonde-haired. Could it be Super Saiyan? Hearing the Super Saiyan, Red and Nez also widened their eyes. No way, but yes, blonde hair. It is indeed a Super Saiyan. Seeing this cold expression, Buddely looked at Gula with a cold expression. Gula, you should feel honored, because you are about to die at the hands of my Super Saiyan. Buddely said step by step over. Gula and the others saw this immediately burst power to launch an energy shockwave over, but they were all blocked by Buddely. To be precise, they blocked it with their bodies, because Buddely kept walking, and there was no grid, and their attacks hit him directly on his own body. What? When the three of them saw this, they were already surprised and could not be surprised anymore. How could this be? Buddely suddenly snorted, appeared in front of Red, slapped his head with a big hand, and suddenly slammed. Red's head exploded like this. Gula and Nez saw this same direction towards space, and it seemed that they were going to escape from here, but was it possible? Of course it is impossible. I only saw that Buddely's figure flashed, appeared in front of Nez, and his fingers flicked his forehead, which also directly burst his head. Gula saw that this also continued to fly, he just flew out of the planet and directly into space. It's okay. Because their frozen demons can survive in the universe, but the Scions cannot. He can't beat this Scion now, not to mention that he is already a Super Saiyan. At this moment, he also saw the power of the Super Saiyan. No wonder the ancestor would order that the clansmen were strictly forbidden to run when they encountered the Super Saiyan and not fight him. But in their generation, since they still blatantly provide for Scions and want to see the power of Super Saions, now he doesn't want to. And the reason why Buddely turned into a Super Saiyan is to let Gula know before he dies, the end of angering the Super Saiyan, no matter who you are, the taboo to provoke him is death. Buddely wants to kill him from his Gura's psychology to make him consumed by fear, he wants to torture him. Nemes dares to move his anti-scales, but he can't kill him with one move, this will only facilitate him. Want to escape? Do you think it's possible? When Buddely saw this, he did not pursue, but only saw that the space fluctuated, and Gula, who had originally fled, inexplicably returned to him. What? When Gula saw this, his eyes already showed despair, and he suddenly sat down, and at this moment, he finally knew that he could not escape, only death. Abominable, is this a Super Saiyan? Gula said and sat on the ground, he no longer had the strength to resist. When Buddely saw this, he looked at him mercilessly. Gula, go down, soon your father and your brother will go, and you will be reunited in hell. Buddely said. A flick of a finger. A flash of light flew out of his finger and entered Gula's body, and then Gula was dismembered. Boom, with a loud noise, the corpses of the corpses on his body were also detonated by this flash, and the bones were gone. Passing super mode is simply easy to deal with a frozen demon with less than 700 million combat power, and it can't be easier. After doing this, Buddely withdrew from the Super Saiyan brush and returned to normal, took a breath, and resumed his expression and walked towards Bulma. After lifting the energy shield, Bulma threw herself directly into Buttali's arms. "Thank you, Potali. I thought I was finished." "It's okay, with me, no one can bully you, only I can bully you." Buttali came with a joke. After a while, they left here, because they were shaken by his super momentum. The planet could no longer exist, and they had just flown out of the planet Bach. The Bod star exploded, and the spirit fruit tree disappeared together with the Bod star in this explosion, and it disappeared and did not exist ever since. Buttali has been in retreat for 10 years, and his cultivation has already achieved such achievements, which is very powerful in the early stage, but the key is in the later stage. So he wasn't proud of that little bit of power. He is still training, has been training to improve strength. The later stage is the main thing, but the key is the early stage. He has enough time. Chapter 044. Chapter XLIV. He doesn't want to be like the Dragon Ball warriors and the Monkey King and a few scions in the original book. They only work hard when danger comes. In that case, everything is too late. He needs to be preemptive, but before the enemy arrives, he has the power to surpass the enemy, then everything is very well done. As for the first come, there are very few, even if there is the protagonist Sun Wukong, but to get this, which time he did not get it with a serious injury. But if you get it, but you don't use it well, and in the end you still lose. Just take the appearance of Majin Buu and Veget. If it is solved at that time, it will be 100. I like to play, which led to losing, and in the end, I killed 1,000 enemies and self-damaged 800 to barely win Majin Buu. On the way back, on a large bed in the spaceship, the two of them lay here. Bulma was in Buttali's arms, thinking about something, and finally felt that he should be let know. "Buttali, are you wondering, beautiful sister, how can you have the same skin color as me overnight?" "Hey!" When Buttali heard this, he looked down at Bulma. "You know. Actually, that's true." Bulma gritted her teeth and said a few words in Buttali's ear, and then lay in Buttali's arms with a red face. Buttali looked confused. What is the situation, or is he doing something himself?" After having a relationship with Bulma last time, he was very happy, so he got drunk at the celebration and Bulma and Mayas helped him back. Halfway Bulma forgot what to go back to get it, and Mia's helped Buttali back alone, who knew that Buttali was drunk and took Mia's as Bulma. So when he got to the room, he forced her to do that, and later Bulma found out, but Maylas explained everything. Bulma accepted, and then changed herself and let Maylas leave. As a result, Buttali came again in the middle of the night. This time it was Bulma, and the next day, when Buttali woke up, he did not notice that something was wrong, but during this time Mia's did not come to him. It wasn't until some time passed that he discovered that Myers also had the same skin color as Bulma, which he had explained earlier. Now that Buttali heard it, everything was figured out, and for the first time, since he was the beautiful sister who brought him out of Vegeta Star and raised him. He knew that Metas had a heart for him, but he didn't have a chance to say anything, because Metas meant that, but he didn't give him a chance. Who knew he would do such a thing? Alas, sighing, Buttali didn't say anything more. His mind was confused now. Bulma saw that this did not speak. Anyway, Mia's she already recognized as a sister. Buttali is so good and powerful. There are several women are also normal. She also accepted. Moreover, Buttali is not an earthling, and those laws of the earth are useless on him. At the same time, Ria Star. In a huge villa, in Mia's room, Mia sat in front of the window to look at the sky, and her hand involuntarily touched her stomach. Alas, who would have thought that since I had been married to that little child? Alas, she sighed, but she didn't regret it. Maybe these feel the same in the eyes of the earthlings, but the scions are different, plus they don't matter, and if they are old, Buttali has also made up for it in the dragon house. She also had her own heart, otherwise she would not have gone into the Shenlong house in the first place. Thanks to this, she and Buttali have shortened their age by more than 10 years, and now they are only a few years away. Hint, I set up their relationship like this, if you can't get used to it, in the comments and scolding, I can't answer, so I'm apologizing to you here in advance, I'm sorry. People who don't care about it, I'm here, thank you. After returning to Lyastar, Buddily was embarrassed to meet Mia's. After all, if he didn't know, he was fine, and knowing the truth, he was embarrassed. But since Mia's didn't plan to break it, he thought he didn't know. Then process the spirit fruit and take it in the best way. These are things that can enhance potential and stimulate potential, and Dales is the best witness of not seeing the original work. Dales is also a scion, one of the scions who survived Frisia's destruction of planet Vegeta, similar in appearance to Monkey King, but with a sinister and despicable personality. However, he is different from Sun Wukong in that he has darker skin than Goku and has very developed limbs, and he can transform into a giant ape to fight when he sees the full moon. The other scions of Vegeta Star improve their combat effectiveness by their own efforts, but he improves on Bok Star by eating the fruits of the spirit tree. In the original book, according to the official setting, this fruit was originally eaten only by gods, and after the tree takes root, it will absorb all the nourishment of the earth, and as a result, the land of this planet will become a barren desert, and hundreds of years later, not even a single grass will grow on the land. He wants to conquer the universe by relying on the power of the spirit tree fruit. Later, he and his subordinates set their sights on the earth and planted spirit trees on the earth, preparing to use them to improve their combat effectiveness. But the king of the realm told Sun Wukong about the situation, and Sun Wukong joined forces with Xiaolin, Leaping, Tianjin rice, dumplings, etc. to clear the spirit tree, and engaged in a fierce confrontation with Dale's subordinates. Darls discovers the half-blood scion Sun Gohan during the invasion, and he wants Sun Gohan to join them, but Gohan sternly refuses. So Darren's made Sun Gohan turn into a giant ape in a fit of anger and beat Son Goku and others hard, and later Vic tried to cut off Sun Gohan's tail, but was severely hit by Darren's. Later, because Sun Gohan's good friend, the Fast Dragon, woke him up, and at the same time, Dale's subordinates were all killed by Sun Wukong, and he was helpless and ready to face it personally. Dales was defeated by Sun Wukong, who was Fist of the Tenfold Realm King, so that he had to eat the spirit tree fruit. After that, Dales, who ate the fruit of the spirit tree, greatly increased his strength and completely suppressed Sun Wukong. Sun Wukong, who was defeated by Dales, decided to use the Genki bomb, but because most of the Earth's Genki was sucked away, it was unsuccessful. In the end, Sun Wukong used the vitality of the spirit tree to launch a fatal blow to Dales before the destruction of the Earth, and Dales screamed and completely turned into ashes. After dealing with the spirit fruit, Buddily roughly counted that there were 300 in total, which was enough. Mia's was also called over by Buddily to eat, including the nemesis, and everyone had a share. Hey! Buddily, this spiritual fruit, is a little sour. Bulma ate one. When Buddily heard this, he immediately stuffed one into his mouth, chewed and swallowed, and suddenly felt a stream of vitality spread down the esophagus to the body, soaking into all parts of the body, and constantly surging. This vitality is the same as the vitality of the fairy bean, but there is a little difference. The vitality of the fairy bean eats intensely, and quickly restores everything. And the vitality of this spirit fruit is slowly, just like a small river flowing out of a trace of water. Here is the spirit tree fruit. Its role is latent, and the vitality is hidden in every cell and turned into the vitality of life, thereby activating and increasing potential. This stuff is good, Sister May. Bulma, you guys eat more, I'm going to training, something called me. Buddily snorted away, and Mia's opened her mouth behind her, wanting to say something, but she was still stunned and swallowed the words that came to her mouth. Seeing this, Bulma immediately came over and asked in a low voice, Sister Mia's, aren't you going to tell Buddily? Let's talk about it later. By the way, what happened to your bod star this time, tell me. Mia said, smiled and looked in the direction of Buddily's departure, and then changed the topic to Bulma. And Bulma also talked to her about their affairs in Bod Star. This book is by no means invincible, but the protagonist is just one step ahead of others. Chapter 045. Chapter XLV. Here in the Shenlong house, Budley didn't think much about it, immediately stripped for training, and soon he was going to Earth, because Sun Wukong was going back. Then the future Trunks will also come to this world, and then after a few years, the android will come out, and he will go to deal with the artificial man. Well, this guy is opening his eyes again and thinking nonsense, obviously he went for the 18th. But this is also his secret plan, and this matter has not yet been known by a second person. After all, artificial people have not yet come out. Plus Sun Wukong has not returned to Earth, but it is almost the same. After all, the future Trunks is also almost here, so it is not far from Sun Wukong's return. On the side of the Earth, sure enough, Sun Wukong returned soon after, and Trunks also returned from the future, and told Sun Wukong about the artificial people soon after. Just left. And when Trunks came back here, he found that his mother was not here, and only his father was present to pick up Monkey King. He also asked Bulma where he went, but the answer was that when Frisia was messing with Namex, Bulma met a scion who had left with him and had not returned. Coincidentally, Frisia and his father came to Earth, and as in the original book, they were hacked to death by Trunks' sword, because Trunks' super scion power surpassed them. This side of the Earth stops here. Anyway, Budley is not there, it is just a trick. RIA star. Half a year later, Budley was out of customs, and just as Mia's was walking around the door, she didn't notice that Budley had gone out of customs. When Mia's was not paying attention, Budley patted her shoulder on the back. Sister May, what's wrong? You're out of customs? Great, Mia's turned to look at Budley. Tell you the news. Bulma intends to return to Earth. Back to Earth. Budley muttered, it's okay, I'll go too, with her. You can't go. I'm not going. After Mia's finished speaking, she planned to flee, but would Budley let her run? Of course it is impossible. Seeing that she was ready to run, Budley immediately grabbed her. Sister May, don't dodge, I already know, I'm sorry. Then he took her into his arms. Mia's was stunned by this scene, her mind was blank, and she didn't know what the situation was. The next day, Budley went back to Earth with Bulma. After all, the two of them had established a relationship, and he couldn't say anything if he didn't go to see Brives. As for Mia's, she still didn't go with Budley, and chose to stay in RIA Star, and now she is also a Super Scion, and Budley helped her break through last night. In addition to using anger to increase the breakthrough of breath, transforming into a Super Scion can also gather chi on the back and break through vigorously, which is what Califra used to break through in the original work. In a laboratory under the ground on a small island on Earth, there is an old man with a cloud of green cells in his laboratory. Ha ha ha, it's finally done, this is my strongest artificial human Chiru. As long as you are fully awake by then, you can devour number 17, number 18, and then evolve yourself to a complete body. This old man is none other than Dr. Grow, the founder of the artificial man on Earth, and he himself is also an artificial man, number 20. And that light point is the artificial person Chiru. Ri is fused with the genes of the Scion Sun Wukong. The energy of Budley, the Dragon Ball Warrior, Klin, Tianjin Rice, Leaping, the Turtle Immortal, the Dumpling and other genes, and the genes of the Namex Piccolo are also inside. Well, I just don't know when you'll be able to get shaped. Dr. Grow sighed and walked out. Chiru was born, but not yet to the extent of full awakening. In the original work, Chiru did not wake up at all in Dragon Ball Z. As for that Chiru, he returns in a time machine, in the future, after being killed on the 17th and 18th. He only thought of a way when he couldn't advance to the full body. They thought it was the past, but it was actually two different worlds in time and space, so everything was not right. Dr. Tagro's work is not yet complete, he has not fully transformed the 17th and 18th, and he is only finishing the final artificial human first. Home of Bulma, the capital of the West. By this time, Buttolly had returned to their house with Bulma, and it happened that Breves and Ties were there, and unfortunately, Vegeta was also there. However, Vegeta was still cultivating in the gravity room and did not come out, plus Buttolly completely hid his aura, so there was no way for anyone on Earth to find him. Hey, Bulma, you're finally back, how's it going? How is space travel? Bulma's mother asked Bulma with a smile, then took the drink and handed it to Buttolly. Who is this handsome guy, Bulma? It won't be your boyfriend, right? Bulma's mother was very amiable, and so was her father, so on this issue, Buttolly couldn't help but blush. He was red, but Bulma didn't. Yes, Dad, Mom, his name is Buttolly, my boyfriend. Bulma looked at them with a dead pig who was not afraid of boiling water. Wow wow! Breves came over with a cigarette in his mouth. Bulma, you're back, oh, this guy is just... Before Breves finished speaking, Bulma's mother laughed first. Yes, he is Bulma's boyfriend. Bulma's mother glanced at Bulma and Buttolly, and then muttered something in Breves' ear that made them extremely speechless. Judging by the way they look, they've already kissed. Wow, really? That's great. Breves looked very surprised. Buttolly, Bulma, Ties. The three of them were speechless, especially Buttolly, and seeing the strange pair of the Breves, he really wanted to say, I didn't just kiss Podali, I also ate her. Of course, this is just thinking about it, he does not dare and will not really say it. Mom and Dad, are you serious? Watching the two of them chirp there about themselves and Buttolly, Bulma couldn't help but yell. Hearing Bulma's roar, neither of them cared, but Bulma's mother said with a smile as always. Bulma, you want to be ladylike, so violent, can your boyfriend stand you? Bulma was speechless, but I am not your daughter. Saying this, of course, Bulma only thought about it in her heart and did not say it. At that moment, Bulma ignored her parents' words and looked at Ties. Sister, how are you? But I heard you're married? Yes, Bulma. Ties also stood up and looked at Bulma. It's a pity, you are not present at my wedding. I'm sorry, sister, I'm not on Earth. So. Bulma immediately apologized when she heard this. Then he became curious and asked, what about my brother-in-law? Where is he? Call it out and let me see, what kind of person? Able to touch my sister's heart. He is cultivating, and he will come out in a while. Really? That's great. Come on. Bulma, tell me how you are on the alien planet. Chapter 046. Chapter XLVI. Watching Bulma and Ties sitting on the sofa and chatting happily, Buttolly was speechless. Sure enough, the woman chatted, and the man decisively couldn't speak, so he sat quietly on the sidelines and watched, and he also knew that Bulma hadn't been home for years, so he didn't interrupt their conversation. As for the Breves couple has left here, I don't know where to go, anyway, it's just here. Ties, are you there? A male voice appeared here, and then only to see a strong man walk in. Bulma was startled when she saw this, and subconsciously stood up. You are Vegeta. That's right, the person who came was Vegeta, not to mention Bulma. Even Buttolly was secretly taken aback, but I didn't expect that Ties's object was Vegeta. Hey? It's you? Vegeta also remembered that this woman was the Earth woman who was with them in Nameseeing, and she didn't expect her to be here? This is interesting. Vegeta does not know that his wife's sister is Bulma. To be precise, Vegeta does not know what Bulma looks like. After all, after coming here, he has been practicing until night all day and has not come out. And Bulma, needless to say, just came back. It is normal not to know that her brother-in-law is Vegeta. In the original work, Vegeta is his husband, and now he has become her brother-in-law. No matter where Nemes is, Vegeta is still involved with the Universal Capsule Company. This is Potala's idea, after all, it was Bulma in the original work, and now he has a foot in it, but it has become Tai's. Is still Brive's daughter, the golden gold of Universal Capsule Company. Yo, isn't this Vegeta? When Vegeta heard this, he only saw Buttily smiling at him, Potali. Seeing that Buttily, Vegeta subconsciously clenched his fist, the fighting intent appeared instantly, almost bursting out, and Buttily immediately waved his hand to interrupt his thoughts when he saw this. Vegeta, look at the scene, this is not a battlefield. He could see that Vegeta was going to challenge him, but was it fighting here? Just kidding, fighting here, wouldn't it ruin Bulma's house? Sure enough, when Vegeta heard this, he noticed it, and immediately retracted his momentum. Buttily, I want to challenge you. Yes, but not now, because you are not enough now, after the artificial human thing. Buttily said lightly, having just heard Tai say about artificial humans. Vegeta heard this and rolled her eyes and didn't know what she was thinking, and suddenly retracted all the momentum and walked out, and at the same time dropped a sentence, yes, I hope you won't be startled by then. When Buttily saw this, he also sneered in his heart, I don't know who was shocked by then. Bulma, today you and Buttily have a room, the rest of the room has some things that can no longer be accommodated. Breves ran into the right Bulma road. For this sentence, Bulma gave her father a blank look, her home is so big, there are not enough rooms? Who are you deceiving her, who is not already with Buttily too early, naturally she will not mind. Buttily was embarrassed to see this, Nemas, how did I not notice when I watched TV series before, the Brives are so good at doing it, not bad. Bulma, you guys just came back, let's take a break. Tai saw that this was also a smooth boat. Buttily was speechless when he heard this, but Bulma pulled Buttily up with one hand. Let's go. It's time for the evening. Sun Wukong's house. Sun Wukong had just returned from the Realm King, and not long after he heard Gohan, he received a call saying that Bulma was back, so he packed up and ran to Bulma's house immediately. In fact, the main thing was that he was going to find Buttily, because he heard that Buttily had also returned, which is why he came in such a hurry. Since he came back, he has become stronger, but he has no opponent, and Buttily is not on Earth, so he has to go to the realm to cultivate. No, he had just returned today, and when he heard Gohan say that Bulma and Buttily had returned, he immediately ran over. Hey, Buttily, are you there in Bulma's house? Before the Monkey King arrived, the voice had already arrived. In Bulma's room, Buttily was lying on the bed to rest, while Bulma was taking a bath, and suddenly heard Sun Wukong's words, which made the corners of Potala's eyes jump terribly. When will this Monkey King not come, but this time? Bulma in the bathing room immediately blushed when she heard Buttily's words, and she knew what Potala meant by these words. Hey, Buttily! Sun Wukong appeared outside Bulma's house and yelled, and suddenly someone slapped him on the head. Bang bang! Sun Wukong shouted, his head was slapped red, and immediately he rubbed his head with his hands, lay down to endure the pain, and kept shouting in his mouth. Ah! Pain and pain! Then he saw that Sun Wukong's head did not almost show a bag, and Buttily was standing behind him. Sun Wukong, it's almost dark, what are you doing here? After Sun Wukong heard the voice, he immediately stood up, as if he was resurrected with full blood. Buttily, it's really you. I said Monkey King, it's almost evening, it's time to rest. What are you doing here? Buttily asked impatiently, he was still anxious to go back and talk to Bulma about life. There was no time for Sun Wukong in the tower. The reason why he came out was because he was afraid that Sun Wukong's character would not die in the heart of the Yellow River. Buttily, come. Fight me ah! Pain and pain, what do you do? Before Sun Wukong finished speaking, he was brought over by a chestnut from Buttily, and suddenly asked with a grievance. You don't sleep, I still want, roll. Buttily turned and left. Nemas, Sun Wukong came to find him to duel, brain disease. Sun Wukong was speechless in the back. How could it be so difficult to fight? But since Budali was unwilling, he had to give up. On the roof of the house, Vegeta was standing here watching the scene just now, and at this time a drop of sweat came out. Know why? It was because of Budali's strength. Maybe Sun Wukong didn't pay attention, but he noticed that Budali had just knocked the speed in Sun Wukong's brain twice, and even he didn't see it clearly. This shows that Budali's strength is terrifying, and it may be above him, which makes him surprised to leave a drop of sweat. Interesting. Humph, Budali, you are not a Super Saiyan, but you have the power close to the Super Saiyan, but I am not the same person I used to be. Even if you have the power close to the Super Saiyan, you are not my opponent. Vegeta had broken through the Super Saiyan at this time, and had reached the beginning of the second phase of the Super Saiyan, and the digital combat power was about 400 million and close to 500 million, which was even stronger than the Monkey King back then. This is Vegeta's confidence. But unfortunately he doesn't know that Frieza was this strength back then, otherwise I don't know if he has this confidence. Kakarot, you've been gone for several years, and I don't know how much your strength has increased, but no matter how you improve, I'm above you. Wait a minute, I'll surprise you when the android appears. Because it was less than 2 years before the android appeared, he decided not to make a blockbuster appearance. After all, in front of Sun Wukong, Vegeta has always lagged behind, but he is a Saiyan prince, and he has never been able to catch up with this low-level warrior Kakarot. Super Saiyan, Kakarot arrived first, he lagged behind. Chapter 047. Chapter Slay Ei. When the next day came, Budali slowly opened his eyes and rubbed Bulma, who had not yet woken up, and Nemas was crazy last night. So Budali slowly put Bulma down, and then got up and walked out. He just left Bulma and opened his eyes. In fact, she had already woken up. I hope I can, I don't want to lose to my sister. Bulma couldn't help but touch her belly. At about 8 o'clock, the Dragon Ball warriors all gathered at Bulma's house, and found Bulma, and told Bulma what the mysterious boy had said. In other words, artificial humans will appear on Earth in more than a year, and if they are not killed, humanity will face a crisis. Yes, that's basically what it means. Klin and the others nodded, and as for the only one present, there was only one who was not there, that is, Vegeta. Okay, we already know about the artificial human, and we will deal with it together when the time comes. Budali looked at Sun Wukong as he said, Sun Wukong, aren't you going to fight me? Today I'm a little interested, come and don't fight. Really? Sun Wukong's eyes lit up when he heard this, and he immediately asked, after all, it is difficult for him to find a match. That's right, come with me. The figure that Budali said left here in a flash, or he was very good at this trick, but in Sun Wukong's opinion, he was easy to see, so the same figure flashed away. Goku still loves to challenge masters so much. As Sun Wukong's fellow brother, Klin knows Sun Wukong very well, and he is simply a person who is bent on becoming stronger. As for Leaping and Tianjin Fan, they were speechless, especially Leaping. At this time he was still a little sullen. Without him, it was because Bulma broke up with him. It's no wonder that Bulma would do this. Before meeting Budali, Bulma and he were boyfriend and girlfriend, but Leaping was too careful. Since the house flowers did not eat, he had to eat wild flowers. However, he did not dare to point to the Budali nose and cursed. After all, he also heard Klin tell the story of Budali's battle in Nameseeing, which was not something he could fight at all. Let's go, Lao Sun is now a Super Saiyan. I'm curious, after all these years, his growth has kept up with Budali. Piccolo immediately chased after him, looking like he was full of force. Speaking of which, maybe you can see something. As soon as these words came out, several of them immediately chased after them. Hey, wait for us. Bulma and Tais were speechless when they saw this, then opened the universal capsule, revealed a flying machine, and sat on it to fly over. After Bulma and Tais left, Vegeta also flashed in front of the open ground to watch them leave. Humph, I'm still worried about how to test Buttali's strength. Kakarot, you go and fight him, it's just what I need, now let me see your strength and Potala's strength. Brush. Vegeta's body suddenly exploded, flew over with a whoosh, and disappeared here. On the other side, on an uninhabited hill, far from the city, Sun Wukong and Buttali appeared here in a flash. Monkey King, I hope you won't disappoint me, come on. Buttali said and stretched out his hand to signal that he could attack, which made Sun Wukong stunned. Buttali, are you sure? Sun Wukong couldn't help but suspect, Buttali was not prepared at all, this is sure? Buttali seemed to know what Sun Wukong was thinking, and immediately said lightly, I have already prepared. If you wait for the enemy to give you time to prepare, you will not die many times, so when I come here, I am ready. Well, that's what you said. Sun Wukong immediately raised his breath, directly reached the peak of his chi, and then snorted and attacked with a punch. Seeing this, Buttali shook his hand, slightly pitied his body, and then immediately turned around and gave a roundhouse kick when Sun Wukong approached. With a loud bang, Sun Wukong was flown out by him and fell to the ground, directly revealing a human-shaped ground pit. Sun Wukong, stand up for me and continue. Ha! I only heard Sun Wukong roaring angrily, and then burst out of breath, it's worthy of you Buttali, come again. Oh, yes, yes. Sun Wukong launched his successive attacks, shooting straight at the air bullets, along with his own hand-to-hand combat techniques. Buttali also dodged while preventing Sun Wukong's attack, and the two of them came and went, and for a while they looked like they couldn't help anyone. In fact, Sun Wukong fell down, and on the surface, Sun Wukong suppressed Buttali, but if you look accurately, you can find that every punch of Sun Wukong was easily dodged by Buttali. That's awesome! When Klin and the others arrived, they had already seen Buttali and Sun Wukong fighting, and their speed was so fast that they almost couldn't see it. Hey! Piccolo frowned slightly when he saw this, what is Lao Sun doing? How did you not become a Super Saiyan, but use this power to fight with Buttali? Several of them also shook their heads, indicating that they did not know. At this time, Vegeta also arrived, and after seeing the decisive battle between Sun Wukong and Buttali, his eyes widened, and this was the only chance to understand their power. On the planet, the king of the Northern Realm saw that this was also dancing, ha ha ha, Goku has become so powerful. But the next moment he stopped immediately, his face heavy. But that Buttali's power seems to be no less than that of Sun Wukong, so it's troublesome now. As a god, the king of the realm can feel that the power that Buttali is currently showing is almost no less than that of Sun Wukong. On Earth, Sun Wukong and Buttali each punched with all their strength, and suddenly there was a loud bang. Sun Wukong retreated, and stepped directly on his feet, revealing a crack on the ground. On the other hand, Buttali fell lightly, and the gap between the two is really not a little. Oh, yes, yes. Sun Wukong immediately fired a gas bomb over, and a stormy air bomb shot directly over, knocking out a thick fog where Buttali was. Ha! After the launch, Sun Wukong condensed a disc with all his strength and launched over, which is similar to the Chi round chop created by the bald head Lin himself, but this is not a Chi round slash. Boom! Sun Wukong's blow directly shook where Buttali hit. If it weren't for the flat ground around, it wouldn't be good that the blow just now was enough to crack the sky. Buttali! Bulma saw this and shouted, and when she was about to rush over, she was pulled by ties. Bulma, you said that Buttali can defeat Frieza, then how can he be hit by Sun Wukong without transformation? You have to calm down. Bulma woke up when she heard this. Yes, Buttali is not so weak, you must know that she has seen the power of Buttali, and her transformation is even more terrifying. Sure enough, at this time, the place where Sun Wukong launched suddenly erupted with a huge aura, washing everything around, and then only to see Buttali burst out. What? What the? When Vegeta saw this, his originally disdainful expression suddenly became solemn. This chi is very powerful, since he has followed the Super Saiyan. What a powerful chi! That's what everyone in the room thinks, and of course outside of Tais and Bulma, they don't understand chi. What a powerful chi! Sun Wukong was also surprised. This chi is indeed very powerful. However, I'm not a vegetarian either. A layer of urgent explosive aura began to emerge from Sun Wukong's body. This was his half form, and he hadn't thought about transforming into a fight until now. Chapter 048. Chapter Slay Eighth. When Budley saw Sun Wukong like this, he couldn't help but remind him of a word, hoping to be useful. Sun Wukong, transform into a Super Saiyan, otherwise you are not my opponent. Budley appeared in front of Sun Wukong with a snort and broke his limit form with a wave of his hand. Sun Wukong understood at this moment that Padala's power was very strong. It seems that they can't beat without Super Saiyan, but they all guessed wrong. Come on, Monkey King, let me see how powerful your Super Saiyan really is. Vegeta is also looking forward to it. After all, the power of Sun Wukong's Super Saiyan Queen is not clear, but there is one point: Sun Wukong's power is very strong, especially Super Saiyan. Okay, I promise you, drink. Sun Wukong immediately roared into the sky, his body crackled, exploded, and a huge momentum burst out. The clouds on the earth immediately after that were all induced by his chi, but there was only a cloud floating convergence, unless it reached the Super Saiyan God. What a powerful gas! The Dragon Ball warriors were already surprised. This aura was unprecedented, not even Vegeta. Including the mysterious boy who beheaded Frieza last time, it seems that Goku has become stronger again, which is the common idea of Dragon Ball warriors. Vegeta saw this clenched fist, his green tendons burst out, his eyes widened to see, since Sun Wukong's strength was almost the same as him, there were even some signs of surpassing him. In a while, Sun Wukong's transformation was completed: golden fighting chi, golden hair eyes, turquoise eyes. This is Super Saiyan 1. Budley is still calm when he sees this. Sun Wukong's power is close to 600 million, it seems that his appearance, the butterfly effect, is not bad. Not bad, Monkey King, Super Saiyan really deserves to be a Super Saiyan, come on. Ha! The two people attacked at the same time. The first punch struck over, and with a loud bang, one after another fist winds spread out from their bodies, and the surrounding area was suddenly blown backwards, and a 10-meter deep crater was exposed under their feet. After a punch fight, Sun Wukong suddenly appeared in front of Budley in a flash, jumped and kicked from the air. How could Budley be hit by such an attack from him, only to see that when Sun Wukong approached, his figure immediately disappeared, and the next second he appeared behind Sun Wukong, and his two hands joined together to hit him behind his back. After Sun Wukong was hit by his blow, Budley appeared below in a flash, and kicked Sun Wukong up when he fell. In this way, after Budley kicked back and forth 3 times, he blasted Sun Wukong down with an air bomb, and in an instant Sun Wukong fell to the ground seriously injured, quit Super Saiyan, and lost. Hiss! The people present took a breath of cold air, and Nima's Monkey King was defeated so cleanly. Especially Vegeta, his eyes widened in disbelief. What is the situation? Kakarot turned into a Super Saiyan, since he could no longer walk on Budley and was beaten down. Damn, it seems that his power is stronger than before. He is not yet a Super Saiyan, since he has the power to surpass the Super Saiyan. He is a Saiyan who is a little special. Vegeta thought, unwillingly clenched his fist to look at Budley. He was a Saiyan Prince, a genius-level warrior, since he was inferior to a lower-level warrior and an unknown warrior. This made his self-esteem start to work again. However, Budley did not have time to pay attention to him as an idiot, only saw him slowly fall from the air until Sun Wukong was lying and helped him up with one hand. Sun Wukong, do you still want to fight? Oops, it hurts. Sun Wukong's eyes widened with a painful grin, and he could see that the blow that Budley had just given him was not small. Great, "Buddy, you're going to keep fighting me." Before Sun Wukong finished speaking, Buddy directly slapped over, and suddenly a green energy flowed his palm into Sun Wukong's heart. At the same time, Sun Wukong was beaten and flew to the back, suddenly stabilized his body, suddenly felt pain coming from his heart, and immediately screamed and rolled on the ground. "Ah! It hurts!" All of a sudden, Sun Wukong lay on the ground sweating and rolled weakly, and at the same time, his body was also wrapped in a green energy, and his painful face was revealed. "Gaku! Kakarot! Dad! Lao Sun! Klin, Tianjin Rice, Leaping, Gohan, Piccolo, and Vegeta shouted at the same time, and then appeared in front of Sun Wukong with a few clicks, and Leaping immediately picked up Sun Wukong. "Gaku? What happened to you?" "I don't know, my heart hurts." Sun Wukong's screams were unbearable. Seeing this, Bulma also walked up to Buddy, and asked a little puzzled, "Potali, what's going on with you?" She didn't blame Buddy, after all, she had been with Buddy for so long, and she also knew that Buddy was not a ruthless person at all. It's just that Sun Wukong is considered a partner who has adventured with her since she was a child, and many times it is Sun Wukong who saves her. "Don't worry, it's okay. Podalila's little hand of Bulma, I'm helping him." "Hey, what are you doing to Kakarot?" A voice appeared here, apparently Vegeta's. Bulma of Podalila came behind him, and then looked up at Vegeta with a calm face. "I'm helping him." "Lao Sun is in pain, are you sure this is helping him?" When Piccolo heard this, he immediately asked with black lines. Others were the same, and Buddy, who stood up and looked at it, if it weren't for seeing the strength of Buddy, maybe they really made a move, even so, they are now ready to fight. Seeing this, Buddy shook his head and was speechless for a while. "Doesn't Sun Wukong have a heart attack? I'm here to help him get rid of his heart disease." "What?" When they heard this, they became puzzled, and then their brows frowned slightly, not knowing whether to believe it or not. After all, it is a matter of worrying about Sun Wukong's life. Seeing this expression of theirs, Buddy couldn't wait to slap them over, and he had no brains. But he still held back, then suppressed his anger and slowly opened his mouth to explain. Heart disease is a hidden danger left by Sun Wukong's inattention from his cultivation since he was a child, although the mysterious boy gave medicine to treat this disease. But have you ever thought about it, when he has a heart attack, if it is when the artificial human just came out, what should you do? The words can ask them. To be honest, the incident happened suddenly, they really didn't think about this point. When they had to say something, Buddy did not give them a chance and said it again at the end. "Also, you have Dragon Ball, why don't you just make a wish to let the dragon prevent him from having a heart attack? And he has to wait for the attack. A bunch of idiots." "Bulma, let's go." Bulma brought by Buddy left. Originally this had nothing to do with Buddy, but he couldn't help but help Sun Wukong, and reminded them that you have Dragon Ball, don't bury it. Some things can be done directly with Dragon Ball, you don't need to wait so troublesome, and in the end, although it does not fall short, the process is also 9 deaths, and there are few fierce things. Shortly after Buddy left, Sun Wukong stopped the pain, then took a breath and stood up, finding that his body was fine, and he felt that his breathing was not smooth before, but now he is also smooth. Wow, this feels so good. Chapter 049. Chapter XLIX. Gaku, are you all right? A few of them tentatively asked, and finally determined that Sun Wukong was okay, and immediately sighed with relief, and then felt guilty. What Buddy said is that it is clear that they can prevent trouble in advance, but they don't. Sun Wukong has a poor memory, do they still have a bad memory? Naturally impossible. It's just that they haven't taken this matter to heart, they all think that they just go with the flow, and when Sun Wukong fought with artificial humans in the original work, it was because of this that he had a heart attack and could not participate in the war. After returning from the western capital, Budali and Bulma went to do their own things, and Bulma began to study the so-called time-traveling machine according to Budali's plan. It was a secret plan, and no third person knew about it except the two of them, which was also what Budali requested. In the original book, the time machine was originally invented by Bulma, but it was decades late, and now Budali just advances the time. As long as Bulma is given a little time, maybe she can finish it in advance. Don't forget, the other world in the original book is because Sun Wukong died, so the new enemy Sun Gohan can't be defeated, so they have to come up with the idea of making a time machine. In that world destroyed by artificial humans, Bulma can make it, and here quietly ask for anything. There is no reason why Bulma can't make it, just give her time. As for Budali, who was already cultivating at this time, he had to find a way to increase his strength, although he had not used his full strength at present, because there was no such enemy. But this is also the case that he practiced, because the terrible enemy is not the present, and the gods who appear later and the power reaches the level of gods. Although he is powerful now, he still does not see enough on the other side, so he needs to become stronger, and the god he speaks of is the god of destruction, and it will appear later. Day after day, a year has passed, and on this day in the hospital, Budali is walking around the corridor. Nemas is too anxious. What do you say? Because Bulma was pregnant not long ago, exactly 9 months today, gave birth. No, he is waiting here. Of course, there are Bulma's parents next to him. Budali, don't get excited, it'll be fine. Budali, who was watching from the sidelines, couldn't help but comfort him. In fact, he was like this back then. A year or 3 after the decisive battle with the Monkey King a year ago, Bulma became pregnant, the work at hand stopped, and Budali's practice was similarly halved. Breves is the richest man in the world, and his daughter asks her husband whether he has a marriage license, and no one else will say or dare to say anything, whether it is Bulma and Budali or Tais and Vegeta, none of them have a marriage certificate. I'm fine, I'm just excited for a while. Budali replied with a smile, while comforting himself in his heart. After a while, Budali suddenly stood up sharply, and looking towards the operating room, he felt a huge breath, and it was huge. No, this gas. At this time, the doctor brought a glowing baby out. Family, take a look, this child. Before the doctor finished speaking, the child had been carried by Budali, and they did not find out when Budali was taken away. This. Breves knew about Budali's skills and explained to the doctor, it's okay. He's the father of the child. Breves explained here that the baby held by Budali was already widening in disbelief at this time, because of the green light emitted by the baby in his arms. What does green stand for? He is a scion, and his child sets out to shine green, needless to say, what it is, surpassing the scion. How so? Budali's brows frowned involuntarily, and then a green light appeared on his hand, nodding towards the child's forehead, and then Sakura disappeared and returned to normal. Her energy was temporarily suppressed by me, and it seems that she has to find a way to solve it, otherwise she will have a difficult problem in the future. Everyone here was frightened by his hand, especially the 2 doctors who had just come out, but Budali would not explain. How is the child's mother? Budali immediately asked about Bulma's situation, and just now he was also startled by his own child, so. Oh, after the doctor came back to his senses, he immediately nodded, don't worry, she's fine, she will transfer immediately, here you go. The doctor gave Budali a special ward number. When Budali saw that this figure disappeared, he frightened the doctors, and as for what they did, it was up to the Breves, and Budali didn't care. Breves deserves to be the richest man in the world. Bulma's ward is different from the others here. What do you want, which is like a ward? Simply a princess house. Bulma. Budali saw Bulma, who had just been transferred from the other side of the operating room, and immediately walked over and handed her the baby. Wow, Bulma immediately held the baby, looking at her with a motherly expression. Dudu, how cute. Budali, this is the crystallization of you and me. Yes. Before I know it, I'm already a dad, hee hee. Buddily was happy and puzzled at the same time, because Bulma had kept the matter of having children a secret. It's crazy every time, and Buddily doesn't want to have children so soon, so every time that one asks Bulma if it's not safe, and every time Bulma says it's okay. Over time, he forgot about this because of his cultivation, until one day Bulma said that he was pregnant, and Buddily was stunned and did not come to his senses for a long time. Later, when she asked Bulma what was going on, Bulma didn't say anything until her sister had called to say that the baby had been born just 3 months after she was pregnant. At this time, Buddily heard that Bulma was unwilling. It turned out to be to compare with his sister who missed her and child. Nimas, what is this operation? He was speechless for a while. Taisai's child is also Trunks, whose name remains the same, but he has a different mother. Buddily, what do you say our daughter is called? My sister's boy is called Trunks, our little princess, what is the name? Bulma amused the child to ask Buddily. Take a name? My god, that's a question worth exploring, because he's not good at it. Well, Bulma, look at it. Buddily hid his embarrassment and immediately kicked the ball back to Bulma. Buddily. You can't take it out, do you? Bulma stared into Buddily's eyes curiously, as if she could see through his mind. I don't have so much self-esteem and pride, but for the glory of men, I can't admit it to death. Thinking of this, Buddily responded quietly, no, it's just that the matter of choosing a name is usually handed over to her mother, and her father is used to guide her way. Reading Podalia serious nonsense. Bulma does not break it, because she likes to listen. Then it's called bra, what do you think? Cloth. Buddily was stunned, and immediately replied, no problem, then it will be called bra. Bra was born many years in advance, which is interesting, he does not object, bra will be bra. Ha ha ha, then it's decided. Bulma hugged Bra to the eye, Bra, you are called Bra. Buddily smiled when he saw this moment was really beautiful, but it was short-lived, because peace is always so short-lived. Buddily plans to go back to the Star of Rhea, tell Meshes the news, and also seek Polenga's help. Chapter 050. Chapter 50. Ria Star. When Buddily returned, he immediately told Mia's the news, and instead of being jealous, Mia's wanted to see Bra. Okay, no problem, but before that, I have to summon Polenga, I need help with something. Okay, let's go to the Great Elder together. So Buddily and Meshes went to the Grand Elder Mulan to ask for the Dragon Balls and summon Polenga. The Dragon Ball was placed on the ground, and then Porenga was summoned, and the huge body appeared in front of them. People who collect Dragon Ball, if you have any wishes, I can fulfill them for you, but only 3. Polenga, is there a way to restrain the uncontrolled energy of the Scions? Porunga, who was watching from Buddily, asked that he had learned the language of Namex. Polenga heard this and replied without hesitation, yes, your first wish is to know this. Hearing this, Buddily nodded and showed a smile, yes, the second wish, trouble you to heal a little Sakura called Bra on Earth, so that she will not be transmitted to the energy of the Scions and lose control. When Polenga heard it, he immediately sensed it, and after a minute of silence, the huge voice sounded here again. This can be done, but there is one point, my ability is limited, I can suppress her and eliminate this hidden danger while she is not yet grown, but it will cost a little. At what cost? Buddily asked. The price is that since then, although she has been a Super Scion, she does not have the true power of a Super Scion, are you willing? Polenga voiced the cost. What? Hearing this, Buddily was a little hesitant, but he did not expect that since Polenga could not be completely solved, he used such a separate cost to solve it. Is there no way to keep it? And doesn't it damage where her energy lies? Nope. Polenga replied very directly. So will it affect her potential? No, it will only make her strength a little lower than yours. Okay, then do it. As you wish. Polenga's scarlet eyes emitted a red light and flew to earth, then merged into Bra in the cradle. Having done this, Polenga asked again, the second wish has been fulfilled, what about your third wish? Let me know the word of God. This simple, a red light entered Buddely's body, and then disappeared himself. The reason why Buddely made a wish to return to the word of God, in addition to preparing for the upcoming arrival of Dragon Ball Super, is more about when to find an opportunity to see if there is a way to find Super Dragon Ball. Super Dragon Ball is really what can be fulfilled, and the universe destroyed by all kings in the original book can be restored, which shows its great ability. In fact, he didn't think about finding the help of Super Dragon Ball just now, but Super Dragon Ball is between the 6th universe and the 7th universe, and the 7th universe is okay. The god of destruction Beerus is still sleeping, and it is very simple to find the 3 of the 7th universe, but it is difficult to say in the 6th universe, and the destruction god of the 6th universe, Paik, is not as able to sleep as Beerus. Let's not say that it takes time to leave the universe, whether it can be found in the 6th universe is still 2 words, even if it is found or not, whether it can be taken away is another matter. Neither the destruction god Elephant Pa nor the angel Bardos can afford to mess with now, so he has been working hard for power for so many years. Let's go, Buddely. At this time, Mias spoke up and brought Buttery back to his senses, and then Podala took Mias to Earth. Now they went to Earth only for a moment, and immediately arrived on Earth from Ria Star. Bulma. When Mias had just arrived at the home of the western capital of Buddely, she saw Bulma holding Sakura in the hall to watch the weather. After Bulma was discharged from the hospital, Buddely returned to Rising. Hey! When Bulma heard this, she immediately smiled and stood up. Sister Mias, why are you here? You guys talk, I'm going to practice. After Buddely put aside this sentence, his figure flashed and left here. Only Mias and Bulma looked at each other, no longer paying attention to the presence of Buddely, and then sat and chatted with Bulma. In this way, Mias also lived here. She had been to Earth before, but she didn't have a good time. This time she was infatuated, and it is estimated that she will not go back for a while. Because after having a child, the rich, Bulma bought a villa alone and lived separately from her parents. So here there are only Buddely and Bulma, and now, there is another Mias. As for ties, she still lives with her parents. No way, Vegeta is a person who doesn't care about his wife, so she has to live with her parents so that she doesn't feel bored alone. As for Vegeta, since seeing the battle between Buddely and the Monkey King, he has been hiding in the cultivation room, practicing day and night, trying to break through higher power. Sun Wukong is the same, since he was cleared of the hidden heart danger by Buddely with super energy, his whole person is more healthy, and he has also gone to the Realm King to cultivate. In a gravity cultivation room in the western capital, Vegeta took off her clothes and practiced boxing in arena, cultivating under 300 times gravity, sweating profusely and not giving up, and always working hard. Kakarot, Potali, I won't lose to you, and in a while the androids will appear, and then I will surprise you. Vegeta was improving rapidly, and now the cultivation he had cultivated for more than a year had made him stronger, much stronger than before. At Dr. Grow, his plan is almost complete at this point, and he is only one last step away from going out to find energy. On the 19th, 3 months later, we went out to carry out the plan, and everything was almost done. Suddenly, a fat man with a hat and round skin came over. Okay, Dr. Gro. He is the artificial human 19 made by Dr. Gro, not powerful, but equipped with a device that can absorb the energy of others. He is fat, with a pointed head, and in the original Goku is in the battle with him. He is in the downwind due to a heart attack, and he is absorbed into the energy and almost hangs. Vegeta later appears to save Son Goku, and he is easily defeated by Vegeta, who has turned Super Saiyan with a Big Bang attack. Ha 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 ha, as long as this plan is completed, Shayla can wake up, and then the whole world, oh no, the whole universe is ours, ha ha ha. In this way, unconsciously 3 months have passed, and on this day, whether it is Sun Wukong, or the Dragon Ball warriors, as well as Vegeta and others have all left the customs. Cyborgs, here we come. Whoops! Several leftovers appear together in the sky, and then pass towards a place, which is where the artificial humans appeared, as date said in the future. Here in the western capital, Buddily is also out of customs, and at the same time, looking at the sky, there are some small expectations in my heart, and artificial humans have finally begun to surface. Actually, the real power this time is not the 17th and 18th, but the future ultimate artificial man Shayla who came here on a time machine, but this time you don't want to absorb the 18th. Buddily's sister Paper will not let her be devoured, opening a harem is his latest idea, as for Bulma and Mia's don't have to worry anymore, they will not object at all. He has completely done it, but this time the artificial man appears and he doesn't plan to go out. Vegeta is not a scream, then let him scream, let the 18th teach him, there is a reason outside the sky. Chapter 051. Chapter 51. On the island where the artificial man appeared, Sun Wukong, Piccolo, Sun Wuhan, Klin, Tianjin Rice, and leaping people all arrived here. Only Buddily and Vegeta did not arrive, but they did not think much, they would arrive anyway, so after analyzing the situation here, they immediately divided the work. It was a small island, and the island also had cities, and several of them acted separately. Here in the city, the 19th brought by Dr. Gro just came out and met someone to stop them, this person is leaping, and then shot to kill this person. So the first person to be killed by the artificial man number 20 was leaping in the original work, and Piccolo, Sun Wukong, and Sun Gohan also arrived here. Seeing that leaping was hanging, Sun Wukong asked Klin to take him to leave first, and then the artificial man who Piccolo looked at said lightly, "Cyborg, you guys are finally out." The artificial beings present were number 19 and number 20, and number 20 was Dr. Gro himself, and he was also surprised to hear that his identity was exposed. "Hey? Where did you get the news that we are artificial humans? Also, it seems that you knew in advance that we would appear, so you deliberately waited here?" Hearing this, Sun Wukong and the others did not answer, and seeing this Dr. Gro, he asked again, "Answer quickly, what is going on here? Don't bother, if you want to know, use your strength to prove it," Piccolo said clenching his fists. When Sun Wukong saw that something was wrong with them, he immediately punched Dr. Fagros's hat, and then yelled, "You two come with me, I will knock you down." When Dr. Gro heard this, he sneered, "In that case, then it is you can choose your favorite place of death, Sun Wukong." When Sun Wukong heard this, he immediately burst out and left here, and the artificial people saw that this followed closely behind, so Sun Wukong took them out of the city to fight in a no-man's land. And at this time, Vegeta also arrived, just in time to hear Dr. Gro tell Sun Wukong, how did he know about Sun Wukong and others, and stopped with the appearance of Vegeta. "Ha ha ha, great, Vegeta has also arrived, so the next battle will be more interesting." "Humph, Kakarot, I'm going to share it with you this time, but it's not you and me fighting, but let's work together to see who cleans them up first," Vegeta said and looked at Cyborg 19 and 20. When Sun Wukong heard this, he did not refuse, "Ha ha ha. Vegeta, then you might be losing. Anyway, being belligerent is their scion character. By the way, why didn't Buddily come? What did Sun Wukong say to find out that Buddily was not there?" Vegeta heard this coldly replied, "It's the same if he comes or not, anyway, it's enough for us here." Number 19 heard this and immediately stood up, "Number 20, let me clean up Vegeta, I believe his energy should be delicious." Dr. 20 Gro heard this and looked at Sun Wukong, "Okay, Sun Wukong, I'll clean you up." "Humph, I'm going to see if you low-level artificial humans will feel fear. Vegeta said suddenly. Suddenly, the surrounding clouds were all attracted by Vegeta's chi, and then Vegeta's eyes turned green, his hair turned golden, and then burst out of golden fighting chi and successfully transformed into a Super Saiyan. Kakarot, be surprised, you're not the only one who can transform into a Super Saiyan. Vegeta is very proud of Sun Wukong. This time his anger is more than Sun Wukong. Sun Wukong was surprised to see this, but he thought about it. Congratulations to you, Vegeta, Speaking of which, he also immediately transformed into a Super Saiyan. An aura as powerful as Vegeta burst out together. In fact, Sun Wukong still had something to hide, because he didn't want to hit Vegeta. He has reached the late stage of the first order of Super Saiyan, and Vegeta is only the middle of the first order of Super Saiyan, because Vegeta has become stronger, but so is Monkey King. How's that, Kakarot? Vegeta is very proud to show off to Sun Wukong. After all, he finally caught up and surpassed Sun Wukong. Can he not be happy? It's a pity that he doesn't know the truth, otherwise he doesn't know what kind of expression it will be. Anyway, Vegeta's surprised expression is still so worth seeing. Oh, you're good, Vegeta. Sun Wukong said and looked at the artificial man, and at the same time burst into arrogance. Vegeta, let's go on, Vegeta sneered when he heard this. I don't need you to order me, So they attacked in one fell swoop, and the Super Saiyan power attached to Vegeta punched 19. Sun Wukong against the 20th, all of a sudden they went to war here, but after a while, interesting things appeared. Whether it is the 19th or the 20th, it is too uncompetitive. Look at Vegeta's 3 moves to knock the android down the 19th, and Sun Wukong also knocked down the 20 in 3 moves. This also allowed them to see the power of Super Saiyans on the 20th, so they began the second round of battle, absorbing a lot of Saiyan energy at once. At first, the two of them didn't understand what was going on, and the Dragon Ball warriors joined in, but they were simply soy sauce, and they were suddenly drained of energy and fell to the ground. The only ones who can still fight are Son Gohan and Piccolo, but at this time, whether it is Vegeta or Son Goku who deserves to be a combat genius, they can see that something is wrong with them at once. As long as they are not touched by their hands, the energy will not be sucked away. Vegeta, did you find out? After Sun Wukong saw it, he asked Vegeta. Cut, Kakarot, take care of yourself. As long as they don't touch their hands, they can't absorb energy, then the artificial humans are not much powerful, so this battle they are 2 Super Saiyans joint attack. This is really a rare time. Vegeta will join forces with Sun Wukong. A moment later, number 19 and number 20 were beaten to the ground by Son Goku and Vegeta. You artificial humans are also too weak, and the words of that mysterious man are not at all the same, thanks to me still looking forward to it. Vegeta looked at the two of them falling to the ground, and said in a disdainful, mocking tone. Don't be proud, just with your level, you can't beat us artificial people, there is a kind of you give me waiting. The 20th said and fled immediately, which is very fast. The 19th saw that he was stunned and immediately followed over. There is no way the boss has run away, he doesn't run and waits here to die. They have all just seen the power of Super Saiyan, not that they can fight at this level. But how could Vegeta let him leave, and immediately flew into the air, want to escape? Do you think it is possible? Said to condense energy in hand, launched a powerful energy cannon, and directly burst the 19th. Chase, can't let him run. Vegeta said that the explosive Super Saiyan energy chased over, and Sun Wukong saw that this was also true, and the others also went over to help. Capital of the West. Budley also felt it immediately after leaving home, and with his current strength, he could instantly feel everything on the entire earth without changing his body. Sister May, you and Bulma are at home, protect Bulma, I'll go out, there are some things that need me to go. Up to now, But Ali still hasn't changed his words, he is used to it, and he can always remind that they used to be brothers and sisters, and now they are sisters and brothers, and they are all beautiful in their hearts. Ga.